Hey, what's up, everyone? Sorry it took me a little bit longer to get things started. I had some technical difficulties with one of the streams, so I think I saw some people on Kick, but I've deleted the chat. I think I saw Flame Strike over there. Cheesy, what's up, man? Northern Sky, how's it going, guys? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Up. Riley Carlson, Al Jazeera.
So there were some missile attacks
and
again earlier
specialist in
today.
Middle East economics at Brandeis University in Massachusetts.
And we did stream early this morning.
Boston. Mr. Nader, Iran's economy
and it looks like the EU wants to try and make a push to get a deal made, but I think it's become more and more clear that Israel is definitely up to no good because they haven't just come out and said, listen, we're not doing anything wrong. Come look at our facility.
Under severe economic
you should be sleeping. You need an updates, do you?
And more recently, with the
so that's one of the things that's happened. We've also let's see here.
Attack against Iran.
There were a couple of news stories I wanted to watch.
Fear of military attack has also had an
Donald Trump is still deciding whether or not he's going to take any action, but it sounds like he's threatening to anyways. I kind of think that Trump is threatening to push Iran to get into talks. I don't know if he's being 100% serious, but he's definitely moved stuff over. So anyways, that is the main things that have happened. Israel also did assassinate. Let's see. The IAF struck and eliminated Aminpour Jutaki, the commander of the 2nd UAV Brigade of the IRGC Air Force. So UAV is unarmed vehicle. But anyways. Was the commander of that division. So they just keep eliminating and assassinating more and more people. So
it is in the reaction of a global oil market.
It is daytime now, though. I did stream earlier today when there was a missile attack then, and then I took a bit of a nap.
7-8 days.
They had more missiles that were then launched. But it is now, what time do we have now? About 6, almost 6:30 in the morning in Israel.
A more severe impact on the oil
So, and this is, it's usually a little bit after now where Iran starts launching missiles. So I want to be on for that anyways.
Sites or economic assets in the region.
Right.
And it appears that Israel is also reluctant to attack.
We'll see if something starts, though. It seems to be
Can you
by
just
about
mention
noon,
the Straits
before
of
noon
Hormuz?
anyways.
Can you explain
Yesterday
to
was
our
even a little
audience
late.
The importance of that strait, because it's critical not just to the country, but for oil on the planet, for most countries.
Correct. About 20% of
What strait are they talking about? Strait of Hormuz. So, where is this at?
Therefore, it is very sensitive.
Up here?
Of course, Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates have established east-west pipelines to the Red Sea and the Gulf of Oman in the case that there was a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz.
There.
Nevertheless, it is going to have an impact.
So Iran is threatening to block this area. Is where a lot of oil leaves. So they're threatening to basically skyrocket the price of oil right now.
In Boston.
You're welcome.
Now, dozens of Palestinians seeking food have again been killed by Israeli forces in Gaza. At least 82 Palestinians have been killed throughout the Strip on Friday in different attacks. Funerals have already been held.
82 more people killed today
has this report from
in Gaza.
All of these attacks attacks are already causing
Crazy.
further civilian casualties, pushing people into further internal and forced displacement, and of course leaving behind trails of devastation and destruction. And
They have to wait for China cargo planes to arrive with more munitions. Yeah, there was apparently
in a small part of the western
I
part
think they
of
got
Gaza,
busted
so we're
actually.
talking about
Hold
the
on.
entire northern part of the
Let me
state,
just
including
bring up
city of
the
Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia, and part of Jabalia. Major part of Jabalia city and Jabalia refugee camp residents have been pushed into the internal and forced displacement, all here in the western part of,
This here
Gaza city. Once again, one would
is an
have
air
imagined
tracker
the
that's
tension
online.
between Iran and
But there were
Israel would
people that were
have
tracking
brought
trains
a
that were coming
respite
from
for Gazans across the
China.
Strip, but contrary, what we're seeing on the
And
ground is a
apparently there was
significant
planes that
increase
were
of these
supposed to
air
land in
attacks that already
Turkmenistan,
causing further
which
civilian
I believe is this.
casualties and serve
Ashgabat,
the
I
tension
think that is the
between Iran
capital of
and Israel,
Turkmenistan, isn't it?
serve, of course,
Let me just
as many
confirm.
people have
Hold on,
already
I've actually got this
expressed
map
that
up
as a
here.
distraction from the ongoing machine of
Yeah.
killing. that's been
Ashgabat
targeting,
is
people,
the capital. Actually, I'll
throughout
just do
the
it on Google
past
Maps
days
since
and
you can
since
see
the
both of them up there.
eruption of exchange of fire
Um,
between these two
There were
countries.
planes that
What
were
worries people the
landing,
most right now is
supposed to
that
be going to
Israeli
Turkmenistan.
military is taking
But they
advantage of
noticed that
this
they just kind of
distraction
flew by,
to
like
commit
they're
more massacres and kill more Palestinians.
I
As of
believe
this
their
moment, we've
flight
seen
flight
Palestinians dying at a
records
record number,
showed that they were
and
only supposed to be going to
and as many
Ashgabat,
as a lot of
but they
them
didn't stop
due
there
either
apparently.
at the
Apparently,
distribution
they
centers
think
or
that they
inside
just
their tents, or
continued on
simply
into
walking
Iran.
in the streets between the displacement sites and the streets.
You'd be surprised if China was
Anyway,
supplying
Mahmoud,
munitions.
Al Jazeera from Gaza City.
I mean, they
Palestine.
are allied. Like they
Pro-Palestinian
there's
activist
I
and
believe they're
Columbia
still allowed to
University
trade with
graduate
Iran.
Mahmoud
So,
Khalil has been released from immigration detention. The release comes after
but
a
munitions
judge
is
ruled
a
Khalil,
whole
who's a
different
legal US
story, though.
resident, isn't
Supplying
fit
with them with
flight,
arms
is
might be a
flight
problem.
risk and hasn't been accused of a crime. Khalil was arrested in March after the Trump administration argued his on-campus activism for Gaza undermined
Skull
US foreign
Vikes.
policy.
Skull
Fahad
Vikes.
Aziz is a
What's up?
distinguished professor
You're welcome,
at
man.
Rutgers
Thanks for being
University
here.
Law School and a former senior advisor on civil rights at the U.S. Department
So
of
yeah, there were
Homeland
more attacks
Security.
on
And
both
she explains the
Israel
next legal
and
steps in this case.
attacks again on Iran today as well. Get our first follow already, dude. Thank you, man.
The losing party, in this case, it would
Thank
be
you
the
very
government.
much.
So they will appeal it to the Third Circuit, and
So we are waiting
it's
currently
unlikely
to
that
see
the
if
Third
anything else
Circuit will
happens. It's
overrule
usually
the
from
federal
here
district
until
judge,
for about the
unless
next
there's
4 or
some new
5
evidence
hours
that arises,
when
but it
Iran
is
has been
possible.
attacking.
And then
So I
could
wanted to make sure I was
also,
live.
appeal it to the Supreme Court, but again, the Supreme Court doesn't take every case or accept every case where there's a request for it to review, and this doesn't seem like one that would, because it's really a procedural matter. So if
How's it going,
the
Blother?
government loses on appeal, then Mahmoud Khalil will be released on bond, on bail, and he will proceed to challenge the deportation proceedings in immigration court, and he will also proceed to file his own civil suit alleging that his First Amendment rights
Has
were
nothing to do with the
violated.
war, but apparently Tesla may be launching the Cyber Cab over the weekend.
Have broken into Britain's largest Royal Air Force base and damaged 2 military aircrafts. Footage posted online by Palestinian Action shows a protester riding an electric scooter and spraying red paint on a plane. The group says it's opposed to the UK's support for Israel and its war on Gaza. The Ministry of Defence has condemned the incident and said it's investigating the security breach. Now, US President Donald Trump has extended the deadline to
I am a
ban
Bears
social
fan.
media
You're
on TikTok for a
what are
third
you, a Packers
time.
fan? You can
Trump
join
signed an
CMAC
executive
in
order extending the
crying
deadline,
about how
despite a
much the
law that
Bears are going to
mandates the
crush your
sale
team
or
this year.
shutdown of the app, which is owned by a Chinese company, ByteDance. The future of the app in the United States remains uncertain at a time when both countries are involved in extensive trade discussions.
Oh, I'll be able to.
US Vice President J.D. Vance has criticized state and local
Bears
officials
ain't doing
during
shit
his
this year.
visit to
Bears
Los
are
Angeles.
going all the way this
Vance
year. Ben Johnson's the
accused
savior.
the governor of California and the mayor of Los Angeles of inciting unrest.
Should I
Federal
make a tinfoil
government
hat
deployed
and wear it
National
during
Guard
streams?
and Marines to protect federal buildings
Like
from
my
protesters
intro?
against immigrants.
Should I make one and just wear it
And
during
there have
streams
been
as a prop?
similar raids in California's agricultural heartland that haven't been seen for the last 15 years. But that changed this last week.
To
as the Trump
ruin a
administration
30
increased attempts to deport
like
undocumented
35, man.
immigrants. Teresa Bow reports from Ventura County.
Ventura
Don't
County,
shortchange how
California,
miserable the drought has
known
been
for
for
its
me.
fertile soil and the diverse crops that come from it.
Look at this.
It's also one of the places where the latest round of immigration raids
If
have
I
taken
saw that
place.
coming up, I would be beelining it off the field immediately.
Ricardo, which is not his real name, is a father of 4. He has been living in the United States for 15 years.
We are not going to work every day because we know the raids could happen. I want to tell the President of the United States that it's not fair what they are doing. People come here to work. We are not criminals, like he says.
Not fair for illegally
Undocumented
crossing the
immigrants
border.
are a crucial labor force in Ventura County, California.
Share with the rest of us,
produces
because
more
clearly
than a
you're high
third
on
of the
delusion if
country's
you think the
vegetables
Bears or
and more than
Packers have even the
3/4 of its
slightest
fruits
chance
and
to make the
nuts.
postseason.
Immigration
Oh my God.
and Customs
Who
Enforcement
do you cheer
agents
for,
have been
Lepcha?
carrying raids all around this area where undocumented immigrants come to work by picking up tomatoes, strawberries,
Vikes is
and
in
other
Vikings.
vegetables.
Oh
And
my
that's why
God.
many
No, we've
people
got like
have
the whole
stopped
NFC
coming to
North
work because
here.
they're terrified of being detained.
Lack of workforce is a concern for farmers in the area. In fact, President Donald Trump acknowledged
this, the
on social
farmers,
media
the
that
farms
the
are
aggressive
going
immigration
bad.
raids are having an impact on the farming sector.
Yeah, the NFC North is by far
Juvenal
the strongest
Solano
division
is
in
part of a
football. It's not
growing
even
rapid
close.
response network that offers support and counsel for workers targeted by immigration raids. He says they have managed
And
to
still
warn
not a
people to
citizen.
stay
Yeah,
off the
well, what's
field
taking
when
so long?
ICE agents are spotted.
We have lawyers, we have volunteers that are helping to get workers home or pick them up when federal agents are around. But this has brought chaos into the communities.
Most of the workers here are from Mexico.
Ice
and
stirring
many
shit
are
up
part
again.
Of indigenous communities. Like David, not his real name, who came to the United States when he was 16 years old.
But now we are not making the money we used to. Sometimes we try to stay in the house for a few days and come out to earn some money. We are paid by the hour, and sometimes it depends on how much fruit we can pick.
Trump's hardline immigration policy is having an impact on businesses and the immigrants who have been working here for years. That's why there are growing calls across the state.
Slapcheck, are you a Vikings fan as well?
Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Ventura County.
Oh, it's fine. You can talk about football.
All right, well, that's it from me.
I love
Salma Khaled,
football.
and you'll
Or,
find
I love
more
NFL
information
football.
on our website, aljazeera.com. 101 East is next.
Hockey is still by far a superior sport, but I like football too. You Vikings fans could just sit around all year and watch as your record goes from whatever this was this year to you might be barely over 500. Ice football, no. It'd just be another sport Canadians would dominate at.
Millions out of poverty.
All right, let's see what's going on. Let us see what's going on in the news here.
Israel and Iran trade more strikes as the conflict enters its
So here's the
second
strikes
week.
that happened earlier.
The Israeli Air Force said Saturday it had launched a new wave against missile storage and launch sites in central Iran as several of the Islamic Republic's missiles struck across Israel.
The Bears are going to dominate the division.
No concrete breakthrough.
Bookmark
despite
this now.
around 3 hours
Flip
of
it.
Diplomatic de-escalation talks
Come
in
back
Geneva
at the end of the
between
NFL
Iran
football
and European
season.
Foreign ministers. All
Bears
sides,
are taking
though,
the
have expressed
NFC North.
openness to further dialogue.
Come on, dude. They've redone
And
their
walking
whole.
free
Come on,
after 3
come on. They
months
got
in
Ben
federal
Johnson. What are you
immigration
talking
detention,
about?
Prominent pro-Palestinian voice and Columbia University graduate Mahmoud Khalil has been released from U.S. custody after a judge ruled the government had not met the standards for detention.
This is the year, though, C-Mac. This is the year. Okay? What's happening, okay? Oh, I know what I forgot to do.
Thank you for joining us.
I forgot to do
for
something
this
very important,
bulletin.
actually.
We'll be starting with the Israel-Iran
Give me 30
war,
seconds here,
as
guys.
strikes have continued across both countries in the past 24 hours. The Israeli Air Force said Saturday it had launched a new wave against missile storage and launch sites in central Iran. The capital, Tehran, was on the receiving end of multiple Israeli barrages, with several civilian injuries reported. Iran's attacks focused on Tel Aviv on Friday, but dozens have also been injured in Israel's north near Haifa, as well as in the southern town of Beersheba. Nick Rushworth has the latest.
Beersheba. I was actually pronouncing it pretty well.
Sirens rang out in several parts of Israel, with the Israeli-Iran war in its second week. It is reported a barrage of around 20 to 25 ballistic missiles was launched at Israel on Friday afternoon. Among the targets was the port city of Haifa on the eastern coast. Elsewhere, security camera footage showed a strike hitting the lobby of a residential building in Beersheba in southern Israel. With no sign of any let-up, the
There were
Israeli
some
army's
pretty
chief of staff says
disturbing
Israelis must
pictures I
prepare
saw
for a
earlier,
prolonged
actually,
campaign against Iran.
with claims of
With each passing day, our
how
freedom of
bad
action is expanding, and the enemy is
Haifa
shrinking.
is looking right now.
The campaign is not over. While we've achieved significant results, challenging days still lie ahead, and we must remain alert and united until the mission is complete.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to get anything out.
As the Israeli military said it had completed another wave of strikes on missile launch sites in western Iran. Addressing an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency warned against attacks on Iran's nuclear reactors.
This is their
its only commercial nuclear power plant
internet
in the southern city
usage.
of Bushehr.
In case of an attack,
So yeah, I guess that would be on sometime on the 18th, 19th. They dropped internet, so
of radioactivity.
I think that's actually kind of smart because it stops people from posting. I'm gonna be honest. I think Iran is winning the.
A look now at the diplomatic side of this war.
Propaganda war.
So that's the UK, France,
I don't think they're winning the war, but I think propaganda, they're doing a better job.
With the aim of finding a
even though a lot of it's BS, but they're not allowing things to get out. It's hard to find pictures and videos from outside or from Iran. But you see all these tweets and stuff all over the place of missiles going off in Tel Aviv
between
and
European foreign
Haifa.
ministers and Tehran in a bid to find a path back to diplomacy on Iran's nuclear ambitions.
This happened earlier today. We watched this live on the stream.
Negotiations with all sides without awaiting the
and
cessation
this is what is kind of told me that Iran definitely does have something, because they were basically saying, "Listen, we will not negotiate our out of being able to defend ourselves." And that's exactly the point. They're not supposed to be using enriched uranium for weapons. If they were just using it for electricity, like they've always said that they were, then this wouldn't be a problem. They just say, "Come take a look at our facilities," and it would be done.
It's the first face-to-face meeting between Western and Iranian officials since the start of the conflict.
Indus
Tehran
Anubis,
said it
no
supported
problem,
the
man. Thanks for being
continuation of
here.
Discussion with the European countries and was willing to meet again in the near future. US President Donald Trump, meanwhile, said he was unlikely to press Israel to scale back its strikes to allow Washington's negotiations to continue.
Check this out.
The Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens.
He was asked if the European-led talks had helped.
So Bill Clinton is suggesting that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, or as somebody in chat called him yesterday, what was it? Net and something. No, Net and Yahoo. But he's saying that he wants this war so that he can stay in office. That's a big claim.
According to local health authorities, at least 44 more Palestinians were killed.
Walter, that was you, wasn't it?
Seeking aid.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Reportedly shot by Israeli fire just south of Nitzarim in the central
Benjamin
strip.
Netanyahu.
Separately, Gazan medics said at least 19 were killed in other military strikes across the enclave, including at least 12 at a house in Deir al-Balah. UNICEF, meanwhile, warns that man-made drought could be on its way to Gaza. Catherine Viette has more.
Could you imagine wanting to start a war, killing thousands of people so that you can keep your job?
Displaced people in
What
Gaza
kind of a
City.
sick F do you have to be?
This is all that's left after it was struck by an Israeli missile. Officials say at least 2 people were killed in the attack and several more injured. Those that survived pay their respects as they prepare the bodies for funerals. In Han Yunis, smoke billows from the skyline.
People have done
the
worse for less.
aftermath of an airstrike on buildings bombed
True, but
by
I mean,
Israel.
you're still a
The
sick,
wounded were
you know,
transported
sick
to the
F for
Nasser
doing it.
hospital for treatment. For those that didn't make it through, tearful scenes in the hospital's courtyard as family members mourned their loss.
That 20 minutes ago, before you have talked
day of
about the
funerals
supposed
in
planes from
Gaza
China going into
as
Iran to
friends
give them
and
more
family
missiles, I don't
bury
buy it,
their
but
loved ones
seen a lot of
killed in the
speculation on the internet
ongoing
about it. Yeah,
Israeli
it's
attacks.
nothing proven, but
Some of the victims died trying.
it is very suspicious because the planes on their manifest said that they were. I believe the rumors that their manifest said that they were going from China to Ashgabat. Sorry, that's the capital of Turkmenistan. And when they arrived there, they're like, people were watching them because they're watching like these radar things, right? Like these people are all over this stuff to see what planes are going in there. Apparently, they left their GPS on and continued right past Ashgabat and continued into Iran. That's the rumor.
After 104 days in federal immigration detention, Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil walks free. Columbia University graduate student Khalil was the most high-profile of the students arrested by Donald Trump's crackdown on university protests against Israel's war in Gaza. The Trump administration argues he poses a risk to U.S. foreign policy and wants him deported. His release comes after a judge ruled he wasn't a danger to the community.
They want Yahoo out of office, do it the mafia way.
Our correspondent in New York,
Of course,
Jessica
China is supplying Iran. They are a strategic part of the
He's been
CCP.
held for over 3 months.
I think CMAC was trying to make the point that he doesn't think that they would. But I mean, Iran has been supplying or had been supplying Russia with drones.
He's being released on bail.
You know,
he can finally come home to New York City.
but it's a slippery slope. If U.S. gets involved and then China gets involved, suddenly all bets are off.
What they described as the Trump administration's
And I mean that could happen.
Of a pro-Palestinian
That could happen.
activist.
I think people will be smarter than that. But
to release him on Friday. Well, Khalil, a legal permanent U.S. resident,
but I'm probably wrong.
Is married to a U.S. citizen, has been held in custody in Louisiana since March and could face deportation. He was arrested back on March 8th.
I'm actually trying to find.
He's really become a symbol of Trump's attempt to stamp out pro-Palestinian student activism. Trump claims that he is tackling anti-Semitism, but has not been able to show any evidence of this in Khalil's case. Well, for most of his time in detention, Khalil, who was born in a Syrian refugee camp to Palestinian parents, has been held in this detention center in Louisiana. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has invoked a law that allows the U.S. to remove foreigners seen as adverse to U.S. foreign policy. And Rubio claims that Khalil's presence on U.S. soil poses a national security threat. Well, the Trump administration argues that the First Amendment, which protects free speech, doesn't apply to foreigners. The immigration proceedings against Khalil will now continue, as will his case, before the federal judge challenging the immigration case on constitutional grounds.
French President Emmanuel Macron says that Europe must again become a global space power, throwing his backing behind the creation of a European satellite manufacturing
There's a France 24 article that is debunking the claim that these flights have gone from China
is, quote, on the verge of being
to Iran.
France 24's Selena Sykes was at Le Bourget.
Promoting the space agency was top of the agenda here at the Paris Air Show for Emmanuel Macron at its 55th edition in Le Bourget.
Iran is the largest exporter of oil to China in the world. They have a vested interest in Iran. Well, I mean, China can buy their oil from Canada.
In the face of rapid development in the US,
I think we have like the third largest oil reserves of crude oil in the world. So China can buy oil from Canada.
In a speech, Emmanuel Macron said that European sovereignty was crucial, especially given the current geopolitical context. He said that he wants to make the EU a leading force in space, and that needs more investment. He said that he wants to guarantee.
I mean, what's the problem? Like, Americans are already sending aid to
He visited various stands
Israel.
in a whole
So
pavilion,
why would China not think that they could
to
do the same
space
thing in
industry,
return?
The Paris space hub, and Emmanuel Macron also defended the decision for the French state to invest 717 million euros in
Because
French
then shit's gonna hit the fan,
satellite
right? Like it's.
Eutelsat, that is a satellite operator and the only non-US or China satellite operator. He said that this decision had been made in the face of growing competition from US company Starlink.
And finally, here in the French capital, Parisians are soon going to be able to take a dip in the
China is
River.
90% of Iran's
Next month,
oil
there will be
exports. I
3
know they just made a
designated
huge
swimming
deal
zones
with
for people
Canada
to
as well.
enjoy
China
and
did.
cool off in, as Liz Kamarov explains.
As soon as the trade war started with the U.S., China came in and just said, "Hey, we're going to buy a whole bunch of your oil." We were like, "Okay."
From the 5th of July at 3 designated zones now deemed safe for swimming.
The Olympics happened and it went well, so I think, yeah, why not? It's fun.
If it's safe and there were tests carried out to confirm that you can swim, no worries, that's great.
Personally, no. I mean, it hasn't been that long since we became sure that...
Another thing that happened over the last little while is Canada has, I think it's also like the 3rd largest LNG reserves in the world. And they're not even really being fully developed. It's until recently they've started doing it. And the head of like the EU and a lot of their countries were over in Canada this last week for the G7. And they want to make a deal with Canada to replace the LNG that they're currently getting from Russia. They want to completely cut Russia off. So what's LNG? Liquid natural gas is what it stands for. But Canada has some of the biggest reserves in the world, and they haven't even really started developing it. Liquefied, sorry.
Whereas for the others, there is no bottom. They'll swim directly in the Seine.
The sites will be.
But here, let me just show you. So a lot of Russia's gas comes from the east, and they basically pump it all the way over to Europe, right? Whereas Canada, they've got liquefied natural gas, sorry. A lot of it in the Quebec area, and then there's some over here. And then our oil reserves, like our crude oil, is basically spread throughout Alberta, a little bit into British Columbia over here. And here, it's like a huge reserve of crude oil. I can't remember, it was like 1 trillion barrels of oil or something like that they think that they can... So what we have now is we have pipelines that go down into the U.S., and then we've got a major pipeline that's going over to Vancouver that was just finished recently in the last few years. And China immediately came in and said, "Okay, we want as much oil as we can get from you." So they take like 80% of our oil that we send to Vancouver, and now they want to build another pipeline from Edmonton over to this area here, Prince Rupert. And the only reason they haven't is because, well, for 2 reasons. There's a lot of political crap that they have to go through in order to like hoops they have to jump through to get projects like that started. But also there's an oil tanker ban of over a certain size, which is what oil tankers are. Like, they're bigger than the size that are allowed here. So they're going to eliminate that oil tanker ban. And just today, actually, the government made big steps to get rid of the a lot of the policies and stuff like that in order to develop these projects. So they want to have a pipeline going from here to Prince Rupert, and then another one for the Horde. Oh, is that Lullaby? It is Lullaby. Thank you, Lullaby. Anyways, so they want to build another pipeline from Edmonton, Calgary, basically over here to the entrance, either there or up to here. And this is a place called Churchill up here, which is up here, sorry. And there's already a port here, but it's not very big. So they want to develop that. The problem with the Hudson's Bay is that it freezes over for part of the winter. So they just have to use icebreakers to be able to get the ships in and out of here. But that is another option, is just to build the pipeline straight up to here. And that's what Manitoba is really pushing for. And then our liquid natural gas can either go through that same port up there, or it can go through the St. Lawrence Seaway, which is right here, and over to Europe in ships. 66 frickin' months. That's 5.5 years, Lullaby. 5.5 years. Guys, hold on. Do I wear the tinfoil hat? Should I be wearing the tinfoil hat during broadcasts or no? Okay, I don't know what this is. I don't know who that is. I don't care. Let's see. What else do we got on the news? Severe storms? Oh yeah, they were having
to top triple-digit temperatures. The record-breaking heat comes as several cities are cleaning up from around
an aluminum foil condom. Well, whatever works, right?
Rain, destructive winds, and severe flooding even. NBC News.
Okay, I didn't even know you were able to do that. Vote no.
Chaos on the East
Vote
Coast
no.
overnight. Storms pummeling the region with torrential rain and damaging winds, bringing down trees. In Virginia, the dangerous weather even igniting power
Why can't I vote?
It's so freaking crazy. And triggering severe flooding. During a thunderstorm in New York
So is this
City.
oh, it's New York City, okay. You know, I feel that America has by far way worse weather, like as far as severe weather than Canada has. Like we get snow.
Comes as thousands across the South and Midwest.
This doesn't happen here.
Cleaning up from storms that ravage the region.
There was just leaves and branches everywhere.
Crews are also working to clear mud and debris from a stretch of the busy I-40, which is expected to stay closed for 2 weeks. And now, dangerous heat is setting in, with tens of millions under heat alerts. Much of the country scorching.
I can't imagine we'll be here longer than like 15 minutes, honestly. It's really hot out.
The steamy triple-digit temps, a shock
Severe
to the
storms
system.
in the morning and all-day high winds.
With record highs
Like
set to bake the Northeast.
I don't know how many times I've played with people in like my guild, and they're like, "Yeah, we're expecting our internet to go down because of a storm." It's like, what?
Despite the brutal temperatures, many are diving right in, hitting pools and beaches to cool off as the summer season heats up.
Our thanks to Aaron for that report. Well, we've got more now on the heat waves spreading across the country with your Morning News Now weather. Michelle Grossman's here to fill us in. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we're going to see that heat staying in place for a while. So that's when it becomes more dangerous, too, because it kind of fatigues the body. So let's look at today. That's one of the major stories with that heat kind of spreading to the east. That warning.
Okay, and with one vote, the noes take it. With one vote, the noes take it.
Strong tornadoes from the northern plains to the upper Midwest. Could see some large hail, also some damaging winds, some heavy downpours. And then as we head towards the east,
thank you, whoever that was.
Humid than yesterday, but temperatures are starting to rise, and especially through the weekend into the early part of next week. The southeast, we have the chance for some showers and storms, and some of them could produce some heavy downpours.
Wait, this isn't live. What are we watching here?
Prices spiking as
there we go.
Who has been to the grocery store has seen. What does this mean for
Hey, commercial. What is this? What are we doing here?
That now, I'll tell you in about a year from now, maybe 5 years or 10 years from now. You never know about decisions.
Texas grid is old as fuck. Lighting goes out. Hey, Corey Jones. You know what, Corey Jones? I don't know how to change my
It's very hard to stop when you look at it.
Like what section I'm in on TikTok. I don't even know if I'm able to. Like if I'm able to change it to like just chatting or something like that. Doesn't seem to be allowing me to do that. But thanks for joining.
Interesting idea suggesting that
Buy some illegal mush. What?
We do have to cut off the Q&A because it is about time for us to head off the air for the evening. I'm Austin Westfall. We thank you all for watching along with us on your Friday night.
Sorry, guys, we got places
We do
to
come back on
be.
the air tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. For now, what I'm going to do is send it to a commercial break on the other side of that.
We got places to be, chat. So we're gonna bail out of it here. Is this
I mean, even many who would like to see the regime gone, are they happy to see Israel intervening here? And would they be happy to see the U.S. get involved?
the people want the ice football?
As you said, it's completely
June,
divided.
dude. There's no
and it's
ice
actually
football in
very,
June.
a friend of mine was saying yesterday that it's even morally challenging these days because you have people who are actually sending videos. I was really shocked at the amount of video footage that is being shared in social media where Iranians are saying, yes, go ahead, bomb this place, referring to the ministry, to one of the ministry buildings in Tehran. And at the same time, others talking about this humanitarian crisis that is taking place in the country with no internet. And since yesterday, we don't have internet in Iran. So there's no way absolutely to know even about what places they...
Okay, so you remember the guy earlier that we earlier this morning, where he was having talks with the people that in EU at Geneva, at the UN. He was having negotiation talks with like the people from the UK, France, Germany. Apparently, he had to inform the Israelis that he was on a flight heading to the UN. Could you imagine how like scared you'd be that they were going to shoot down the plane or something like that, or assassinate you with all the assassinations they've done? But he had to inform them because they were flying from Iran to Geneva. Be terrified.
And so they see there's no other way.
RW, what's up, man?
Basically weakening this system and this completely collapse in the regime will allow this to happen.
There's ice hockey in June. Dude, you don't have to tell me, man. The season goes way too long.
Say, well, as a society, we don't agree with war.
The AHL season isn't even over yet. Like, they haven't even declared their winner yet.
The price that we are paying as a society. So it's really, really complex right now. If you voice your opinion, you get attacked by the others, and you immediately people start saying, well, you know, you actually are in favor of the regime. So it's really difficult times right now internally.
Rima, it's a really fascinating dynamic. Thanks for sharing it with us. We're coming up almost to the end of the show, so I want to return to our main question just briefly, which is whether the U.S. will stay out of this conflict. Hans, do you think it's going to be dragged into another long-term war in the Middle East?
Look, I mean, the decision has not been made. President Trump said, no one knows what I'm going to decide. I would add, neither does he.
Neither does he.
So it is really a question of...
Oh, there's some Trumpters in the chat that are mad at that comment.
Are we taking the risk of this nuclear program being damaged, set back by a couple of years, and then being rebuilt with the regime in place? Is this what the Americans find acceptable? Is there a diplomatic off-ramp? That is really hard to see at this point. It's great that the foreign minister wants to meet. I cannot see that the Israeli side at this point is willing to stop these attacks. Neither would it make sense, because at the moment they have not set back the program more than a couple of, at most, a year, a couple of months, a year. So they need to continue if this is supposed to have made any sense at all. So it's really hard to say. One can hope that there is a smart outcome to this, but with this particular U.S. administration, you just don't know.
And Christian, just how much...
Here's an American that was apparently caught in Iran. He was cycling through the country. Hey, thanks for the follow. Who do we have now? Clearly regarded. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. But he was apparently cycling through the country, and then the war started, and he had to try to fight to get out. American citizen caught there. I thought there was a video that went along with it, but there's not.
The US will try to help a little bit, but maybe not be dragged fully in. And then the question is, will there be space for diplomacy? And this would need the whole countries, the Gulf regions, every other country, Lebanon, Syria, to be at the table to build a new security infrastructure for the Middle East. Not only Israeli interests on the table.
So we'll have to see which voices prevail. Thank you so much for adding yours to our conversation today. It's been a pleasure speaking with you all, and thank you for watching.
Thank you very much, dude. That is
home.
2 subs today.
Leave us a comment
Thank you,
on
man.
YouTube if that's where you're watching.
Very first sub to the
email,
channel. Thank you.
Claire Richardson on social
Thank
media.
you very much, man.
From the whole team working behind the scenes, thanks for joining us.
Even though you're a Vikings fan, I appreciate you even more for the fact that you're willing to sub to a Bears fans chat. Yeah, if you haven't followed the channel yet, and you enjoy this sort of content, please, by all means, you know, or my YouTube, continue on. So I had to use my new shiny account on Twitch. Thank you, Clearly Regarded. Thank you. Try shrooms? I've yet to try it. Pretty trippy. Where did you have an account somewhere else? Clearly Regarded? What else do we have here? Let's.
These are the topics that are moving the tech world. Shift.
What is this about?
And this is Al Jazeera live from Doha, also coming up on the program.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong.
Donald Trump doubles down on his claim.
I lose my accounts all the time. I've been around for a long time. Oh.
His own director of national intelligence.
How do you lose them?
Iran's foreign minister says he's ready for diplomacy.
Why can't the world live peacefully rather than enforce regime change to embrace Western values?
Its attacks. And there's no break in the violence in Gaza. Israeli strikes on the Strip kill more than 80 Palestinians.
This I'm getting actually really, like, I talk about this every day, but I'm pissed about that stuff.
Tehran has sent another wave of missiles towards central Israel as the conflict between Iran and Israel goes into its 9th day.
People can't just live in peace, dude. People aren't able to deal with the fact that other people have their own lives and their own cultures, their own customs, you know.
Meanwhile, Israel says it has launched a new wave of attacks on Iran. There's been damage to a building in the city of Qom, just south of Tehran. The Israeli military says it's striking missile storage and launch infrastructure. A local official says that 2 people have been killed. Now, the Israeli cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa are around 2,000 kilometers from Tehran. Missiles cross over Iraqi, Syrian and Jordanian airspace. Hamda Salhout now joins us live from Amman in Jordan. Hamda, what other details do we have about this latest launch of the Iranian missiles towards Israel?
Well, Sada, this is the 9th day of the exchanges.
Take like 10
seconds
for sound to travel there.
Officials in Iran say that this was the 18th salvo of missiles that was sent over to target Israel, saying that they were targeting quite strategic military assets within Israel. But the military says that all of those missiles were intercepted, but shrapnel from one of them did end up falling on an apartment building in the central city of Holon, causing a large fire.
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
On the roof of this building, however, they say that no one was injured and there was no damage to the apartments that are there. It's worth mentioning that Israeli officials have said that this is going to be a prolonged conflict, indicating that it is far from over.
And Hamda, as we were just saying earlier there, Israeli strikes on Iran.
Well, the Israeli military released several statements saying that they conducted airstrikes in several different parts of Iranian territory, and the military is now also claiming that they have killed the head of Iran's drone units just a week after killing his predecessor. There's been no confirmation just yet from the Iranians, but the Israelis have said that they are carrying out these types of attacks because they do not want Iran to, 1, acquire a nuclear weapon, and 2, to have any of the capabilities to be able
you like to
do
accept
so.
one of
The
those
Israeli
positions in
Prime
Iran?
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had also noted previously in the week that while regime change was not one of the war agenda items for the Israelis, his own defense minister said that perhaps that could happen as well. So the Israelis have said that this is going to be a prolonged campaign, that they are prepared with a lot of different types of military mechanisms and maneuvers, but it comes despite the cost that is coming within Israel, meaning that there's been a lot of buildings that are damaged, there have been dozens of people who've been killed, hundreds of others injured.
I want
and
to
the
see if I can
country
find
is
some of the
essentially
pictures of
at
Haifa.
a standstill. There is no travel. The
It's just
airport
like,
is
what
still
is
closed.
going on here?
But despite that, new polling and surveys show that 83% of Jewish Israelis approve of their government's decision to attack Iran.
Okay, thank you very much, Hamda Salhout, with that update from Amman.
So what she mentioned there is that today the Israeli Air Force eliminated Amanpour Dukaki. We talked about this when I first started the stream. He was the new commander of the IRGC's Air Force 2nd Unmanned Vehicle Brigade. He just took that position because a week ago, the guy that had the job before him also was killed, assassinated, basically. So how would you like to be approached by the Iranian government and be told, hey, listen, the last 5 guys that have had your job have been assassinated over the course of the last month. So we want to promote you to this new available position. How would you feel about that? Anyways, that's I don't think I'd want a promotion.
If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able.
Trump says European-led efforts at diplomacy
Iran never
aren't
had
helping,
nuclear weapons.
and that
Israel
only the U.S. can bring an end to the
allege
crisis through a deal,
with lies.
claiming
Then
Iran
why
is
doesn't
at the brink of having a nuclear weapon
they're
within
talking about
weeks
it here.
or months.
What intelligence do you have that?
Why doesn't Iran just say, okay, fine, come look at our facilities? You can see that we've not made any progress on making a nuclear weapon. It would be really easy.
Community said that.
You're a director of national
Yeah,
intelligence.
I know they
Tulsi
wouldn't give
Gabbard.
me a choice, cheesy. I know.
National
They'd probably have a
Intelligence
gun to
Director
your
Tulsi
head.
Gabbard defended herself on X, blaming the media for fake news and posting a portion of her March congressional testimony that only seemed to confirm her intelligence disagreement with Trump.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
Trump cast doubt on Iran's claim that it is enriching uranium only for energy purposes.
When you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that.
While Trump's fissure with advisors cautioning him against striking Iran is deepening, he also says he wants to be a
Republican
peacemaker,
Party
and
splitting
that
up,
U.S. ground
splitting
forces
up?
in Iran would be the last thing anyone wants. Whether the U.S. will join Israel in its aerial bombardments will be a decision solely up to him.
For those of you that are on TikTok, I just got a message saying that there's some comment in this live that were filtered to protect the community's experience. By all means, come over to Twitch or YouTube. That's a filter that I haven't put on, and we don't have those filters on Twitch or YouTube. So
He also said that Tehran defense capabilities
somebody probably
are
said something which was
non-negotiable.
totally valid,
Milena Veselonovich reports from Geneva.
unless you were talking about how the
A
Vikings were
slew
going
of
to win the
diplomatic
NFC North.
arrivals.
Then
All smiles and cordial handshakes, but behind the pleasantries, there is a lot at stake. The Iranian foreign minister met with top diplomats from the UK, France, Germany, and the European Union in an urgent attempt to pull the spiraling conflict in the Middle East.
Well, they're probably spreading propaganda on TikTok saying that the Vikings were going to win the NFC North. That's probably what was blocked.
And all nuclear enrichment on its soil, a position that aligns with Washington, but one that Tehran has repeatedly rejected.
Also, if you have an ad blocker, feel free to watch on YouTube as well.
And has always been under the IAEA safeguards and
doesn't matter to me.
monitoring. Iran is
Then you
ready
don't get
to
ads.
consider diplomacy once again. And once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable for the crimes committed. In this regard, I made it crystal clear that Iran's defense capabilities are not negotiable.
From the European side, too, little sign of a breakthrough.
We are keen to continue ongoing discussions and negotiations with Iran, and we urge Iran to continue their talks with the United States. This is a perilous moment, and it is hugely important that we don't see regional escalation of this conflict.
The road to resolution looking uncertain.
After hours of talks, little detail on what, if anything, was achieved at this meeting. What we've heard from the diplomats were things that were said many times before about the need to deal.
The fact that Iran didn't come out and immediately say, "Why do we have a parrot squawking here?" The fact that we didn't have the Iranians come out and say, "Listen, just come look at our facility," that is a little odd.
Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera.
Now and then I agree. The IAEA should definitely check all their facilities out.
Moscow wasn't prepared to broker a deal, but is
You ready to become an American? Now America's going to become our next province.
Mediation. We are
That's what's
simply
going to happen.
offering ideas, and if they are attractive to both sides, we will be only too happy about that. But I repeat, we are in contact with Israel. As you know, I recently spoke with Prime Minister Mr. Netanyahu.
You're going to be our 11th
and
province.
with the President of Iran and with the President of the United States, who are, of course, directly involved in all these processes. I presented them with my vision, a possible move forward in the direction of resolving the situation.
Now, before this most recent conflict started, Iran's economy was buckling under the weight of Western sanctions. Rising inflation and a collapsing currency have made everyday life difficult for Iranians and have some people wondering if the country can afford a prolonged conflict. Riley Carlson has this report.
Lines are getting longer at Tehran's grocery stores and gas stations. Non-essential shops are closing. Struggling for years under Iran's stifled economy means not everyone is able to heed the threats to leave the capital.
Hold on.
Everyone struggling for years under Iran's stifled economy means not.
So this, I'm going to go back to live, but I was watching a video yesterday where they're talking about how Iran has become like much more modern over the last several years. A woman walking around with her hair hanging out like this 4 years ago would never have happened. Like, I know it's still not great, but that never would have happened years ago.
Not everyone is able to heed the threats to leave the capital.
How could we leave? Some people might have a lot of savings.
Like the video was people walking around the street and like 50% of the women weren't wearing a headscarf or anything. I know to us in the Western world are like, well, of course, why should they need to? But over there, it's
the stock exchange is closed until Sunday, an effort
pretty
to
recent.
ride out the volatility of a week of conflict. The government says its refineries, critical to its petroleum output, are still operational. Tehran has threatened to close its side of the Strait of Hormuz if things escalate further, but experts say that would also hurt Iran.
That option is not ideal. It's the lifeline of Iran and its neighbor. They don't want to go to that direction. But if Iran is to be destabilized to a bigger extent, and
I don't know why the bottom is blurred. To be honest, School Vikes.
Scenario.
Iran's struggling economy has been plagued by annual
Look,
inflation
another one,
near
like,
40% and a soaring cost
I'm like
of
pointing
living.
at it like, oh my god,
Now
oh my god.
Iranians have to
Women without,
survive
look at
not
this.
just
They're-
sanctions, but a conflict
You,
that shows
you never
no
would have seen
signs of
this
letting
a
up.
few years ago.
Riley Carlson, Al Jazeera.
Nader Habibi is a professor and specialist in Middle East economics at Brandeis University in Massachusetts and joins me live from Boston. Thank you very much. Two countries here, one under heavy sanctions, that's Iran, and then the other, which is Israel with its ongoing expansive war on Gaza. How is that likely to affect both economies?
Negatively, certainly it would have a negative impact, but the pressure varies between the two countries. Iran was already under severe sanctions before these
Well,
Israeli
not
strike
just
began
her
on
eyes. I
June
mean, that would have been in like
12th.
Afghanistan or
Therefore,
something, but
the situation will get only
they didn't have to wear the burqa,
worse for
just
Iran.
the headscarf.
To give you an example, the there was a strike by truck drivers about 2 weeks before June 12th. And it was because they were not able to meet all the expenses. The retirees were continuously on the strike because of the cost of living. The situation in Iran, because of the sanctions, has been so bad that the standard of living for
Got a video
many
to show you
people,
guys in a sec.
has been declining continuously in recent years. Now you have this massive exodus of people from Tehran to various other cities, and a disruption of economic activity. So if this continues for a long time, I think it's going to have a very severe impact on Iranian economy. Israeli economy has not experienced anything like this because previous wars of Israel have not had such a severe impact through missile attacks on critical civilian structure. For example, today the technology park in southern Israel was attacked, a center where many important software and technology institutions were operating. Yes, so the economic conditions are really under stress in both countries.
So under a lot of stress, and as we were just saying, that Iran under heavy sanctions for years now, where has it managed to get that revenue? What's its source? And are these
Selling
likely
oil
to be disrupted because of the conflict?
China and...
Even under the sanctions, Iran was able to export certain amount of oil, and in some periods, even the United States tolerated the export of oil. So China, for example, is a major oil client of Iran. So far, during these 8 days of conflict, Israel has not targeted Iran's oil export facilities. And this is because the United States does not want any kind of interruption in supply.
All right, see you later, Cheesy. Have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by.
Economy. And in my opinion, Israel will refrain from targeting those and simply focus on refineries and disrupting the domestic economy without interrupting oil export flows.
And you're saying, well, you were just saying, you know, for example, we've seen the Israelis attack the South Pass field and then also oil depots. Can it take Iranian oil out of the market at all?
Technically, they can, but they haven't decided to do that for the reason that I just explained. They have targeted refineries and petrochemicals which produce for domestic market. The result of that is a shortage of gasoline. And given that Israel has announced that it is interested in social revolt against the regime, and it's openly inviting Iranian people to
Sorry, I've
rise
got a
against
big
the
piece
regime,
of news. I
perhaps
think
this disruption in oil supply domestically would add to the discontent and anger of the people, which might contribute to that objective. But they have not shown any interest in targeting Iran's exports so far.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nader Habibi, a professor.
Okay,
at
while we're between things, here's the video of this is the guy that we were talking about. He was the one that was just assassinated today. So he just got promoted to the job. Probably knew he was now on a list, and I'm assuming this is his apartment up here. So this is him talking, acting all tough a week ago, probably. But he was the head commander for in the military for drone attacks. This is his building here. Oh, hold on. You can see that it's completely blown out. And when you see something like this, this obviously isn't an airstrike. This is obviously like a detonation from inside of the apartment itself. So very clearly a targeted attack on the guy. You can see the windows are kind of blown out. And understand wanting to, but it doesn't seem like it hurt Iranians' drone program since they're betting 1,000. It probably does a lot to their commander's psyche if they keep seeing, other guys that they're in the army with get killed all the time, right? So
therefore not that many in the way of showers. There are a few
this is another big deal for those of you, any Canadians in the chat. I'll just quickly go over this. On Monday, Canada is expected to reach a defense agreement with the EU. That probably also includes buying our arms from the EU as opposed to the US. So that's kind of a bit of retaliation for the tariffs.
The world is shifting. Power.
Crazy Israel. Yeah, it's weird how they're able to do that, right? For some reason, I guess with Hamas, it's just easier to carpet bomb an entire territory rather than, actually try to individually find people.
And diplomacy is tested. What is Putin trying?
Those Mossad agents are working overtime though in in Iran. Like, how many people have they got now, and they're still actively, they're in their cell actively stirring up problems. There's reports that they're actually doing a lot to stir up the population as well, to get them pissed off at the government and try to help overthrow the government too. So
welcome back. You're watching Al Jazeera, and here's a reminder of our top stories this hour. Iranian officials say 2 people have been killed in an Israeli attack on the city of Qom, that's just south of Tehran. The Israeli military says it's striking missile storage and launch infrastructure. Meanwhile, there have been explosions in the skies.
Now and Then is saying enriching uranium for future nuclear reactor for the use of generating electricity instead of only on oil. I understand that Now and Then, but the problem is that there's only a point that you need to enrich your uranium in order to do that. But if you go past that, then that is a clear indication that you're no longer enriching it just for means of producing electricity or energy, but you're also doing it you're actually doing it for weapons. That's the only reason that you would have to enrich it any further. And that's what people are saying that the Iranians are doing. And if they weren't, they could just say, come and look at our enrichment facilities. But they haven't done that. Why haven't they done that? Maybe they're hiding something.
And hospitals have been targeted. Do we really have
and I don't have a skin in the game. Like, I think both regimes are terrible. Both of them are brutal.
Defending ourselves, but we're not shutting the door on diplomacy. Over the past 200 years, Iran has not initiated any war. We have no interest in starting one and deliberately avoid it. What we are witnessing today is a legitimate act of self-defense, which is clearly recognized as Iran's right under all international protocols. At the same time, to show the world that we remain open to dialogue, we have chosen to engage.
Okay, so that video that I was watching earlier where the women were actually walking around without their headscarves, this is definitely not the case here. So maybe this is just tradition at a funeral, though. I don't know.
In such circumstances, everyone knows that this path has been tried repeatedly over recent decades. Wasn't Iraq invaded under similar pretexts? And after all
they can fight it out as far as I'm into it.
Weapons?
I'd prefer they didn't fight,
is not that we
because you're going to have a lot of innocent people that get
Rather,
killed.
Our
But
stance is one of lawful defense. We hope the United States avoids making such a mistake. But should tensions rise, our responses will certainly escalate in proportion. We have always said, do not speak to the Iranian people in the language of threats. Iran is an ancient civilization, far older than many of the nations now making statements. We have a deep-rooted heritage, and they must recognize they are addressing a great nation. What is crucial here is that if they make a mistake, we will undoubtedly defend ourselves, and we will carry out whatever is rightfully ours. We sincerely hope they do not make such a misstep.
United Nations Security Council has held an emergency session on the conflict at the request of Tehran. At times, the session became very tense. Israel's representative was warned after launching a personal attack at Iran's ambassador, who again insisted that Tehran's nuclear program is a peaceful one. Gabriel Elizondo reports from UN headquarters in New York.
What are these protests for?
At an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, Secretary General Antonio Guterres appealed for an end to the fighting and a return to negotiations.
We are not witnessing isolated incidents.
What is this guy supposed to say?
To potential.
Could you imagine if he stood up there and he was like, "Okay, we're tired of you guys' crap. Can you guys just duke it out and we'll deal with whoever wins?"
National Atomic Energy Agency told the council he is most concerned about the ramifications if Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant is attacked.
A direct hit would result in a very high release of radioactivity to the environment.
For supporting this meeting.
Iran's ambassador Amir Saeed Iravani reminded the council that while Iran has opened its nuclear facilities up to inspection, Israel has not.
Iran's nuclear program is peaceful and under the world's most extensive IAEA inspections. Iran has long advocated for a nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East. Israel is the only possessor of undeclared nuclear weapon in the region. It refused to accede to the NPT and block regional disarmament efforts.
Israel's ambassador later received a warning after he leveled a personal attack against his Iranian counterpart.
Mr. Iravani, you are not a victim. You are not even a diplomat. You are a wolf pretending to be a diplomat. And we are done pretending otherwise.
China and Russia continued to condemn Israel's attack on Iran that they said have led to the...
Yeah, I think both countries are, I think both of them are just deplorable. The stuff that Israel has done in Gaza is absolutely revolting, so
on the global
I'm not really feeling sorry for them at the moment, to be honest.
The United Nations in New York.
Dozens of Palestinians trying to get hold of food.
For thousands of years, we aren't going to change that. They'll have to change or keep going at it.
At least 82 Palestinians were killed throughout the Strip on Friday in multiple attacks. Funerals have been held for many of the victims. Hani Mahmoud has this report from Gaza City.
I am tired of listening to Israel try and pretend like they're the victim all the time, to be honest, with what's going on in Gaza. I just don't want to hear it anymore.
And of course, leaving behind trails of devastation and destruction. And as of this moment, many of the enforced evacuation orders by the Israeli military are being reissued one more time, just pushing people and cramming them in a small part of the western part of Gaza City. We're talking about the entire northern part of the Strip, including the city of Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia, and part of Jabalia. A major part of Jabalia City and Jabalia refugee camp residents have been pushed into the internal enforced displacement, all here in the western part of Gaza City. Once again, one would have imagined the tension between Iran and Israel would have brought a respite for Gazans across the Strip, but contrary, what we're seeing on the ground.
It learned the West loves their victims.
Increase of these
I mean, both sides are playing the victim card to an extent.
Casualties and serve the tension between Iran and Israel.
You know, Iran's trying to
pretend
that they haven't been enriching uranium, and it's becoming very clear that they have been.
They've been targeting people throughout the past days, and since
they've also been talking about wiping the Israeli state off of the map for decades.
Right now is that the Israeli military is taking advantage of this distraction.
Like, why is it people don't want these crazy people to have a nuclear weapon?
At this moment, we're seeing Palestinians dying at a record number, and we can count as many as a lot of them due either at the distribution centers or inside their tents, or simply walking in the streets between the displacement sites and the streets. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from Gaza City, Palestine.
Pro-Palestinian activist and Columbia University graduate Mahmoud Khalil has been released from immigration detention. The release comes after a judge ruled Khalil, who is a legal US resident, is not a flight risk and hasn't been accused of a crime. Khalil was arrested in March after the Trump administration argued his on-campus activism for Gaza undermined US foreign policy.
The hundreds of men who I left behind me shouldn't be there in the first place. The Trump administration are doing their best to dehumanize everyone here. Whether you are a US citizen, an immigrant, or just a person on this land doesn't mean that you are less of a human. The message is justice will prevail, no matter what this administration may try to portraying that immigrants
hold on.
criminals.
You know what's crazy about Americans don't know about the USS Liberty?
This simply is not true. And just to keep the fight against
was that was that the ship that Israel is claiming they accidentally attacked it? They didn't realize it was an American ship.
Governor of California and the
That
mayor
happened
of LA
quite some time
have been
ago, right?
citing unrest. Earlier this month, the federal government deployed National Guard and Marines to protect federal buildings from protesters against immigration raids. And there have been similar raids in California's agricultural heartland that haven't been seen in the last 15 years, but that changed this last week as the Trump administration increased attempts to deport undocumented, undocumented immigrants. Teresa Bow reports from Ventura County.
So they knew it was an American?
Ventura County, California, known for its fertile soil and the diverse crops that come from it.
Really? So they actually tried to make it look like it was Egypt that did it?
The round of immigration raids have taken place.
I would just let Israel rot then.
His real name, is
if I was the leader of,
he has been living in the United States for 50.
If I was the leader of the U.S., I would just say, fine, we're just going to let you rot. Good luck. You're on your own now. You're on your own now, boys. So.
TV, on our website, and on all our social media platforms.
While you're ready for another false flag, you hope you're ready. That's why people were talking about get ready for the false flags. I didn't know they were referring to that event. Johnny, yes, they did. Both sides had strikes. So we're currently waiting to see if Iran strikes again. They had been striking or sending out strikes around, this time or a little later for the last several days. So we're waiting to see if it happens again today. Yeah, the Iranians tend to strike during the morning, like before noon. But right now you can see it's, is that correct? Yeah, this is the correct time. It's 7:30 in the morning in Israel. I think the strike yesterday happened at like 11 or noon or something like that. The one the day before that was at like 9, so... but they did have a major strike overnight, and there is a very good possibility that they're basically just arming their missile launchers and getting ready to go again. Oh, I've looked at watched documentaries on Netanyahu. I am not a fan of Netanyahu. Like, I'm not a fan of the Israeli government or the Iranian one. I'd like to see both of them toppled.
To earn it takes honesty, commitment, rigor, and independence. It thrives on free and open debate and discussion. Power and manipulation are alien to it. It's the enemy of oppressors and dictators. It's a cornerstone.
He's trying to do the work his father was. You're talking about Netanyahu?
In French,
both sides are terrible, guys. Like, when people come in here and they're like, "Oh, we want, fuck the Israelis, fuck the, Iranians." Like, the population themselves are not bad. Like, if you talk to Persians, they're extremely friendly people.
Freedom of thought.
Same, like, the populations are fine. It's the evil governments that are running the show that are the problem. Yeah, Johnny, every day. I think they said it was like around 80 people again died over the last day in Gaza.
Hello, and a warm welcome from me and the team. It's daybreak here in Europe and on France 24. Our headlines this Saturday. Iran and Israel continue to trade strikes as Iran warns there will be no negotiation.
Apparently, Israel has recently struck Iran's Isfahan nuclear site. Let's see if I can find out where that is.
Still weighing whether to join the conflict. The UN
striking
Children's Agency
nuclear
warns that Gaza is
facilities.
facing
I'm
a
not so
man-made
sure that's
drought.
you know,
Israel
smart,
continues
but
to
okay.
pound the enclave with airstrikes, and some 24 more Palestinians were killed by Israeli gunfire.
So here we go.
while
This is
trying to
apparently
access food aid.
where that is.
And
So it's
Palestinian
south of
activist
Tehran.
Mahmoud Khalil is released after over 3 months in federal detention. The former Columbia grad student became a symbol of President Trump's crackdown on campus protests. He's believed to be headed home to New York to meet his baby born while he was in detention.
Yeah, apparently this is the facility that they struck.
Thank you for joining us. We begin with the latest exchange of strikes between Israel and Iran. Iranian missiles were intercepted over Tel Aviv overnight. Meanwhile, an explosion was heard in the central Iranian city of Isfahan, home to one of Iran's largest nuclear facilities. It came just after the Israeli military announced it had launched a new wave of strikes on missile storage and launch strikes in central Tehran. Central Iran, rather. Benjamin Netanyahu claimed early this Saturday that Israeli strikes have already set back Iran's nuclear program by at least 2 years. Well, Iran says that it will not negotiate over its nuclear program as long as it remains under attack. Comments made by the Iranian foreign minister as he met with European counterparts in Geneva. Europe is trying to bring Iran back.
You're partially Jewish, but I don't support this shit. Hey, Skullbox, I just wanted to clarify. Can you just become Jewish if you're like I'm not religious, but can somebody decide that they're going to be Jewish, or do they have to be born into the religion?
Diplomacy on Iran's nuclear ambitions.
Like I can go and
French foreign minister urged Iran to resume negotiations with all sides without
become
awaiting the
Catholic if I
cessation
want to.
of strikes.
There can be no purely military solutions to the challenge of Iran's nuclear program. Military operations can delay
now
the
they're committing
nuclear
genocide
program,
and ask for
but
this
by no
war
means
with
eliminate
Iran, so kind of hard to have sympathy for them,
Iran's
especially when our
foreign
tax
minister said
dollars
no
are
to
paying
talks on its nuclear
for the
program
shit
while the
when we don't
violence
have health care and most
Iran is ready
people
to
can't
consider
afford rent and groceries.
diplomacy once again.
True.
And once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable for the crimes committed.
This was the first face-to-face meeting between Western and Iranian officials since the start of the conflict. Tehran said it supported the continuation of discussion with the European countries and was willing to meet again in the near future. US President Donald Trump, meanwhile, said...
Yeah, I'm going to pause that. I'm going to play a couple of videos here because this stuff is actually new, whereas that stuff is not. So,
well, these new attacks happening just ahead, of course, of a high-stakes meeting beginning in Switzerland.
my brother took a
Iran's
DNA test to
foreign
find
minister
out our
sitting
lineage
down
and
with
roots.
top
Oh, okay.
European diplomats in Geneva after French President Emmanuel Macron said his country, Germany, and the UK are ready to make an offer to Iran for what he described as complete negotiations. Well, before the meeting, the Iranian minister leveled criticism at Israel. Take a listen.
We were supposed to meet with Americans
I
on
think-
15 June to craft a very promising agreement.
I think if your mother is Jewish, you're automatically Jewish. Right? Like, even if you're not religious, I think you're automatically considered Jewish or something. I don't know how it
For
works.
peaceful resolution of the issues fabricated over our peaceful nuclear program. It was a betrayal of diplomacy. And
Well, this guy here, he actually had to let the Israelis know what flight he was on because he was flying in a plane from Iran to Geneva for this UN meeting. So knowing that they'd assassinated a whole bunch of people already, he had to let them know what plane he was on in order to go, in hopes that they would not shoot down their flight.
unprecedented blow to the foundation of international law and UN system. Let me be clear. If there is any use of costly systems and mechanisms we have created for the past 80 decades to preserve human rights and dignity,
Does Netanyahu want to leave a legacy in the Middle East with his false allegations now and then says on TikTok? Which false allegation? He's been doing it for 32 years now.
now is the time to do it.
Well, with Donald Trump's announcement...
But like I said, all Iran had to do was say, hey, listen, we're not enriching our uranium to the point of weapons grades. Come look at our facility. And they're not offering to do that. So immediately you're sitting there thinking, well, they're hiding something then.
That he wants to leave the door open for diplomacy for as long as 2 weeks. I want to talk about this European push for negotiations, or at least a dialogue with the French Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Christophe Lemoine, who is joining me this hour from Paris. It's good to have you, sir. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Foreign Minister Barrot briefed the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio on the planned approach for today's meeting. What exactly is that approach, sir? Can you explain?
Well, there was a call yesterday between French Minister Barrot and Secretary of State Rubio on, considering the situation that it is now and presenting the priorities of the French diplomacy, which is, obtaining a ceasefire and going back to the negotiations. And the presentation was, in a way, to present what was all about for today's meeting with the Iranians. And again, the approach is based on, let's go back to negotiation, let's do it in Europeans with the Iranians, and let's see if there is a willingness on the Iranian part to restart negotiating.
Does it help when the German Chancellor says Israel is doing the world's dirty work?
Well, there has been a common European approach on Iran for the last decades in terms of negotiation.
I mean, a 5.2 whatever earthquake, dude, happens all over the world every single day, man. So I don't know.
There have been an alignment between, the UK, Germany.
Also, I believe, and this is how they know a lot about North Korea's nukes. They're able to detect nuclear explosions individually. So when North Korea was detonating nukes underground, they knew they were doing it. So I think they'd be able to say the same thing with Iran as well.
Germany and France, and this alignment is still valid today. So this is what's happening in Geneva right now. Those three ministers, the E3 ministers, are talking to the Iranians, and again they are trying to re-engage them on the negotiation. Anything that happens on the military side must cease because there is no military solution.
Well, it hasn't ceased. Iran and Israel have been exchanging strikes overnight, and
I want to show you guys something. Actually, I'll wait till the end of
Iran
this.
has just sent missiles into Israel. We were just speaking to our correspondent in Haifa, where the impact of one of those missiles is very, very clear and very deadly. The French President Emmanuel Macron has said that the goal here is complete negotiations. Can you explain what he means by that? What exactly does Europe mean by complete negotiations, sir?
Complete negotiations means that we offered a package that was proposed today to
Israel cannot go alone for war without the U.S. I agree. If especially if other countries start to jump in, Israel might be in trouble. But I don't think the U.S. is going to let them just die. I think they would come in and just put an end to it.
The Iranians in Geneva, which is meant to be presenting a global solution for the whole situation, which means one part on the nuclear program, one part on the ballistic program, one part on anything that Iran does in financing proxies in the region that is highly destabilizing the region, and one other part on other security matters, including the hostages.
Don't you think Israel put
the
USA? Sorry, the question is, don't you think Israel put the U.S. in a screwed up spot? Yeah, they did. They attacked kind of out of the blue. There was supposed to be another round of negotiation talks, and also they killed the lead negotiator on the Iranian negotiation team, including also on top of that, all their lead scientists, their nuclear scientists, and head military personnel. So that was part of their initial strike, but why was the lead negotiator assassinated? That seems a little suspect.
still held in Iran. So this global package is meant to embrace the whole situation. This is a proposition, and we hope it's going to be a platform on which.
I mean, that's a really good point, clearly regarded. Although NATO is a defensive organization, so if Turkey decides to attack Israel, I do not believe that they can then go and initiate Article 5, which is the article where if one country gets attacked, hey, thanks for the follow. If one country gets attacked, all the other countries come to its defense. If one of those NATO countries attacks someone else, I do not believe that they can. I'm like 99% positive. I'd have to look it up, but I don't think that they can initiate Article 5 and force all of NATO to come along. In fact, there's only been one time that Article 5 has ever been used, and that was by the Americans when they got attacked by Al Qaeda in 9/11. And yes, Blother, to further the point, Turkey alone could handle Israel. Like, Turkey's military is easily top 10 in the world, I believe. Maybe even close to top 5. I don't know if top 5 might be stretching it, but I think top 10 they're definitely right up there.
There could be further discussions with the Iranians, right, and in a broader format with the United States or other countries from the region.
I just wonder whether these complete negotiations, which extend beyond the nuclear file then, reflect the scope of the American talks with Iran that were scheduled, of course, in their 6th round to happen on Sunday and haven't materialized. Or is this Europe wresting concessions and a wider scope out of Iran at a time when Iran is clearly weakened on its nuclear, missile file, and indeed the regime itself?
I can watch that later.
Well, this proposition is to tackle the very core of the problem, of the crisis that we are going through
I'll watch
right
it
now,
later.
which is
I will
first,
definitely I love watching that sort of stuff.
The ballistic
Documentaries.
program and all the proxies.
I'll go right down the rabbit hole.
It's meant to be tackling this in a very pragmatic way. So this is a proposition. This is a start for negotiation. We hope that we are able to move on this and to progress and to reach an agreement. And I completely get that operations are still on and there are still strikes.
Oh, let me properly thank you. Yukio 161. Thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. I was in the middle of a sentence and I gave you like a half-assed thank you, but thank you very much. I appreciate the follows there, guys.
On Israel and strikes in Iran, but each war ends with a negotiation, and we hope that this negotiation is happening right now.
Emmanuel Macron talked about, quote, moving towards zero enrichment. Does that suggest that zero enrichment is no longer a red line, as stated by the US administration? Has Europe moved the goalposts there? Can I just try and understand a little about what the president meant?
Yes, absolutely. That's what Emmanuel Macron stated today. And
I appreciate the fact that you guys are here.
And it's a very
I love watching this stuff.
That
so
is very clear. In the framework,
a lot of other people are interested as well.
All this is taking place within the framework of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and that treaty, sets guidelines and sets obligation to the states that are parties to the treaty, which is the case of Iran. So. The zero enrichment is something that we put on the table, and that's something we think will guarantee some stability, because there cannot be a military nuclear program in Iran. That is not possible. So we have to set those kind of threats.
There's been like the odd person that has come into my chat and they're like, why should Iran not be able to have nuclear missiles? It's like I can't even begin to like try and debate with people that think that more countries should have nuclear missiles.
Thresholds. We have to be clear about this, and I think that's what President Macron said today, and that's what he wanted to state today, a clear position on zero enrichment.
Do you worry at this point in France that Iran may actually pull out of the NPT?
We noticed that over the last 2 years, Iran has been escalating on its nuclear program. They've been going through thresholds in terms of enrichment, in terms of production, in terms of not complying with their obligation within the JCPOA and within the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And this, for us, was very concerning and very worrying. And this is why now we are engaging them into serious negotiation, which means that they will have to comply with obligations and they will have to comply with verifications. And that's something that is very important. There is a question about the transparency that they must have of their program.
Wow, Dizzy, what's up,
they
man?
haven't had it before, and now they have to engage themselves in that way. So again, what he's proposing is a negotiation, but with a stance that is very clear, because we want to have a solid agreement at the end that would be fulfilled by everybody in the region.
The U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who your foreign minister has briefed, has reportedly just told your foreign minister that the U.S., and I quote Rubio here, is ready for direct contact with the Iranians at any time. Firstly, is that likely? Secondly, that sounds like the U.S. isn't putting much stock in these discussions that don't directly include them. So is this Europe playing a bridge between
Donald
the
Trump
two
is
point,
mad
trying
that
to
he's not being included in these talks.
What the point is?
The point, I think, is to be pragmatic. Again, we are, advocating some kind of diplomatic way out of that crisis, and anything, any effort, any initiative that will go into that direction will be, I think, welcomed by the Europeans. So we've kicked off something today in Geneva. This is a...
That is seriously why, please, why should you have nuclear weapons? I don't want anyone to have nuclear weapons, Polly. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I don't want anyone to have nuclear weapons. There are some countries that already have them, but I don't want any more countries to have them. Because it just increases the risk of having a country with a crazy leader who's stupid enough to actually use them, having nuclear weapons. Like, if you were going to ask me who would I rather have nuclear weapons between, say, Iran and maybe, I don't know, Scotland? I mean, there's no question to me that I'd rather this, I don't want Iran to have nukes. I don't want anyone else to either. But I feel like Iran's regime that they have in there, they're a much bigger threat to actually use them than other countries. That's why this is such a big deal.
Good start for discussion. We'll see how the Iranians are reacting. But of course, we're ready,
Legit,
to
Stitch,
open
I'm
the
doing it for
discussions
fun. We'll see.
To others.
This
and
is what I do
and
during
of
the
course,
day when I'm
United
not streaming.
States.
So,
but anything that will go in what we think is the right direction, will have the support of France and the support of the Europeans.
where was the end of that video? Because there was
but anything.
CNN's Fred Pleitgen is
the other video that I have. Yeah. This is kind of what I do during the day when I'm not streaming, and I was like, you know what, I may as well just stream this, because half the time I'll come home from work and I'll just start watching videos like this, and then I'll be like, oh wait, I've got to go to bed in 2 hours. I'm not going to start streaming now. So
is the first Western journalist to enter Iran.
Yeah, if you're an old viewer of mine, I appreciate that you're stopping by. I appreciate it very much. If you're new and you enjoy the content, please feel free to like the channel or subscribe over on YouTube.
He's there with our Claudia Otto. He attended a massive protest in Tehran where protesters chanted death to America, death to Israel. Fred has more from Tehran.
Massive crowds have
Okay,
turned out here in central Tehran to...
Oh, another thing that we were talking about earlier, and this is kind of a big point. Remember a couple days ago, Trump announced that Tehran needs to be evacuated, and then people just immediately started flooding out of the city? A lot of people are speculating, and it sounds like legit, that they're doing that basically for tactics like psychological tactics, basically psychological warfare. to kind of terrorize the population and believing, oh my God, there's war here, and just keeping them on a constant situation where they're under high alert and stressed out and stuff like that. So yeah, anyways, that's something interesting that I was reading about earlier, is that they might not even necessarily mean that they're going to strike there, but they just want to put fear into the citizens to get them running around. And eventually, over a period of time, it's going to have an effect on them. And maybe perhaps they would rise up against the government in order to put a stop to this. We'll see.
Protest against Israel's strikes against Iran, but also against the policies.
Hey, Beaver
of the
Queen,
Trump
how's it going?
administration as well. Many of them were chanting "Death to America," were chanting "Death to Israel." We saw them burn American flags and burn Israeli flags.
Beaver Queen, you're a Canadians fan, right? If I remember correctly, I don't think we talked about this a long time ago, but.
You will punch the United States and Israel in the mouth, he says.
Oh yeah, buddy, go Habs, go.
Leader, this woman says. Don't you know my nation believes death is sweeter than honey? What do you have, Israel? He says. You have nothing. You are occupiers, unreligious. You're killing people, killing women. You kill everyone. You're terrorists.
Whoa.
So you can see that anger here being voiced by many of the folks who are walking here in this protest, whereas the Iranian government has said that as long as the Israelis continue their bombing campaign...
Okay, earlier we were talking about how there's been a lot of modernizations taking place in Iran where women are no longer forced to wear their headscarf. It was a video that I'd watched last night. That doesn't seem to be the case in this crowd.
of sites here in Iran, there will be Iranian missiles flying.
Like, I haven't seen a single female that's not wearing a headscarf so far.
Trump to try and end.
And maybe, I don't know, maybe they're worried about the fashion police or whatever they're called.
To this direct confrontation. Otherwise, they say, there could be a direct military confrontation.
Gotta appreciate the patriotism.
Iran.
Well, this is another worry that the that people have, is when, no matter how mad you are at your government, if somebody attacks your country, it is immediately going to rally the crowd or rally the population. So that is something that is definitely like very high on Israel and the U.S.'s minds, is they know that by striking Iran, no matter how tyrannical the Iranian government is, the population is going to rise up and be all patriotic, because they don't want to see their country burn. They don't want to see, people attacking their country without fighting back. So it is definitely a real situation that you have here, where now suddenly the whole population is galvanized and all, pro-Iranian, and, it might hurt the chances that it might actually help the government be toppled.
And the United States, the Iranians say it's not something they want, but they also
He was threatened by death for removing it, really.
But like in CNN, Tehran.
Yeah, I was watching a video last night, and it was just somebody walking around to the camera, and like half of the women that were in the video weren't wearing a hijab at all, so...
Former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Admiral James Stavridis joins me now. Admiral, first of all, what do you make of a protest like that in Iran? Obviously, the government the Iranian government wants to see people out on the streets protesting, sending a message, certainly to folks in the United States and perhaps in Israel. You had Prime Minister Netanyahu speaking directly to Iranians several days ago.
Well, the form of Islam that they practice, it's Shia in Iran, is that right? And is it Sunni in Iraq? I'm not actually positive, but it's one or the other.
To rise up, that seems difficult. Obviously, even though we know there are deep divisions within Iran during the bombing campaign, not clear a lot of people are going to be rising up against the government. I'm wondering how important for Iran is a demonstration like that.
It's important for the government, which I think you're correct is increasingly brittle, simply because of all the economic pressure the country's been under for much of a decade, as well as obviously the bombing campaign right now. But I think the West and the Israelis would be wise to look at the reaction, for example, of the Ukrainians. When the bombs start dropping, nations tend to pull together. Look at the Brits during World War II. So I think there's probably a thread of sincerity that runs through those demonstrations as that population reacts in defiance to the bombing of Israel.
We're seeing diplomatic efforts going underway in Europe between European foreign ministers and Iran. Do you put much stock in that? Do you think those are important?
I think they are. Certainly the three primary actors in the drama at the moment are Iran, Israel, and the United States. But there are two other nexi of power that I think are important to keep in mind. One is Europe and the Europeans, hence the importance of these talks in Geneva. Let's face it, Europe, the second largest economy in the world after the United States collectively, stands to lose an awful lot economically. They're within range of Iranian missiles. They have a real stake in what's unfolding here. And I think they could nudge the United States toward a diplomatic solution. The other pair that we don't talk about much are Russia and China, both of whom regard Iran as an important client state, and both have tools they can use to try and push toward a diplomatic solution. So let's hope all of that pressure collectively somehow moves this toward a diplomatic solution, although at the moment, it looks more like military action ahead to me.
I've talked to some Israelis who are supportive of what the government here is doing, and they're concerned about losing momentum. They feel like there has been successful.
Sorry, ancient history of Iran and the Middle East should be a basic requirement for college. It is one of the more interesting areas. I mean, think of how many times the area has been conquered by different empires. I mean, you could probably list off 5 empires really quickly. Ottoman Empire, Roman, Greek. I'm not sure if the Mongolian Empire got quite that far, but probably pretty close. Egypt. Like, there's probably... Who else am I mean, World War II had a lot of battles around that area.
Strikes by Israel against Iran. Israel has said that they kind of have freedom of movement in the skies. They're not complete because obviously we saw missiles being launched into Israel today as well as yesterday. But from a military standpoint, is momentum something that might be lost with this pause by the Trump administration?
I don't think so. Given the fact that it's only 2 weeks maximum, don't forget that President Trump said within the next 2 weeks, I'll make a decision. He didn't say, I'm pausing for 2 weeks, then I'll announce a decision. I think more action could frankly come at any time. And 2 weeks is not a long time. In fact, I think it actually improves the chances of success in the mission because the U.S. is putting even more forces in the region to conduct a strike successfully if the U.S. decides to go ahead and do it. So I don't see this 2-week interregnum as a momentum breaker. I look at it, hopefully, I suppose, as one last...
I'm going to warn you now, I'm not taking sides politically, but I've got a string of CNN videos. I know half of my chat is probably like, screw CNN, but they do have some interesting videos I'm going to play. I'm not trying to be
kind of last exit
biased on one side or the other.
For diplomacy to have a chance.
If the U.S.'s role, if there is going to be one, a military role in offensive operations, is to target and use the weapons only they have against this Fordo facility, does that actually meet the military objectives of Israel, the elimination of Iran's nuclear facilities? Because there's obviously concern that over what we may not know, where enriched plutonium may have been moved to. These things are moved around with some regularity. There could be sites that we are unaware of, that Israel is unaware of as well, without actually having forces on the ground inspecting these sites. Can you really be sure Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed?
You cannot be. And this is what you and I are old enough to remember Don Rumsfeld. He used to talk about known unknowns. And that's what you're describing. Iran's a huge country, 2.5 times the size of Texas, mountainous. It has a population of 90 million. There's an awful lot of space that Iran could use, and they have a lot of resources in terms of population.
If
So
they've
at
got
the end of the
enriched,
day,
they could have already
a
moved it
single
out.
bunker-busting bomb would be a feel-good moment. I think it would be a successful mission. But those known unknowns of, are there other programs? What would the response be of Iran lashing back? Would they try to close the Strait of Hormuz? Would they attack U.S. forces in the region? There are many known unknowns that ought to mitigate against this strike, at least until we've given diplomacy further opportunity.
Borgie, what's up? Wise guy, how's it going?
Yeah, and of course the unknown is one bunker buster bomb enough? Would it take multiple? Would that even work? These have not been used in a situation like this. Admiral, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hey, this is one of the videos I've got loaded up, so we're just going to watch it now.
Now, a high-stakes meeting is getting underway in Switzerland. Iranian and European officials opening critical windows for diplomacy as the conflict between
Anyone here ever seen a bomb shelter before? I have not seen a bomb shelter, so I want to see what this looks like.
into a war involving
I've never
the
been
United
in one.
States. And President Trump giving himself some breathing room before deciding whether the U.S. will directly join the fight militarily.
You reckon
Geneva
it would be the end of the
Iran's
human race? Yeah, I mean, certainly as long as nukes aren't used, for sure. I mean, I don't want to get involved either way, but there is definitely the worry that nukes would eventually be used. The main thing that we have to worry about is if the U.S. gets involved, then we immediately have to turn around and take a look at what Russia and China are doing. I think Russia right now is too wrapped up with the Ukraine. I don't think that they have the means or the desire to get involved here. And in fact, when you saw the interview with Putin yesterday, he basically said, hey, they never agreed for us to have a defensive pact, so we're not getting involved. So you have to then only basically turn to China and worry about what they're going to do. Because right now, America is supplying arms to Israel, and Iran and China are allies, basically. So what happens if they start supplying arms to Iran? And then what happens if American forces get involved? And then what happens if Chinese? Then stuff hits the fan. Then we need to really start to worry. But if it's just going to be these three countries at the moment, we're not quite there yet, but we could be going down a very slippery slope very quickly. That's why it's kind of important to pay attention to this.
Foreign minister is meeting with his counterparts from the UK, France, and Germany, as well as the EU's foreign policy chief. French President Emmanuel Macron says the diplomats will offer a
Wise guy, Russia does not have the means to fight a second war right now. Like they're in enough trouble as it is right now with just the Ukraine. There's no way they're going to open up a second front, and they're not going to get through Alaska either. Like, I don't know if you know what the territory looks like in the western side of Alaska, but there's barely any roads, and they're not going to be wanting to try and traipse over that in order to get through the States. I don't even think they'd make it through Alaska, let alone get down to Vancouver.
And I'm quoting here, complete negotiations over its nuclear program.
I don't think
Israel says it responded.
I don't think India is going to get involved in this. I don't see India getting involved in this at all. I'm not worried about them. It would be China, and China and India don't care much for each other. So, because they have their own little skirmishes between their border. So I would be surprised if anyone else gets involved. But even China, I highly doubt that China gets involved here, because who has China ever invaded? Like, they're not about invading other countries. They're about growing their economy and stuff like that. But they haven't been invading other countries. So I would be surprised if China, they might supply arms. That's something else. But actually getting involved militarily with like boots on the ground, I don't see China getting involved here at all.
The two fires near a tech park that houses a Microsoft.
Yeah, if India got involved, Pakistan, there was a rumor that Pakistan would, if Israel dropped a nuke on Iran, that Pakistan would drop one on Israel, but Pakistan has since denied that claim.
Office after an Iranian missile was intercepted there. And the Israeli military says Iran has fired a fresh barrage of missiles towards northern,
Why would
and
China do
southern
that, though?
Israel. Our Anderson Cooper is on the ground in Tel Aviv, where sirens have been wailing
All right,
not
Mr.
just
Cooper,
long ago.
show me
are
what
you
a bomb
experiencing, and
shelter
where
looks
are
like.
you at this hour?
So yeah, we are in a bomb shelter along with a lot of other people in a hotel. Several
This looks like the basement of my old high school.
several feet below the ground. The blast, the air raid siren.
Wouldn't they take over Taiwan if they had the chance? Well, that's what a lot of people are worried about. Is Israel sees that the U.S. is kind of like tied up in a bunch of things right now. The way things are right now, with how Americans are so anti going to war and stuff like that, if China walked in and just went and took over Taiwan, do you think America would turn around and do anything, or would it just be economic sanctions and stuff like that? Like, do you see America saying, "All right, fine, we're sending ships and we're going to war here"? I don't know.
The air raid sirens went off shortly around 3 o'clock or so here in the afternoon, which is obviously in the middle of the day. As you know, oftentimes it's been at night. Yesterday morning there was one around 7 a.m. But what makes this difference is that these sirens went out over most of the country. So people were told over most of the country of Israel to seek shelter in bomb shelters. It looks like people have now been given the all clear, so there's people who are now leaving this shelter. We're told there were dozens of missiles fired toward Israel. We're told there have been...
Which country is a warmonger and invaded on the pretext of terrorism and possession of harmful weapons? Yeah, we all know who you're talking about. Like, there's been one country that over the last, say, 50 years has probably invaded more countries than anyone else. You would also have the other side also suggest that a lot of other countries wouldn't dare invade another country because that same very country, we'll just call it the United States of America, would go and kick the crap out of them. Like, nobody's going to invade Canada right now. That's not happening. China's not invading Canada. We don't have to worry about that. Why? Because the Americans are probably, sitting on their, they don't want to be next door to China. We're not getting invaded. We don't even have any enemies. Who hates Canadians? Except American hockey fans that are getting tired of Canada kicking their ass, at every international tournament. You're American. You're sick of Canada's behavior and bullying. I get that. You hate the fact that we crush you in hockey all the time. I get it. But you have seen other countries that have been invaded, and the Americans, or they've come to the rescue. But in a lot of those cases, like we'll take Kuwait for example, which just happens to be up here on the map. They got invaded by Iraq. I believe that was in 91-ish. Okay, excuse my memory, but I believe that was in 91. And America immediately came to the rescue. Now, you can argue why they came to the rescue. It might be this, black gold that's in the ground. But, a lot of people won't just go and invade other countries if they realize that there's, someone that's just going to come and kick the crap out of them, right?
Impacts in several places in the country, in the south, along the coast, and elsewhere. We don't know.
Oh, you mean American bullying and bullshit? Yeah. I mean, there are. Let's be honest. I'm sure Americans that are in this chat understand this. There's like a love-hate relationship with Americans around the world. Like, quite often people talk down about Americans. For many different reasons, whether it's involvement in their country throughout the world. Ask people in Chile that are, my age, how they feel about America. Ask people, in other countries where America has invaded and turned over the government. You got to look no further than Iran. Like there's a lot of hatred towards America, not necessarily because of the government that's in there now, but also because of the people that were around it, with the government that was in before the Ayatollah Khomeini came in. When the Shah was there, who was installed by the U.S. because of a coup that the Americans helped finance and run. And why? Because the democratically elected government that was in power before nationalized their oil fields, and the British and the Americans were pissed off about it. Right? But I mean, if you were an Iranian, you'd absolutely hate the fact that the Americans basically sabotage your country.
The extent of
look at where Iran is now compared to where they were back in, like look at the freedoms that they don't have now compared to the freedoms that they did have back in the 60s. Like it was a very progressive country at the time. Women didn't have to worry about getting, killed because they were showing hair on their head.
Those impacts, we don't know what the result has been, but this is something that has impacted or certainly gotten the attention of most of the country. You can hear these warning alerts. That's the all clear, but those warning alerts went out across the country.
I swear this is my old high school's basement.
For people to seek shelter. It seems like, I'm not sure, some people have left. It looks like there's a lot of people still staying here. So this is a very dynamic situation. This is the largest alert that we have seen countrywide.
You screw to Iran, they have every right to hate.
Yeah, I mean, I think you point out something really important. This is a large...
Also, I mean, they definitely had Americans' interests, but I do not think that they actually believed that the Shah was going to be as evil as he was. Like, I don't think they were like, hey, you know what, we're going to put this guy in power, but he's going to absolutely terrorize the population. I don't truly believe that they intended to do that. But that is also one of the reasons why they don't want to get involved with, like, overthrowing governments anymore, is because they have a history of doing that, and then suddenly the new government is a million times worse to deal with than the old government. So would they like to see the government in Iran get overthrown? Yeah, but they don't want to be involved in the coup attempt. They want the population to rise up. And that's why I was saying earlier, they're kind of using psychological warfare, where they were announcing to the residents of Tehran, hey, you need to evacuate the city. When, they had some strikes there, but not really a huge amount. But they were terrorizing the residents and freaking them out. And then suddenly you saw 10 million people that live in Tehran, and suddenly half of them, you saw the videos of people leaving on the video, and that's just psychological warfare. And eventually they're hoping that they're going to get tired of their government being involved in this stuff, maybe rise up and overthrow the government. We'll see.
Barrage that's happening in the daytime. Often you see this at night. Just give me some
sense.
It is
high school
of life
basement
in Israel
vibes,
right
isn't
now,
it?
When you are
This
having
guy's in
to,
Michigan. He's not in Iran. He's in a high school somewhere.
Kind of shelter, and how people are responding. You were there, you said, with a lot of other people who were in or near the hotel at the time this started to happen.
Yeah, and I should say now it looks like more people are starting to leave the shelter. They're all.
He almost said the school.
Just so you know, look, there's I don't want to say normalcy to this, but there's not a panic to this. There's not people crying down here. There's, this is not the way it was a week ago.
Gates Point
from
painted
all
orange,
that we
yeah.
saw in Tel Aviv and elsewhere in Israel. There were, hundreds.
This
of
school was
missiles
built in
being
the
fired.
70s. What are we talking about here?
Thankfully, as of we don't know what the result of these missiles are. But yesterday there was a barrage that came through around 7 a.m. in the morning.
They've got like plant pots in the shelters.
No fatalities, though some people were injured in that hospital, as you know, in Beersheba. Remains to be seen what's happened to this, but it has taken on an air of routine. People are behind this operation against Iran for the most part, and they support it. They believe it's important. It's been long discussed, and now they are they are just trying to get on with their lives. Normal life has not returned in that there's not restaurants open, places where people gather. There's still warnings in place about large gatherings of people. But there were people swimming in the ocean when these alarms went off. I saw them paddle boarding back to the shore to try to get to a shelter in time. So it takes on a routine, but it is still something like this is just a reminder in the middle of a day. Dozens of
Anderson Cooper has been
missiles,
CIA his whole life.
Being fired toward Israel is just a reminder of the seriousness of this situation.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you for your reporting.
I'm surprised that they're like sent one of their anchors over there. There is a warning from Israel's government: serious action against price gouging and hoarding. The deputy of Planning and Economic Affairs of the Ministry. Oh wait, hold on. This isn't Hasnim News. Sorry, hold on. Let me clarify. That might be Iran. That might be my bad. I think that might be Iran. Yeah, it's Iran. Sorry, that's my fault. So the Iranian government is telling hold on, let me find this again. The Iranian government is, and the head of the Ministry of Agriculture has announced serious and legal action against any hoarding or price gouging of essential goods. Sometimes we encounter hoarding cases. People should call 124 and 125 of the Organization for Consumer and Producer Protection if they encounter such cases. So they are warning against
Thank you to you and your
price
crew.
gouging.
And I'm glad that you're in a safe space at this hour. And you've said you've now been given the all clear. Thank you, Anderson. Appreciate it.
A chance at diplomacy, a critical meeting getting underway in Geneva between Iranian and European officials. This comes as President Trump
Sorry, that was
says
my
he's
bad.
going to
That was
give
my
up
fault.
to 2 weeks to decide whether the U.S. will get involved in military strikes against Iran. With us now, Max Boot, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. Max, thanks so much for being with us. This chance at diplomacy here, what is it you think that Iran could promise that maybe should keep the U.S. from getting involved or should be enough to stop this conflict?
Well, at this point, I think what Iran needs to promise is to give up all of their nuclear enrichment, to give up their entire nuclear program. The question is, are they going to be willing to do that? And I would probably say the likelihood is that they will not be willing to do that even now, even when they're under assault from Israel. But I think that has to be the ask, and that's a greater ask than what they were willing to give up in 2015 during the original Iran nuclear deal.
It's interesting because giving up all enrichment they've said no. They said
Is Gabbard? I'm wanting to watch a video on that. Actually, it's one of the videos I've got lined up. Beaver Queen. It is interesting. It seems like
Chris Coons, who I had on before.
It seems like the Republican Party or the MAGA themselves are having a little bit of a tiff. There's a little bit of a ripple in their relationships.
Look, he's not calling for military action, but he is saying Iran should agree to give up all its nuclear enrichment here. This now seems to be something that more and more people are coalescing around.
I agree. More and more people
just think Tulsi
outside of
Gabbard is
Iran,
hot as fuck.
whether
Okay.
the Iranian leadership is willing to give this up, I still have my doubts. And if they're not, then that's going to leave us with some very unpleasant choices because yesterday basically President Trump punted for a couple of weeks, quote unquote, his decision about whether to use force. But the reality is Israel cannot bomb the Fordow nuclear complex, which is the crown jewel of the Iranian nuclear program. They cannot bomb it into destruction. The only way to do that is with a U.S. attack. And even there's not a guarantee that it'll work.
I want to come back to that notion in just one second, because I think that's an important question to ask. But first, on the idea of negotiations, is there anything that Iran could promise that would make Israel accept that they're not enriching uranium? In other words, is there a deal you think that could be reached that would be acceptable to Israel? Forget the United States for a second.
Well, I think the deal that would be acceptable to Israel would be if Iran, in fact, promises to give up all of their enrichment capacity and also has very intrusive international inspections. That's what was being demanded before, but that's what Iran has never been willing to give up at the negotiating table. And we just have to see if the current Israeli attack has changed the calculus for Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
Okay, and then back to that question, which I think is a really key one here. It is said that the United States has the only capability to bomb the Fordo nuclear enrichment center, the only bomb that can get deep inside the ground to.
Earlier it was rumored that Israel is actually considering sending troops in to destroy the facility, like a land troops to go in there and actually eliminate the facility.
Do it. But how much of a guarantee is it that even if the U.S. does use that weapon, that it would end the Iranian nuclear program?
It's not a guarantee at all. And in fact, there's a big question mark as to whether even the U.S., with its 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs, whether even we can destroy the Fordow complex, which is buried more than 100 feet underground. You know, I was talking to a former defense official yesterday who was telling me that it's like the shot against the Death Star on Star Wars. You got to put it in exactly the right place, and you're going to have multiple.
They need to get the Maverick from Top Gun. We already know he can do this.
Multiple munitions hitting the exact same impact point. So there's an uncertainty as to whether the attack will even work. But even if it does work, nobody should fool themselves.
Maverick
into
from
thinking
Top Gun can do this.
Eradicate the Iranian nuclear threat for all time. It will set it back.
Or Luke Skywalker. Like, let's go.
But the Iranians can always reconstitute that program because they have the nuclear know-how to do so.
Well, is it clear to you if the U.S. does do this, does bomb the plant, what happens the day after? Is it clear to you what the United States plan would be going forward?
It's not clear to me, and it's probably not clear to President Trump, which I suspect is part of the reason why he's hesitating, because we have to be ready for the contingency that if we attack Fordow, Iran is going to lash out. And there are a lot of U.S. bases within very easy missile firing range of Iran. And there is also the threat of Iran conceivably mining or trying to disrupt traffic in the Straits of Hormuz, which is where 20% of the world's oil passes through that. So these are contingencies we have to prepare for. These are very serious threats, even in Iran's weakened condition.
You've had Israeli leaders over the last 24 hours making their most explicit calls for regime change. The defense minister is saying that Iran's supreme leader cannot continue to exist. What does injecting the idea of regime change into this discussion, how does that affect negotiations and affect U.S. decisions?
Well, conceivably, it puts more pressure on the Iranian regime to compromise on their nuclear program, but I don't think it's a realistic possibility. I'm not aware of a single instance in the annals of military history of a regime being overthrown by aerial attack alone. And in fact, the more common pattern is that when countries are attacked from the air, as we've seen in the case of Ukraine recently, the people coalesce around their government because they
That's
do
what
not
we were
like
just
having
talking
their
about.
cities bombed.
That's what we were just talking about. The U.S. is trying to be careful about having the population rally around the government. They want to do what they can to get the population to rise up against the government. But it's hard to do when you're attacking a country.
This regime,
their instincts are to rise up and rally around the government. Let's see here. That one's done.
President Trump says 2 weeks.
Hey, here you go. You asked for it. You asked for it.
Is the maximum amount of time he will wait before
both Beaver Queen and who else thought she was
deciding
hot?
if the U.S. military will strike Iran with bombs. That depends, though. He could make up his mind a little bit sooner. The president also claimed his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is, quote, wrong to claim that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon. And Trump appeared to dismiss Europe's efforts to engage diplomatically with Iran.
Did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians?
No, they didn't help. No.
He does not want to give any credit to anyone else. He will be so mad. Trump will be so bloody mad if the Europeans are able to broker a deal between Iran and Israel and he's not involved. I'm not kidding. He will be so upset because he won't be, and I guarantee you he will, one, either try and take full credit and say that he was the final person that they needed to make the deal happen, or two, he will trash the deal and say it's the worst deal in history. There is no way that he is going to be happy unless he's involved, like completely involved in these talks. He will be furious if they get a deal done and he's not involved.
Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us.
Yeah, see, they don't want to speak to Europe. They don't want to speak to Europe.
Let's get straight to CNN's chief White House correspondent, Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, there's about 15 different ways I can take this in terms of most important things that we heard from the president. But actually,
Speaking of, hey, how you doing? There's Caitlin Collins, everyone.
let's start with Tulsi Gabbard, the DNI, because I believe she just responded a short time ago. What's the dynamic there?
Yeah, this is really striking, Phil, because this is the second time in as many days that the president has undermined his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, going as far as today to say that she's wrong when she offered that assessment when she was testifying before Capitol Hill back in March, something that wasn't really widely noticed at the time publicly, but certainly was noticed inside the administration. She testified that Iran had not restarted its nuclear program and goals of reaching a nuclear weapon. She invoked the supreme leader specifically in that assessment. And while she did say that it had the highest uranium enrichment of any company or of any country that doesn't have a nuclear weapons program, obviously these comments are not sitting well with the president every time he's been asked about them. She just posted in a response to this saying that her comments are being taken out of context by the media. But obviously you can go back into that testimony. It's quite clear what she was stating at the time, what she was saying that the intelligence community has found at the time. And now, between the comment that the president just made on the tarmac in New Jersey compared to what he said on the way back from Canada when he told me that he didn't care what she had testified about Iran's nuclear program, and today going as far as to tell our colleague Von Hilliard that she is wrong in that assessment, it says a lot about essentially who he is relying on.
Caitlin, over Carolyn Collins. I don't know where this picture came from, but it is kind of fitting. I don't know why Carolyn Levitt reminds me of the woman that gives the news in North Korea. She does.
In a moment like this, when it is such a
and Caitlin Collins is so much more intelligent than Carolyn Levitt. Like, it's funny when she's asking her questions.
critical juncture
You can tell
in his
that Caitlin
presidency
Collins
as he's
is
getting
like
ready to make
way
this
more
decision
intelligent.
about whether or not the United States is going to get involved in this war. And the reason this is such a critical question that the president is facing when it comes to this moment is because there are questions about what the U.S. intelligence does show. Yesterday, we heard from the White House that they believed Iran was weeks away from building a nuclear weapon. Today, the president said months. But listen to what he had to say about Tulsi Gabbard just now.
Uh-oh.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Could you imagine being the head of like the intelligence community in America, and your president basically just trashed you and said, "Oh no, you're all wrong"? I know what I'm talking about, but you guys have no idea.
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Now, what you're seeing play out publicly is something that has been happening privately, which is kind of this disillusionment with Tulsi Gabbard inside the West Wing. We've heard from several officials. While certainly she does still have her allies in the administration, I want to be clear, there are several people who just don't appreciate the job she's doing, and they've been irritated by travel that she's taken overseas. The president himself has told people that he believes she's trying to take too prominent of a role, that she's trying to set herself up for a presidential run. And so all of that is coming into view here. She's certainly a weakened director of national intelligence. That doesn't mean she's going anywhere. We don't have any indication of that. But you can see very clearly where she stands in the president's eyes based on what he's been saying, Phil.
Yeah, Gabbard has pushed back hard. Her team has pushed back hard as well. But we've seen this trend line. It doesn't often end very well for the cabinet official in those moments. Caitlin Collins, as always, my friend, thanks so much. Well, the deadly conflict, it's showing no signs of slowing down as Israel and Iran launched new waves of missile strikes today. At least one Iranian strike injured dozens in northern Israel. Meanwhile, thousands of Iran...
Yeah, I was going to watch the Tucker Cruise one, then I saw it was like an hour long, and I'm like, oh, I don't know that I can tolerate either one of them for an hour.
Iranians took to the streets of Tehran, protesting against Israel and the Trump administration. I want to bring in CNN's Clarissa Ward in Israel. CNN's Matthew Chance is in Geneva, Switzerland for us, where Iran's foreign minister met with European officials. We want to start there. Matthew, we just heard the sound from President Trump just a short while ago, seeming not overly enthused about the diplomatic efforts taking place where you are. What's your sense of the progress?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting that he made that point, because actually one of the thrusts of these talks in Geneva here in Switzerland has been to communicate what the latest US position is.
You don't believe the Israel's figures? You know what?
European,
I need to actually look for
political
the
figures,
pictures.
the foreign ministers from Britain, France and Germany who are here in Geneva sort of made a point, according to diplomats, who are inside the talks, to communicate, messages directly from Washington to the Iranians. David Lammy, who's the UK Foreign Secretary, flew directly from Washington to Geneva to do precisely that. It was a dual message. One message was, if there's going to be a deal with the United States, it's not going to involve uranium enrichment of any kind. That's obviously a big red line for the Iranians. They've expressed that publicly. They expressed it privately to me as well. And when I tried to speak to the Iranian foreign minister, so after the talks, he, refused to be drawn on it. But, look, this is something that is still something that the Iranians are not prepared to go to at the moment. The second issue that was communicated to the Iranians from Washington via David Lammy and the other European figures that were there is the issue of direct talks.
I didn't have that on my
I
bingo
was told
card
by a
either.
diplomat familiar with what took place inside the negotiating room, that Washington wants direct talks with Iran. Iran has rejected that categorically.
See, the Americans, particularly Trump, wants credit. He wants the credit. I don't even know that he cares. He just wants to be looked at as the man who got this done. He will be so furious if he's not involved in these talks, and I guarantee you, it's either he whatever deal the Europeans and Israel and Iran make, he will say it's the worst deal in the history of deals, or he'll try and take credit and say that it wasn't until he gave his approval or something that the deal happened.
While Israel remains, is still, bombarding Iranian nuclear targets and other targets inside the country. If there's any positive that came out of these nuclear negotiations or talks with the Europeans here in Geneva, it's that both sides agreed to go away and to speak to their respective allies. That the Europeans are going to speak to Washington about this if they're not already. The Iranians are going to speak to, their senior leadership back in Tehran. And if they can both agree a pause, and obviously that's a very big if, then it's possible that the two sides, the Americans and the Iranians, could meet directly. But that does feel, I have to say, a long way off from where we are right now, Phil.
Yeah, and the clock is certainly ticking. Clarissa, over to you. I mean, I think.
Here's a quote. This is apparently from an anonymous Iranian social media user regarding why Iran has turned off their internet. And I said it was a lot of it probably had to do with propaganda. So here's the quote. "It is not the enemy that rulers fear the most, but the voice of their people. Bashir al-Assad fell, but Syria's internet was connected. The Islamic Republic has not started the 6-day war with Israel, yet the first thing it did was cut off the internet for the people of Iran. The fear is not the enemy, the fear is of the people."
There's a lot of intense focus, rightfully so, on Geneva.
It's really hard to rise up in this day and age. If you look at like the people rising up in like Egypt and stuff like that several years ago, it was done through the internet. Like people rallied and organized through apps and stuff like that in the internet.
But this was still a conflict that is showing no signs of slowing down. What was happening on the ground?
Well, I can say...
Funkmaster, you're going on about the Israeli figures. Yeah, there is probably definitely some propaganda going on in regards to that. There's definitely, they're not allowing journalists to actually record video of certain places as well. So there's certain pictures that I've seen floating around the internet that make Haifa look like it's almost as bad as Gaza in some areas. But it's hard to confirm whether these pictures are actually true or not.
Also important to note that Israeli officials are throwing a lot of cold water on what's going on in Geneva. They don't believe that a diplomatic process is going to net any results, and they don't have any intention of stopping their operations in Iran while it's going on. And it's clear as well that the Iranians are not about to stop their operations this afternoon. We obviously heard the sirens. You took shelter, could hear some loud blasts. The most serious impact appeared to be in the northern city of Haifa. 31 people injured in that attack. Our colleague Nick Robertson was on the scene shortly afterwards, spoke quickly to the Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, who basically said that they're very skeptical about these diplomatic negotiations. Now, clearly,
Yeah, the Funkmeister, that is just like not like you can't ask a country to leave itself completely undefended. Like you can't do that. You know, there's no country in the world that doesn't have missiles. You know, maybe these ones are intercontinental ballistic, but I like he said that we can talk about the other stuff, but we're not going to leave ourselves defenseless.
publicly, they are not going to criticize the U.S. and particularly President Trump for extending this to kind of a 2-week window. Or
And keep in mind, why should that be a problem? Like if the problem that Israel has is that Iran was going to have nuclear weapons, if they're like, okay, you can keep international inspectors here all the time and constantly inspect what we're doing and make sure that we're not enriching uranium or plutonium in order to get nuclear weapons, we'll agree to that. But for them to say, oh, well, we don't want you to have ballistic missiles as well and leave themselves completely defenseless in that area of the world, that I can totally understand why Iran's like, no, we're not doing that.
a 2-week deadline. Publicly, they're very much staying on the same page of we're so grateful to the U.S. for all the defensive support that they have provided. Privately, you get a slightly different picture. Some Israeli officials that CNN has spoken to have said that they think perhaps Trump is
They're blocking citizens from posting videos on Twitter, which is why you see less videos now. Oh, you're talking about Israel. Because Iran, the internet is completely off. So, but yeah, it's actually like I've seen some pictures floating around, and then I don't see them again. It's like if there's that much destruction, they should be shared amongst everyone. So it's almost like one person might be spreading it as propaganda, and they're not actually real. You know, because I've seen some very pro-Iranian reporters on Twitter that spread this stuff, and then you never see these pictures again.
just trying to kind of bluff and throw the Iranians off with this 2-week timeline, but actually still intends to intervene militarily. Others have expressed concern.
International inspectors is like the best solution, but to be honest, if you followed the forum, 2015, the whole West stance has shifted all of a sudden. It's and it's unfair on Iran. What, to have the inspectors? Yeah, I mean, Canada's got nuclear power plants. We don't have international inspectors here, I don't believe. Right? But the problem is that, you know, it seems as though Iran keeps trying to go push it past that point. Right? So that's kind of the problem, I guess.
To CNN that in their mind, they're seeing a lot of what they called zigzagging, sort of moving back and forth between positions. Certainly, though, what Israel does seem to be affirming is that whether the U.S. is on board.
Well, I kind of look at it the other way, Funkmeister. Like, if they weren't trying to enrich uranium or plutonium past the point to where the only reason they're doing it is for nuclear weapons, then they'd have no problem just like before this even started, just saying, hey, just come on in, take a look. Like, no problem. We don't have a problem with that. That's why suddenly, like a few days ago, I was like, come on, I want Israel to show me some proof that they've got some. But the fact that Iran's not coming up and saying, hey, just come and take a look, we've got nothing here. They're not offering to do that. So that has you thinking, well, why aren't they offering to do that? Right? And also keep in mind, Iran had a nuclear deal in place under, you know, the Obama administration, and then Trump came along and tore that all up. So, I mean, if Iran went and started enriching uranium and plutonium at the point where the deal was all ripped up, you know, whose fault is that?
Or not, they intend to see this through to the end. The IDF chief of staff today saying that the Israeli public must be prepared for a prolonged
Israelis
conflict
nuke
here.
last night. Did they use a nuke? Oh, you mean about them having the nuke? Yeah, that's like the worst kept secret in the world. The fact that Israel has nukes. In fact, I think they know that they have like 19 or 20 of them.
Phil?
Let's see here. What's the next video got up here? Do you guys want to?
First, give us a sense of.
I think this might be an Iranian propaganda video, but let's start watching it. I kind of want to see it because the propaganda that's been floating around on the internet is just absolutely wild. Yeah, I mean, just based on the title, Iran launches most powerful missile attack on Israel. This might last 30 seconds, Chad. So far, at least all the strikes are like legit strikes. They're not AI generated ones.
See what really happened when Iranian missiles hit the heart of Israel.
Can IAEA? Ugh. Excuse me. Can IAEA officials be impartial? Probably. I think they'd be able to be impartial about it. Right? Like they're not. They're an independent organization run with the United Nations. I think if people are legitimately trying to use nuclear power to help power their country, I don't have a problem with it. But, you know, there's a point where if you're enriching your uranium or plutonium past a certain point where it's no longer used for that purpose and it's only used for weapons, I mean, it's easy to tell.
Why did this attack feel so much more dangerous than before?
Yeah, we've got the
Iran
AI
launched another
voice.
wave of ballistic missiles into Israeli territory. But there was
That in
something
itself is
different and
annoying.
far more alarming. For the first time, Iran used an unusual type of warhead. Cluster warhead, a weapon that releases dozens of submunitions into a wide and random target area. This was not just a missile attack. This was a signal that modern warfare was changing shape.
The other application for enriching nuclear material is spaceflight. I don't believe they have a space program in Iran, though, do they? I'm not sure.
And even more
space
shockingly,
ambitions?
Israel's most advanced air defense system seemed powerless to counter it.
Hey, this seems like a... This is like, I gotta find out where this music is. This is the music that I used to use in PvP videos. I have not quit EVE Online. I really like EVE Online, but the problem with EVE Online is that it takes way too long for a player to really get established and, you know, compete against bigger players. Like other MMOs, you can play for like 2 months and get caught up, and you're kind of on par with people. But EVE Online, you know, sure you can get into like basic, you know, ships and stuff like that. But I really like the game though.
Apparently studied in great detail how Israel's air defense system works over the past decade.
I still have an active account. Whereas World of Warcraft, I've deactivated all my accounts.
Layered systems like Iron Dome, David's
Okay.
Sling, and Arrow.
I'm sorry, I can't watch it. One, it's just pure propaganda garbage. and
President Trump
two,
says 2 weeks is the
it is the worst edited video I've seen on the internet in weeks. So.
exactly where this conflict stands vis-a-vis the idea of trying to get rid of Iran's
Here's a look at the U.S.
ability
military assets
to
in the Middle
enrich
East. So
uranium and to
this
go
is
forward with
what
its
is
nuclear
now
program.
in the Middle East.
So the overall goal seems
Short
to be
video.
to degrade, obviously, the nuclear program to the point where it's no longer considered an existential threat to Israel. And to the extent they'll take care of that, there's probably about 4 or 5 days left of bombing, in my estimation, based on the sites that have been hit. But in addition to that, they also took out senior military and national security regime targets that were responsible for command and
not
control
even
for
good
potential
AI. Like,
retaliatory
that was just
strikes,
annoying to
as
listen
well as ballistic missile systems, because that's what that they've used to fire at Israel. So if we take a look, which was your main question, right, on in the nuclear sites here, right? So what we've seen is we've seen strikes, right? So we've seen over here at enrichment facilities here, heavy water reactor here. There's a nuclear plant here on this side for
sirens
power.
are currently in northeastern Israel near the West Bank. There's sirens going off because of drones.
And then there's more facilities that are kind of scattered around the map. The big question right now is what happens to the deep buried facility at Fordow, the enrichment site?
When it comes to Fordow, in your estimation, we are standing by. Israel does or does not have the capability to try and make serious damage to that facility, which is heavily fortified.
And I mean, it's a great question, and that's the one that everybody's sort of looking at right now. There's only so many options, and when we're discussing this, by the way, we're not putting troops at risk.
4,500
These are all
this year.
speculated scenarios, so this is
come on. He'll hit 5,000 this year.
Just for everybody at home, if you're wondering, that's what we're looking at here. So this is the deep buried facility. And speaking to the Iranians and having a weaponization program, they built this to withstand a conventional weapon strike. This was built under mountains, hardened concrete, and everything else, speaking to intentions, right? So what we see here is you've got main tunnel entrances on these sides, right? And then you've got the centrifuges under the mountain here, which is covering. So there's really only two options for the Israelis and potentially a combination. So it would be heavy conventional bombing, which would be less than what we could do because they don't have the bunker busters, the B-2s, which we'll cover in a minute. But they would potentially be able to collapse the air shafts or the buildings. The other option, what would be called heroic means, which would be a ground raid into the facility. They've already done that previously in Syria, about 200 kilometers north of the border. They went in and successfully rendered safe in that mission. That is a very dangerous one here. As you can tell, there's only a couple entrances, and then any guns inside, that's where they're going to be pointed.
And Syria is far closer. This is a much different scenario where it's 1,000 miles away as opposed to a few hundred.
Yeah, the only thing is now that after the last week or so, the Israelis have both air superiority and air dominance because they've taken out the integrated air defense systems on the ground that can shoot missiles up. And then
Putin says he has 250 scientists working in Iran, and he's increasing that number to 600. He has no plans to withdraw them and has warned Netanyahu, I think, if they start getting killed, Russia might step in. Man, I cannot imagine, honestly, that Russia would step in and actually join the war here. If they did that, they would be spread out so thin, especially now that Europe and Canada, of course, are increasing the amount of aid that they're giving to the UK. They might lose serious ground in the Ukraine if they started focus. They can barely hold on to the ground that they've got now in the Ukraine.
Fighter jets are not going anywhere, and those that have been hit are out of there. So they can basically...
Russia is not the power that they once were, man. Like, they are not the power they once were.
Fly in. Question becomes, what about reinforcements in the area? The Israelis would be able to take care of that from the air. This is very much a viable opportunity, and it's the reason sort of they're waiting. What it tells me, though, is if they haven't done it yet, whatever the options are not as good as what the U.S. can bring, or else they would have done it already. They're waiting to see if we're going to get involved.
That is a very good point. And speaking of the U.S., tell us where U.S.
Russia,
military
China, and North
assets
Korea
are
allies.
in our...
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, North Korea does have nukes, but their actual like army and equipment that they have is garbage. It is actually garbage. I don't think this is why I'm not too worried about World War III, because I really don't think Russia is going to be. They even Putin even said yesterday that they're not getting involved with this. And China has just never been one to really attack other countries or anything like that. They're just solely focused on building their economy. They might supply weapons and stuff like that to Iran, but I don't think you'll ever see boots and stuff like that on the ground from China.
Going and what that means for this fight in the region.
Sure, great point. So there's permanent large bases, which you'll see sort of depicted here in red, which are U.S. only. So we've got, we've got Al Udeid in Doha, Al Dhafra. We've got major bases in Kuwait, stuff further away in Turkey and whatnot.
Israel underestimated Iran warfare strategy capability, overcoming their Iron Dome. They have been very effective at getting around the Iron Dome. And I guess it kind of depends on who you believe, because one side will say that they've wiped out most of their missile launching capabilities. Israel is claiming that they've wiped out most of Iran's missile launching capabilities, but every day they seem to still be firing missiles, so who to believe? There's not a lot of video coming out in Iran either for us to see that this has been accomplished. I think that's one of the reasons why Iran is launching missiles during the daytime. That's why I'm kind of waiting to see if something's happening right now, because right now it's 9 o'clock in the morning in Israel, and the last few days they've been launching stuff before noon. So there's still a few hours to go here, and it happens very quickly. So you could definitely see that Iran's still got some capabilities. And we don't really see any video stuff coming out of Iran at all, right? Unless Israel's Air Force announces something.
And then you'll see the black dots that are here, and those are
Well,
joint bases, particularly ones of concern
much
for
earlier,
where people have been speculating.
And they just launched
again,
drones.
we talked about the other night, Baghdad, Kurdistan, up here along the Kurdish-controlled areas in Syria, along the border, which is of concern. But the U.S. has flexed assets in. So we
Red
have
alert.
fighter jets that originally were in the U.K. the other day that have now been flexed in the region into Jordan.
We've
got fighters.
I've got the ILR alert or red alert as drones, though, not. Let's see. Let me just go to their actual page. So it says hostile aircraft intrusion, but I believe that's drones. It's not actually missiles incoming, I don't think. Yeah, it looks like it's drones incoming.
Across the region at different
I mentioned that a few minutes ago, but
carrier
we're kind of waiting.
One that was there, one that was brought in from the Pacific, and then
this has happened a few times today where they've launched drones, but so far Israel has gotten them, or has apparently shot them all down.
Very shortly, I think next week, what we're going to have is we will find ourselves with an additional carrier battle group, which will be just about here in the Western Mediterranean, and then that can flex in to give General Kirill at CENTCOM an additional capability should he need it. So
what they've been doing a lot of the time, though, is they've been launching like drones to arrive just before their ballistic missiles, so that the defense system is. This was a very smart strategy that they had. They would launch their drones or craft missiles to basically overwhelm the Iron Dome, and then their ballistic missiles would just suddenly fire in from out of nowhere, and they were getting through. It was a very, very sound tactic that Iran was using, and they've managed to get some hits, but they've shown that there's days where they'll launch like 25 missiles and only like 4 of them will actually connect. So the Iron Dome is still working quite significantly, but Iran has used some strategies to try and get around them that they've have been quite effective.
Massive amount of firepower has been brought in. Air defense systems protect U.S. troops. It's clear that the president's giving.
They hit the hospital. They've hit several targets now.
I don't think the Israelis can withstand these ballistic missile attacks for that long, to be honest, because they're getting through in the multiple warheads.
Those drones are dirt cheap to make. I'd wager a lot don't even have bombs.
Determines that's the right policy.
That'd be smart. Just send a random drones that have nothing in it, like hundreds of them.
Would be in very, very poor decision making if they decide to attack the U.S.
The big worry, obviously, for Americans, for the American military, is retaliation. Iran says it's going to be able to retaliate in a major way if the United States joins. What would that look like? What would they strike? I mean, you've got the Strait of Hormuz there, which is extremely important to the world when it comes to what a quarter of the world's oil goes through that strait.
Listen, world, you don't have to worry about oil. Canada has lots. You're more than welcome to come and buy from us, okay? We have lots of oil in Canada.
Right. So in terms of oil and closing off the straits, as you're mentioning, the Straits of Hormuz, right over here, and you've got the ability to control.
Oh, did I forget to put the hashtag ad in my the title of my stream? Sorry, guys.
It's sort of a strategic choke point. There's 2 shipping lanes that go through there. If they were to put littoral mines in the water, like water mines or something else, or try to close it with ships, you have to worry about, obviously, the operators with the ships, but then also the insurance companies with riders on the boat. So are they going to let the boats through? How long do you have to wait till the water's clear? There's a whole bunch of dynamics there, but it doesn't help them from a financial perspective. It just kind of causes chaos and, quite frankly, would piss off all the neighboring countries because that's the main, economic mainstay. But likely target.
So just to clarify, this is where the drone activity is. Okay, so it's around these areas here, but so far it's all drones, and that's all that's been announced so far. We'll have to wait if they follow up with missiles like they've been doing.
This would be U.S. in Iraq and Syria potentially.
So we could hear
and then you could theoretically being launched. The U.S. has pulled
very soon
out
here.
of our ports in Bahrain, for the fleet's based out of. We've also moved.
Canadian oil is cheap. What are you talking about?
Fighter jets that was widely reported out of non-hardened bunkers in the area to make sure that they're safe. So The Iranians have ballistic missiles. The Israelis have taken out somewhere around half to 2/3 of the launchers, which is why they're having trouble.
That was just on Twitter.
There's probably
I just brought over my Twitter window
at that point,
that
and
showed
they
a
could be
picture.
holding some in reserve, not only for a counterstrike, but more importantly, regime survival. Because at the end of the day, that's all the authoritarians care about. They want to survive.
And there's also the proxies, although they've been very badly damaged as well, that could strike in some of these other parts of the region as well.
Certainly, that's a brilliant point. You have the Houthis down there in Yemen who are still firing missiles, though there's an agreement with the U.S. You have militias in Iraq and Syria that are the PMF, which is the umbrella group, serves as the ground force to go after ISIS, which the U.S. used as part of its ground forces, provided support. Now they're quasi-integrated in the Iraqi military, which is bizarre. Hezbollah has been severely degraded. They may have some capability left. That's why your mainstay is really ballistic missile threat. Some
Deleted your whole. You know what I did? I just blocked Elon Musk. I was just like I saw somebody else mention it. I'm like, hey, that's a good idea, and I blocked Elon Musk, and I was like, wow, this is actually so much better now than having to listen to him spew his crap.
In Iraq and Syria, but I'm being told from contacts that if the Iranians were to make that decision, the response from the U.S. would be overwhelming.
Tokyo
The president
Station.
doesn't want regime change. He's made it clear. Nobody wants to see
Let me
nation and
Google
state
that.
building. They can't have a nuclear weapon. If they decide to make that mistake, it's going to be a very big one.
See if anything's going on. Tokyo Station. I'm gonna turn this on here. I don't see anything coming up on Twitter regarding Tokyo Station. It's just showing pictures of Tokyo's train station. That's it. Yeah, nothing coming up from there yet.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye on Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith.
This.
What we do in Al Jazeera is try to balance this story and
What time is it? Oh, it's
people who allow
it's,
us into their lives dignity and humanity.
2 a.m. Eastern. It's they're flipping between programs right now. Excuse me. Excuse me.
A nuclear site in Iran's Isfahan comes under Israeli attack. Local officials say there were no leaks of hazardous materials.
I'll see you later, Beaver Queen. Have a good night.
Hello, I'm Sarah Khairat, and this is Al Jazeera Live from Doha. Also coming up on the program.
Somebody was mentioning earlier that India might jump in with if China jumps in, like India might side with China. It says India. I don't know if this is a government official. Who is this dude? Oh, it's not actually the Indian government saying it. Never mind.
Intelligence community is wrong.
Donald Trump doubles down on his
The leader of my intelligence community is
claim
wrong.
that Iran is
Unbelievable.
building a nuclear weapon, undermining his own director of national intelligence.
We support continuation of discussion with E3 and EU.
And Iran's foreign minister says he's ready for diplomacy after meeting his European counterparts, but insists Israel must stop its attacks.
Israel, I-24 News, which is like Israel's main news site, is saying that there's alarms due to suspicion of drone infiltration in the Beit Shean Valley area.
Overnight, triggering the air defense system. Local officials say that no one was hurt and there were no leaks of hazardous materials, but they're urging people to not
Where is
gather
that now?
near the site. Now, there's also been damage to a building in the city of Qom, that's just south of Tehran. The Israeli military says it was striking missile storage.
Well, there you
and
go,
launch
northeast of
infrastructure.
Tel Aviv.
A local official says that two
where
people
the drones
have
were being
been
reported.
killed.
Still no report of missiles coming in, though.
And And in Israel, the emergency service released images showing a fire on the roof of a multi-story residential building.
But again, it's only 9 a.m. in Israel right now, and these attacks have been happening anywhere between 7 a.m. and noon. So we've got a few hours to go here.
Tel Aviv and Haifa are around 2,000 kilometers from Tehran. Missiles fired between them cross over Iraqi, Syrian, and Jordanian airspace. Well, let's go to Amman in Jordan, where Noor Odeh is live for us there. And she's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel and the occupied territories. Good morning to you, Noor. Now, Israel is saying it's killed senior Iranian figures. Do we have any idea who those people are?
Yeah, Sarah, let's start with the latest announcement from the Israeli Minister of Defense, who claims that his army has assassinated Saeed Izadi, the commander of the Quds force.
We talked about this earlier.
Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Now, this is a very prominent figure. He's a veteran commander, and the Quds force is considered the external arm of the Revolutionary Guard, at least by some countries. Certainly, it has
nuggets and then
special
boom, it's over.
relationship with, with groups like Hezbollah and others. It also, the Israeli army also issued a statement saying that they had assassinated Amin Pourjodaki. He is in command of the UAV brigade in the Revolutionary Guard. Now, he's not the commander of that brigade, but certainly, according at least to the Israeli army, he's taken a more prominent role since Israel assassinated the commander of that corps on the 13th of June when Israel started this crisis. Now, the drones have been a significant part of this confrontation. They have not necessarily caused material damage, but throughout the day, Sarah, we see alarms and sirens going off because of the infiltration of those drones from the north, from the south. They expend a lot of manpower and a lot of resources to track them and to take them down.
And so that's the situation, you're saying, with taking out those Iranian senior officials. But no Iranian missiles hitting, as we were saying, Israel earlier. What's the latest, do you know, on that? What's its hit, if there's any casualties?
Still no update on any missiles incoming or those drones being shot down.
Well, no casualties reported, especially in that last volley, which was quite.
So again, top left is where they are suspecting drones have infiltrated.
From the interception,
this area up
fire
here
to a rooftop on a building in Holon. But earlier in the day, we saw several impacts from two separate volleys. One in the morning on a technology park in Beersheba. That technology park, of course, is adjacent to a special unit in the Israeli army that is responsible for technologies, for communications, the C4I unit. We also saw later on in the evening on Friday several missiles, up to 25 of them launched, and they covered a very large area in Israel.
Not only is it the elites that wage the war and the poor people are the one that get killed or whatever. The rich people also make money off of it.
Making impact on two sensitive sites in Haifa, on a site.
They've got all these investments in defense
in Beersheba. Now, the
companies
reason why
that have
I
these
keep
huge
saying
contracts
sites
and
is
stuff.
because the Israeli military censor has not disclosed what the nature of these sites are, what these locations where the impacts have been, and really it has severely limited the ability of even eyewitnesses to post videos. But we did see large impacts. We saw large plumes of smoke, and up to 40 people were injured, and none really seriously from those impacts in those different locations.
Okay, thank you for updating us on what's going on
Yeah,
in Israel.
I know it's shocking to hear that, but yeah, it's like
right, well, US
some people.
President Donald Trump
It's
says
a conspiracy theory. It is strictly a conspiracy theory. People suggesting that rich people make money off of wars.
he will not ask Israel to suspend its attacks on Iran. He also revealed a dramatic rupture with his country's top spy over whether Iran is building a nuclear bomb. Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro has more.
He did this in his first term as well, remember?
U.S. President Donald Trump's self-imposed window to decide
You're
whether
just
to
getting
take
here. Listen to
direct
this.
military action against Iran is quickly closing, and perhaps faster than expected.
Does Iran have 2 weeks, or could you strike before that? Are you essentially giving them a 2-week timeline?
I'm giving them a period of time. We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time, and I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
The White House says it has maintained back channels with Iran, but Tehran says there will be no talking with the U.S. until Israel stops its attacks. But the president says he will not ask Israel to stop.
I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able.
I mean, to be honest, I think he's pushing Iran to make a deal. Like, I think a lot of this whole, like, moving troops in and stuff like that is, I think it's a lot of bluster to just say, listen, like, we're serious, make a deal.
Trump says Europe.
He doesn't need to bring in, like, all these ships and all this other stuff that he's bringing in. I think it's just a lot of it's for bluster. He needs, like, 2 B-2 bombers, and, like, that's it.
European-led efforts at diplomacy aren't helping, and that only the U.S. can bring an end to the 2003. Trump cast doubt on Iran's claim that it is enriching uranium only for energy purposes.
When you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that.
While Trump's fissure with advisors cautioning him against striking Iran is deepening, he also says he wants to be a peacemaker and that U.S. ground forces in Iran would be the last thing anyone wants. Whether the U.S. will join Israel in its aerial bombardments will be a decision solely up to him. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Following talks with Iran in Geneva, European foreign ministers say they still hope for a diplomatic solution to the conflict between Israel and Iran. Now, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Iran would take part in negotiations, but not while Israel's strikes continue. Now, he also said that Tehran's defense capabilities are non-negotiable. Milena Veselinovic reports from Geneva.
A slew of diplomatic arrivals, all smiles and cordial handshakes.
This was this morning. It feels like yesterday to me because I went to bed after this.
The Iranian foreign
This
minister
happened this
met
morning.
with top
They had
diplomats
talks
from the
with
UK,
Iran.
France, Germany, and the European Union in an urgent attempt
Trump
to pull
wasn't
the
there.
spiraling conflict in the Middle East back from the brink. Earlier in the day, the Europeans met over lunch, unified in their demand for Iran to abandon all nuclear enrichment on its soil, a position that aligns with Washington, but one that Tehran has repeatedly rejected.
Iran's nuclear program is peaceful and has always been under the IAEA safeguards and monitoring. Iran is ready to consider.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go take a leak and grab myself a drink. I'm gonna do the 3-minute ad break now rather than wait like an extra 10 minutes. So go take a break. I'm gonna keep running this. It's because it's running live anyways. If you want to watch ad free, please go to my YouTube channel. You can watch the content there as well with your ad blocker on. I really don't care. But feel free to hop over there and watch while the ads are going on, or stay over there, do whatever you want. But I'm just giving you the option. Hold on one sec. Okay, we're going to run the ad break now, and I'll be back in a few minutes, okay?
Diplomacy. Regional escalation of this conflict.
Be right back, guys.
Resolution looking uncertain.
After hours of talks, little detail on what, if anything, was achieved at this meeting. What we've heard from the diplomats were things that were said many times before about the need to de-escalate and continue dialogue, but no real substance about how that can be achieved.
What happens next is key. Both sides said they're open to more talks, but the uncertainty over what the US President Donald Trump might do next looms large. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, Geneva.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has addressed the crisis between Iran and Israel, and he said that Moscow wasn't prepared to broker a deal, but it is ready to offer possible solutions.
We are in no way seeking mediation. We are simply offering ideas. And if they are attractive to both sides, we will be only too happy about that. But I repeat, we are in contact with Israel. As you know, I recently spoke with Prime Minister Mr. Netanyahu and with the President of Iran and with the President of the United States, who are, of course, directly involved in all these processes. I presented them with my vision, a possible move forward in the direction of resolving the situation.
The United Nations Security Council has held an emergency session on the Israel-Iran conflict at the request of Tehran. Israel's representatives had to be warned after launching a personal attack at Iran's ambassador, who restated that Tehran's nuclear program is peaceful. Gabriel Elizondo reports from UN headquarters in New York.
The Security Council.
At an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, Secretary General Antonio Guterres appealed for an end to the fighting and a return to negotiations.
We are not witnessing isolated incidents. We are on course to potential chaos. The expansion of this conflict could ignite a fire that no one can control.
The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency told the Council he is most concerned about the ramifications if Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant is attacked.
A direct hit would result in a very high release of radioactivity to the environment.
And for supporting this meeting,
Iran's ambassador Amir Saeed Iravani reminded the Council that while Iran has opened its nuclear facilities up to inspection, Israel has not.
Iran's nuclear program is peaceful and under the world's most extensive IAEA inspections. Iran has long advocated for a nuclear weapon-free zone in the Middle East. Israel is the only possessor of undeclared nuclear weapon in the region. It refused to accede to the NPT and block regional disarmament efforts.
Israel's ambassador later received a warning after he leveled a personal attack against his Iranian counterpart.
Mr. Iravani, you are not a victim. You are not even a diplomat. You are a wolf pretending to be a diplomat. And we are done pretending otherwise.
China and Russia continued to condemn Israel's attack on Iran that they said have led to the escalation. Iran's ambassador to the UN also told the Council that Israel's strikes on his country's nuclear facilities are a complete assault on
All
the
right, we're
global
back.
non-proliferation regime. Gabriel Elizondo, Al
Any
Jazeera,
missiles?
United Nations in New York.
Right, well, still ahead on Al Jazeera, more Palestinians seeking food at controversial
Haven't heard any
distribution
missiles.
centers are killed by Israeli fire. And how immigration raids on California's farms pose a real threat to the production of food.
Temperatures are on the rise again in Turkey, about 1 degree a day, but spot the clouds that build from it. They're just about showing up. I think we'll see a few showers on the western side of the Aegean, in Greece, and then building in northern Turkey as that breeze, gentle though it is coming
You
off
think
the
the
Black Sea.
next,
Much as well
you
as
think
in
they're
the
going to
south,
use
of
the
course, when we're
Nimitz
approaching the
as a
40
false
mark of
flag?
Cyprus. The breeze not strong. It's
Man,
just
that-
allowing a bit of a cooling, refreshing feel around the Lebanese coast and down towards northern Egypt. But come inland.
Indira Ayuk, Marcel Amoko, and Jires Ngana sent this report.
What?
Of her own, appearing to warn against any escalation.
As we stand here today, closer to the brink of nuclear
Oh, I know it's supposed to be
annihilation than ever
decommissioned, but
before, political
I think
elite
that's
and
a,
warmongers are carelessly fomenting fear and tensions between
here she
nuclear
is.
powers. Perhaps it's because they are confident that they will have access to nuclear shelters for themselves and for their families that regular people won't have access to. So it's up to us, the people, to speak up and demand an end to this madness. We must reject this path to nuclear war.
Sources tell ABC News the president scolded Gabbard and wished she used better judgment. We're told she has still participated in intelligence briefings in the Oval Office and is part of the president's national security team in the Situation Room.
Clearly,
you're borderline.
borderline.
Argued that Tehran is not close to building a bomb.
What's the word I'm looking
reaffirming
for?
her Capitol Hill testimony.
Your
months
borderline
ago.
stalker,
that
ish.
Iran is not building a nuclear weapon.
Or giving me
The
stalker
president in
vibes.
recent days clearly frustrated that his director of national intelligence has not appeared to be in lockstep with him.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having.
Tonight, President Trump doubling down his 2-week deadline for Iran before he decides on U.S. military action. Meanwhile, European leaders meeting today with Iran's foreign minister in Geneva, trying to come up with some sort of diplomatic solution. Our Tom Sufi Burge is there.
The talks here wrapping up. No major breakthroughs, but the Europeans pressing Iran to return to negotiations with the U.S.
The president.
Israel is claiming that they've shot down, or not shot down, but destroyed 2 of Iranians' Tomcats that they. Where would Iran get? Who sells the Tomcat? Who did they get those from?
Appearing to brush off.
And Rachel Scott joins us now. And Rachel, both the White House and the National Security Director Gabbard are both addressing that apparent disagreement late today. What are they saying?
Well, the White House giving us a statement, Juju, telling us that the president has full confidence in his national security team, calling Gabbard an important part of that. And then Tulsi Gabbard herself, Juju, responding tonight to a lot of these reports, suggesting there is no daylight between her and the president. Juju.
Is being mended. Thank you, Rachel Scott. More than 600 Voice of America employees were issued layoff notices today, a move made by senior White House advisor Carrie Lake. The federally funded news organization has provided reporting to countries with limited press freedoms since World War II. Lake said the reduction in force was long overdue and just a part of the 1,400 positions
in the U.S.
that
in
have
the
been
70s?
eliminated in total, prompted by an executive order
Oh
signed
my
by
God,
President
they're
Trump in
ancient, man.
March. Coming up, the concerning reports about a massive data breach.
I knew they were old.
How
I
you
didn't
can
realize.
tell
I
if your
didn't realize
information
they were
has been
that
stolen
old.
and what you can do to protect your information. And later, the 2 most wanted will show you the big surprise at Beyonce's concert in Paris.
Oh, hold on. Well, apparently
My
drones.
stepdad used to say the best way to know a thing is to take it apart, put it back together, and you can see what it's really made of.
You should think your dad's the Christ. Break yourself down. Might be a hero in there after all.
Ironheart, streaming June 24th, only on Disney+.
It's the music event of summer, CMA Fest. Are you guys ready to party?
I forgot to bring
With
something
can't
up.
miss
but,
performances by Blake Shelton, Megan Maroney, Ella Langley, Keith Urban, Kelsey Ballerini, and more. Plus, one-of-a-kind collaborations featuring Brooks and Dunn and Lainey Wilson, Shabuzi and Jelly Roll, and Bailey Zimmerman and Big X The Plug. Hosted by Ashley McBride and Cody Johnson.
yeah. So, anyways,
CMA Fest, presented by SoFi, Thursday, June
Netflix
26th
is
on
reporting
ABC.
that Iran's
Stream next
internet
day
has
on
been
Hulu.
largely offline for
ABC's
60 hours,
Nightline.
severely
The
restricting
stories
public
that shape your
communication.
world, that
Political
shape your life.
expression and
Dramatic,
access to safety
stunning,
information amid ongoing
life-changing.
conflict with
For
Israel.
45 years, the most powerful stories
So
of
yeah,
our
it's what we were talking
This
about
is
earlier.
Nightline.
They
Wherever the story
probably
is, Nightline
turned it
will
out,
take you
turned
there.
it
Just because it's
off
late
so that
night
people can't
doesn't
start
mean you
rallying
should be in the
politically
dark.
and
For a brighter take on the day,
help
this
them
is
overthrow the
ABC's
government, right?
Nightline. After Kimmel, late night on ABC.
Sean Diddy Combs on trial. Stunning word-for-word testimony. The all-new episode.
What did Sean do as you were on the ground in a ball trying to cover your face and your head?
He started punching my head. He started kicking me.
In the end, what you knew, Jane, was that you love Mr. Combs, right?
Yes.
And I think you said even 2 days ago you love him currently. Is that right?
I do.
Diddy on trial as it happened. All new, weekly on Hulu.
So much to talk about.
Hi, everybody.
In this family, there has to be drama. She's just
I don't
very
see any
judgmental.
news, but
We're
I
not
do
doing
see
this
that
chaos.
I will absolutely dominate her.
Wow.
there are people for some reason watching Tokyo Station. What's going on there?
And sexy and fun.
It's what makes us us.
It doesn't look like there's any issues.
All across
Who was it that was mentioning Tokyo Station? I still don't see
Wherever
anything,
we
but
are, it feels like home.
Tokyo Station.
Man, it's good to be home.
GMA, it's an invitation to come together.
Hey, George, how are you?
Good morning! And brighten your morning.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words,
All right.
"You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our
Camera had gone out.
We thought
okay.
she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Yeah, I don't see anything coming up on Twitter or any other news
all
sites
these
about it.
pictures
So
of her in the hospital with IV.
I'm gonna delete it until I see something else
It was only
come
a
up.
matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Scamanda. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Success is the... Hold on. I just had it.
Unless everything changes, this restaurant needs to officially cease operations.
Because keeping it open would be like
Beating a dead horse before you throw it off a cliff.
we get it. I think we get it.
Showtime!
What are we watching here?
Walk like a G. There you go, Neil.
Who could afford
Iran's
it have
economy is
left
buckling
Iran,
under the weight of
which
Western
means that
sanctions, making life
there is
difficult
a
for Iranians.
population
It's been
pressure
like
on
that for
many
years, though. It's
provinces,
not.
And,
I don't know that things have
lower-income
changed.
people who could not leave Tehran are there, is still under economic pressure. If the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded, I believe that it will have short-term negative impact on oil prices. Of course, about 20% of world's oil supply goes through the Strait of Hormuz, but Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates both have built pipelines, east-west pipelines. Saudis can transfer part of their oil to Red Sea, and UAE can also transfer part of its oil exports through pipelines to the Gulf of Oman. But nevertheless, it is going to have an adverse impact. However, we have to keep in mind, in recent past 2 years, the relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia have improved substantially. And as a result, I think Iran would be reluctant to take actions that will harm.
China also
the
has massive
Saudi
oil
or
deals
other
and agreements with them. They would
GCC
also
economies at this point.
would also get
They
involved if it was
want
necessary.
to focus the conflict on simply targeting Israel.
I don't know how involved
but,
they would get. I think they would just
if
buy
United
oil from
States
someone else,
enters
like
the
Canada
war
or
and,
whoever.
Carries out operations against Fordo nuclear website, not website, sorry, nuclear site.
There's lots of other countries that they can get oil from. They don't have to get it through Iran.
React.
I don't know that they'd be willing to risk a conflict with the U.S. in order to do it.
Israel's military is continuing its targeting of Palestinians trying to collect food at the limited distribution points in Gaza. At least 35 people were killed on Friday as Israeli forces opened fire at crowds waiting for
35 on
needed
Friday,
supplies.
80 on
The attacks
Thursday,
took
like
place at distribution centers run by the US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It's been accused of weaponizing aid. There's also been an increase in Israeli drone attacks on tents housing forcibly displaced families. And Palestinian activists.
the problem with putting sanctions on countries is it all it does is punishes the citizens. Like the government's still going to live live really well. The people that are actually in government, they're still going to live well. But it's the citizens that get punished. You look at countries like Iran or Cuba or something like that. Like the citizens haven't done anything wrong, but they're the ones that get punished financially.
Men who I left behind me shouldn't be there in the first place. The Trump administration are doing their best to dehumanize everyone here. Whether you are a U.S. citizen, an immigrant, or just a person on this land, doesn't mean that you are less of a human. The message is justice will prevail, no matter what this administration may try to portraying that immigrants are, whether criminals or any of that, trying to do all of this now. This simply is not true, and just to keep the fight against this administration.
Sahar Aziz is a distinguished professor at Rutgers University Law School and a former senior advisor on civil rights at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And she explains what legal steps we could
Now
expect
9:30, so like another 2.5 hours is kind of the window for Iran to be sending any missiles over.
Would be the government,
That's
so
been
they will
their,
appeal it to the Third Circuit.
what they've been doing generally.
It's unlikely that the Third Circuit will overrule the federal district judge because unless there is some new evidence that arises, but it is possible. And then they could also appeal it to the Supreme Court, but again, the Supreme Court doesn't take every case or accept every case where there's a request for it to review, and this doesn't seem like one that would because it's really a procedural matter. So if the government loses on appeal, then Mahmoud Khalil will be released on bond, on bail, and he will proceed to challenge the deportation proceedings in immigration court, and he will also proceed to file his own civil suit.
So there's now
alleging
a
that his
report.
First Amendment rights were violated by virtue of his unlawful arrest
Put
and
this down to the
unlawful
bottom.
detention.
U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance has
The U.S. has deployed 8 B-2 stealth bombers to Diego Garcia, which is an island in the. Here, let me just bring it up in the top left, so you guys can see where it's at. Diego Garcia. That's this island here, the landing strip here, and if actually, I don't even. I would be shocked if you could see it on this. But this is like I believe it's an American facility here. I think don't quote me on that. But shut up. Okay, I was gonna like, is that them there? What does that say there? This looks like an American cargo plane here, American military cargo plane possibly. So I mean, you can't see the stealth planes because they're stealth planes, right? Oh, so the whole island is a U.S. Navy base? Okay. So, like, wander around. Anyways, yeah, this is apparently where they do keep some of these bombers. And there's 8 of them that have apparently been deployed. This tweet was as of 8 minutes ago. But I believe I saw this story a little while ago. And they just got refueled in the air as well. So they are currently apparently on their way here. But we can't see them because they're stealth. Okay?
Picking up tomatoes, strawberries, and other vegetables. And that's why many people have stopped coming to work because they're terrified of being detained.
Lack of workforce is a concern for farmers in the area. In fact, President Donald Trump acknowledged on social media that the aggressive immigration raids are having an impact on the farming sector. Juvenal Solano is part of a broader rapid response network that offers support and counsel for workers targeted by immigration raids. He says they have managed to warn people to stay off the fields when ICE agents are spotted.
We have lawyers, we have volunteers that are helping to get workers home or pick them up when federal agents are around. But this has brought chaos into the communities.
Most of the workers here are from Mexico, and many...
Is there not a way to drop a marker on the map? I could have sworn that you can actually like drop a marker on. But anyways, this is where it is in the Indian Ocean, so I'm just going to zoom out. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it shows it. So you can see where they are in relation to where Iran is. So this is where they're on their way to. Apparently they're coming over through the North Pacific, which would make sense. Because if they need to refuel, they can probably do it in Hawaii and along the way as well. So
Ventura County.
Yes, President Donald Trump has extended the deadline to ban the social media app TikTok for a 3rd time. Trump signed an executive order extending the deadline. That's despite a law that mandates the sale or shutdown of the app, which
react
is
to the
owned by
new
a
song
Chinese
Boom Boom
company,
Tel Aviv.
ByteDance.
I've seen the video.
The future of the app in the US remains
I try not
uncertain.
to show
Right, well, before we end this bulletin, let's take a look at the latest developments on day 9 of the Israeli-Iranian conflict.
Try not to
Iranian
show
media
propaganda
says Israeli
video,
airstrikes targeted the nuclear site
we're
at
celebrating
Isfahan
people
overnight,
getting
triggering
attacked.
the air defense system. Local officials say that no one was hurt in the attacks and there were no leaks of hazardous materials. Meanwhile, there
6,000
have been explosions in the
miles.
skies above Tel Aviv as Tehran sends another wave of missiles. Right, well, that's it from me, Sarah Khairat.
So I believe that's almost 10,000 kilometers.
aljazeera.com. The news continues here on Al Jazeera with Cyril Vanier after the bottom line.
I believe that's roughly 10,000 kilometers.
Hearing the facts.
The situation is dire for millions of people across the Gaza Strip. The one food distribution
So they would be looking to fly from here, Diego Garcia,
asking
up
questions.
to around here in Iran.
You've delivered the new Kazakhstan that you promised.
Reporting
I
from
believe
the action.
Fordo.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to
Fordo's
the
down
heart
here.
of the story.
That's the distance that you're going.
We are in Turkey.
Roughly
is
here,
our journey.
up there.
To see the ancient cities of legends up close.
48 hours? Well, then they can.
Ruins whisper the stories of the eras.
Civilizations that marked history walk these roads.
Pilots have snacks and
where
shit.
the
That must
story
be.
of
Takes 2
humanity
pilots to
arose.
fly, apparently.
We have so many stories to tell.
So I'm assuming that you would probably have more than just 2 pilots on board, right? You'd have because I mean you're not going to want your pilots flying for 48 hours straight. What is this? Why Russia's worried about this?
We're able to repair it. The bridge is such an important target because it stands as the most
Aminpour Judaki. He's one of the people who was installed to replace the initial volley of top Iranian military figures who were killed by Israel last week. So Israel's continuing also this campaign to basically eliminate the entire top brass having to do in Iran with either the nuclear project
90% of the flights are automated, so you wouldn't necessarily have your pilots awake.
Hezbollah, Hamas,
Just kind of
and
like
the Houthis.
taking a nap.
Meanwhile, Noga, Iran's foreign minister has met with European counterparts trying to de-escalate the conflict. He said that Iran refuses to negotiate over its nuclear program until Israel's attacks stop. Is there any chance of that happening? Well, it looks like we've lost our
I thought that was
with
me.
our correspondent Noga
I was like,
Tarnopolsky,
what happened? And I
in
started
Jerusalem.
checking my
We'll
internet.
try and hear from her again later on today. Now, as I was saying, Iran says that it will not negotiate over its nuclear program as long as it remains under attack. Those comments were made by the Iranian foreign minister as he met with European counterparts in Geneva. Europe is trying to bring Iran back to the negotiating table. That's as Donald Trump continues to weigh whether or not the U.S. is going to join the conflict. Nick Rushworth tells us more.
Talks in Geneva between European foreign ministers and Tehran in a bid to find a path back to diplomacy on Iran's nuclear ambitions. The French foreign minister urged Iran to resume negotiations with all sides without awaiting the cessation of strikes.
There can be no purely military solutions to the challenge of Iran's nuclear program. Military operations can delay a nuclear program, but by no means eliminate it.
Tehran's foreign minister said no to talks on its nuclear program.
Here's more pictures of U.S. Air Force tankers jets that are. This is at a military base in the middle of the Atlantic, and it's just notable because there's been a constant stream of American might heading over the oceans.
Countries and was willing to meet again in the near future. US President Donald Trump, meanwhile, said he was unlikely to press Israel to scale back its strikes
Yeah,
to
a
allow
couple of days
Washington's
ago, there was like
negotiations
42
to
of them
continue.
that headed over to
The
Europe
Iranian
or
foreign
something. Like,
minister this afternoon said,
crazy.
if the U.S.
If
is
you're wanting to
serious
know
about
where the base is,
negotiations,
that's where the
that
base
you would
is.
call up Israel and request that
So
they
this is where all
stop
those
their
tankers are
airstrikes.
sitting.
Will you make
Those
that
ones
request?
in that picture.
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens.
He was asked if the European-led talks had helped.
Did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians?
No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this one.
Trump says he will decide
He's
whether
so
Washington
mad,
will
man.
join Israel in its efforts against
So
Iran
angry.
within the next 2 weeks.
Turning now to Gaza, where the UN Children's Agency warns that the scarcity of drinking water has reached a crisis point. UNICEF says that the enclave is facing...
This picture was taken by a Chinese satellite. There is another picture. Hold on. I have it here? Yeah. This is a picture, or two different pictures. So it's showing the movement of all the aircraft coming into this base. So this is the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, but it's American aircraft that is coming in there now. So this is a pretty crappy picture, but this is the Chinese picture with much higher resolution. That's showing all the aircraft that are sitting there. That looks a lot like those air tankers that we saw take off a couple of days ago. Cat. Hey, Sharvia, how's it going? Remember those pictures of the air tankers that we were talking about? We just talked about it like 2 seconds ago. These look like it could be those pictures. How many are here, chat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
As family members mourn their loss. It's been another day of funerals in Gaza as friends and family bury
28 of the gray ones, and then there's 3 more of the other color ones, but 28. And we counted roughly 40 that we thought were heading over based on that picture. So this could be where they landed. This could definitely be where they landed. He would feel like a failure. He would try and take credit, or he would discredit the deal. If he's not involved, he's either discrediting the deal or he's going to try and take credit and say it was because of him. Guaranteed.
Vladimir Putin says that Russian forces may attempt to seize the city of Sumy in northeastern Ukraine, part of Russia's bid to carve out a buffer zone along the border. The Russian president made the comments while answering questions at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. He also claimed that Russians and Ukrainians are, quote, one people. Ukraine's foreign minister denounced Putin's comments, saying they showed disdain for peace efforts. Let's take a listen to Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin. Okay, I'm just going to leave it on this while we listen to Vladimir Putin.
Ukrainian people to be one people. In fact, in this sense, all of Ukraine is ours. You know, we have this old, well, it's not a proverb, not a parable, but an old rule.
Hey, old
Where the
Draenor,
foot
what's
of a
up, man?
Russian soldier's steps, that is ours.
This year has seen a marked increase in successful Russian strikes on the Ukrainian capital. Civilian casualties in Kyiv are no longer rare, with a recent strike killing 28 people, most of them residents of a single apartment block. Our correspondent Gulliver Cragg visited that building and found that many residents are still living there despite the fear and the broken windows.
Day 3 of the cleanup operation. 23 people died when Russia struck this building with a ballistic missile on Monday. 35 apartments were reduced to rubble and dozens more irreparably damaged. Svetlana says her family have lived in the block since it was built. Upstairs, volunteers are helping her daughter Olena with the cleanup.
You think they will start to draft? No.
The family is going to stay with relatives for now.
Look at the view from our window.
I honestly don't. I feel like the future of warfare is more unmanned drones and stuff like that.
But thank God we're alive.
Like it would have to be a massive scale or war on the on like the most massive scale for them to actually start drafting
Hundreds of
people
volunteers
for
always flock
soldiers
to
and
sites
stuff.
like this one to help out.
You're seeing how effective the Ukraine is being with drones. Like more, a man with an unmanned drone is more effective than one soldier.
There are still people living here. We fixed their windows. Unfortunately, they're living in an unsafe building.
Among them, Oleg, a factory worker.
I'll sleep at home tonight. I don't want to bother my...
Here's more of these air tankers that are and American flights these are army planes that are heading over across to Europe. So lots of American military traffic heading over there.
Though he said I was welcome to stay, to be honest, I don't think I've really taken on board what
Soon it'll be a
happened.
war of robots, man. Yeah, it'll be like Terminator.
He shows me how the shattered glass reached his cupboard on the far wall as he was sleeping right by the window.
I was saved by a curtain hanging here, which literally wrapped up 80% of the glass as it fell on me. But I only realised that later when I came back home and it was light.
Life goes on.
I haven't seen any
For the
missile
survivors
launches
of this
after
attack
those
and
drones
nearly
launched.
3 million more Kiev residents. All uncomfortably aware of what this shows, that Ukraine's capital is getting more vulnerable.
Donald Trump says that he may soon announce a deal ending his standoff with Harvard University over international students. The U.S. president says his administration has been working closely with the Ivy League school. He made the statement Friday, shortly after a federal judge again sided with Harvard, temporarily blocking the U.S. government's effort to prevent the school from enrolling international students. It means that Harvard will be able to continue hosting foreign students while the case is decided. Harvard welcomed the decision and had no immediate comment on Trump's claims of a possible deal.
Alex, come on, you're not taking anything Alex
Palestinian
Jones
activist
says.
Mahmoud Khalil has been released
Seriously,
after
are
over
you?
3 months in federal immigration
That
detention.
guy is literally
The
cuckoo.
former Columbia University grad student became a symbol of President Trump's crackdown on pro-Palestinian campus
Like, that guy is
protests.
nuts, man.
Khalil left a
He's
facility in
cuckoo.
Louisiana Friday and is expected to head to New York to reunite with his wife, a U.S. citizen,
Okay,
and
you're
his
not taking him
infant son,
seriously, okay.
who was born while he was in detention. Our correspondent Jessica Lemessurier has more from New York.
He's been held for over 3 months. He missed the birth of his first child, but now Mahmoud Khalil, a Columbia University graduate student who became one of the leaders of pro-Palestinian protests at the university last year, is being released on bail. He can finally come home to New York City to be with his wife and son. Well, this is really a victory for human rights groups that challenged what they described as the Trump administration's unlawful targeting of a pro-Palestinian activist. The news comes after a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to release him on Friday. Well, Khalil, a legal permanent U.S. resident who is married to a U.S. citizen, has been held in
The ones who
custody
know
in
their shit
Louisiana
always look
since
crazy to
March and
stupid
could
people.
Face deportation. He was
Um,
arrested back on March 8th.
I'm sure you
by
can
ICE
say that about
agents,
some
and he's
people,
really
dude, but just because somebody looks crazy doesn't mean he's actually intelligent.
pro-Palestinian student act. Trump claims that he is tackling anti-Semitism, but has not been able to show any evidence of this in Khalil's case.
If you run
Well,
around
for
thinking,
most of
"Oh,
his-
that guy looks like a lunatic," and then turn around and believe that the guy's actually a genius when you've got no other
This
evidence.
detention center in Louisiana.
That's a quote from Einstein.
US
Well, I'm
Secretary of
smarter than
State
Einstein.
Marco Rubio has invoked a law that allows the US to remove foreigners seen as adverse to US foreign policy. And Rubio claims that Khalil's presence on US soil poses a national security.
The only thing that Alex Jones has done is he's managed to manipulate people into believing that he actually knows what he's talking about. So he's got like millions of people that actually believe the guy's not a complete whack job.
Case on constitutional grounds.
It's a testament to show
Jessica
how
Lemessurier
easy
reporting there.
some people are
For years now,
to
Cameroon has had no movie
like,
theaters
brainwash
in
and
an effort to
trick.
bring the cinematic experience to regions where cinemas don't exist. An association has deployed a caravan to screen a selection of iconic works. Our correspondents Indira Ayuk, Marcel Amoko, and Jires Ngana sent this report.
While in Cameroon, the mobile digital cinema caravan made a stop in the small town of Dibombari to project a world of classic African cinema. Dozens of cinephiles were glued to a giant outdoor screen watching this film about polygamy. 13-year-old Anne Charlotte is a big fan of Ivorian director.
About polygamy? Okay, hold on.
In the Netanyahu government who've been very clear.
Let's change the
that
channel.
their
I don't need to
ultimate
hear about
goal
that.
is essentially to depopulate Gaza of Palestinian civilians. I mean, this is what people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich have talked about. You know, they talk about it as if it's the voluntary, expulsion, voluntary deportation of these individuals. But if you're denying people food and shelter, and even Netanyahu said we're bombing all the homes so that nobody will have a place to come home to. On top of that, you have, of course, Donald Trump, who in the Oval Office, standing by Prime Minister Netanyahu, talked himself about pushing 2 million Palestinian civilians out of Gaza and not letting them return. That is ethnic cleansing by another name. And so the United States is complicit in all of this. And even as we all in the world watches what's happening between Iran and Israel, we really do need to deal with this humanitarian disaster in Gaza and get the hostages returned.
So, Senator, there's another dimension to these aid sites, these 4 that you've said from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is that many people in Palestine and observers are calling them death traps, that as they go to them, you're having Israeli snipers and attacks on those people that are
Remember
going
when
to those
they,
sites and setting up,
when you called all these doctors
here's the
crazy
bait,
when they
please
were
come
coming
to
out
the
against
bait,
the
and people have been killed
mRNA
every
shot?
day,
I was doing that?
in
Yes.
these. I guess my question is,
I believe
we're
in
seeing
vaccines. So
we're seeing this on social media in live form. I mean, there's no absence of visuals of people being killed and shot. And I hear your voice out there, but I guess where are the other voices of concern just about innocent people?
This is the SpaceX ship, and Iran's trying to claim that it's one of their missiles. Come on. Brutal.
You need people speaking out. As you just said, in the last 48 hours, I think we saw another 60 Palestinian civilians who were killed, many more wounded, simply trying to.
I'm not going to get into a vaccine
food
discussion
to
with
feed
you
their
because
families. These have
you can
become
have your
death
beliefs,
traps.
I'll have mine. It's
And
just
what President
I
Trump
believe in
should be
science.
doing right now
You don't. That's
is
fine.
immediately demanding that international aid organizations be able to resume delivery of humanitarian assistance to people in Gaza. Instead, he is going along with this the Netanyahu government's approach here. Look, I was giving his envoy, Steve Witkoff, a big opportunity, trying to give him some leeway to, move forward in these negotiations. But as of today, they're 0 for 3. I mean, the war in Ukraine is ongoing. The situation in Gaza is ever worse. And now the negotiation that Steve Witkoff was going to have this past Sunday with his counterpart was obviously disrupted by Netanyahu's decision to attack Iran. So, Donald Trump considers himself this great negotiator, but really, as of today, he's 0 for 3. And the consequences for people in the region are awful, most of all for people in Gaza right now.
Senator, you recently had a pretty significant clash with a former colleague of yours, Senator Marco Rubio, who's now Secretary of State. Really, and the difference as I watched and saw it was your dismay about his abandonment of values that you thought he stood for, values about habeas corpus, about, civic.
These are the demonstrations that were going on in Pakistan, in Iran earlier today. They had like a Friday protest basically against what's going on. So these are all people of Iran. Goes on for blocks and blocks and blocks, but still lots of people in Tehran, even though they were told to leave. But picture them. Holding the sign, it's fine.
This tendency to just abandon values, not follow laws, and not be challenged is something that strikes me as something very worrisome about the country. I see and hear your voice out there, but where's the Democratic Party? Where are the Republicans with conscience at this moment who also worry about America's brand in the world?
Well, Steve, I really think, yeah, you put your finger on a core issue, which is what we're witnessing from the Trump administration is a betrayal of American values.
You were shocked when Kristi Noem didn't know what habeas corpus was? Why would you be shocked that she didn't know what that was? Like, why would you actually be shocked? It should be expected that they're idiots.
Confirmation was because when he was a U.S. Senator, he used to talk about.
Is it so? So what if it's the foundation of the Constitution? Well, what does that mean? Half of these people that are in power now have no fucking idea what they're talking about. That's what's so dangerous right now is how many people actually don't know what some basic like basic things in their constitution actually mean, or basic laws. Like, why would you be surprised that Kristi Noem doesn't know this shit? Does she seem like an intelligent person to you? Hold on. Where's the picture with the fucking rifle and shit like that, where she's pointing it at the fucking officer, trying to act all fucking tough and stuff like that? Like, where is that? Like this one here. Like, are you kidding me? You don't take one look at her and think that she's a complete moron? It's literally embarrassing that people like this are in power. How does this happen? Like, how does this happen that someone like her can get into power? It is actually baffling that she's somehow managed to swindle her way into the position she's got. She's big MAGA, but I mean, does it not scare you that that is the reason why she's in power? She doesn't actually know what the hell she's talking about. And you guys have seen where she's been questioned in I don't know what it's called in the US, where they basically looked over how much money she spent, and she's already spent her annual budget like a month ago. Like, they have no money left for ICE. Like, it is actually embarrassing that people like this, that is the this here, whoops, it is the problem that you have. You have people like this that are somehow able to get into power. You know how much power she has in the States? And she's an absolute moron. Like, that is really dangerous. And like, forget whether you're pro-Trump or anti-Trump. The fact that these are the people that he's promoting is scary as hell, man. It's scary as hell. And I'd say the same thing, like, regardless of who the president is. It could be Obama, it could be whoever. Someone like this getting into that level of power is actually kind of terrifying for the country. It is really scary that someone who has, like, it appears that she has no qualifications for this job has somehow managed to get into this position and is literally terrorizing people. I don't have, I'm not completely against what ICE does. Like, I do believe that you should be able to deport criminals and all that sort of stuff. But she literally seems to have no idea as to what she's doing. Anyways, that's my rant on her. Like, it blows, like, this is almost more baffling than some of the other people. Like, what's his name? The guy that's got the Nazi tattoo. Like, like, hello? Why can't I remember his name right now? Let me do a check for missiles, guys. I don't see any missiles coming off. Yeah, Hegseth. You know? Like who I would suggest that even with the screw up that Hegseth had with the app problem, you know, he's more qualified. That's how scary this is. He's more qualified to do his job. And let me be clear, Hegseth is not qualified to do his job. Like, he is an absolutely terrible choice. But he's more qualified than she is. Like, what has she done before this? And I remember there's a video of her where she's, like, walking around with this rifle. What is the point of this? Where are you that you need a bulletproof vest and one of these rifles? You know, this is just a photo op to try and make yourself look tough, like, you know, tough grandma or something like that. Like, and there was one video where she's swinging the rifle around, and like, there's a point where the muzzle is like pointed directly at this guy's head, like, and he's like looking at her like, the hell are you doing? It's embarrassing, man. Like, as a citizen of the country, it should be embarrassing that people like that are getting into power when they clearly have their way over their heads. And this is one of the scary points that people have a problem with. Like, I like to tell people I'm a centrist. Like, there's stuff on the right that I like, stuff like I could open my mouth and you'd be like, damn, you're really on the right. And then I talk about other stuff and you're like, damn, Alar's a snowflake or whatever you guys, a libtard or something like that. Like, I fall pretty close to the middle. So depending on the election, like, I might vote one way or the other, you know, depending on who's in. But I would be embarrassed if someone like this was helping lead my country. Like, no qualifications whatsoever for the job. None. You're super. You know what? There's points on both sides that I like, and then there's points on both sides that I dislike. You know, like, you could ask me questions and you'd probably get answers. You'd probably get answers that I give you that you'd be surprised by. So, but you cannot argue. Even if you're MAGA, like, I'm sure I don't have a problem with MAGA being, like I said, like, even if you're MAGA, you're pro-Trump, rah, rah, rah type of thing. How can you be accepting of people like this running your country into the ground? Each issue deserves it does. And I don't even necessarily look at it from, like, what is a benefit to me. Like, that's I really like to try and pride myself on, you know, what is best for the country, right? And I truly, like, this baffles me. Hegseth, there's other ones that he's promoted, and it's like, how? I don't know. I don't know. I can just say that over and over again. Like, how does this happen? I have no idea. If you're a MAGA supporter, tell me why you support her being in the position she is. She's a former South Dakota governor. I'm going to be honest. How did she even become that? You know, she just comes across as a complete idiot, and so does Hegseth. Like, to be honest. So does Hegseth. Like, those are the two best. See, this is the problem, is they're not being nominated based on merit or promoted or whatever you want to call it. It's strictly based on who will kiss his boots, who will, you know, lick the shit off of his boots. That's dangerous, man. That is actually dangerous. And if you are a big rah-rah Trump guy, you should be concerned about that. Anyways, let's get on to someone else who is more qualified for a job. All right. I mean, she's doing exactly what Trump says to do, right? She's doing exactly what Trump's saying to do, so.
Of hazardous materials, they're urging people to not.
It is now
gather
10
near the
a.m.
site. There's also been damage to buildings in the city of Qom, just south of Tehran. The Israeli military says it killed a senior Iranian commander in the city and destroyed storage and launch infrastructure.
That's where they assassinated the
In Israel now, the emergency service released images showing a fire on the roof of a multi-story residential building in the center of the country. Local media reported that the fire was caused by debris from an intercepted missile launched by Iran. Let's go to Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day. Noor, you're in Amman, Jordan, and you're reporting on Israel from there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So
they banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel now?
As we established, but they're also taking damage. What's the latest?
There seems to be, I'm not going to lie, now that we know that they banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel, and we've also seen like reported pictures of what Haifa looks like. Like there's areas of Haifa in northern Israel that apparently look like Gaza. Like there's pictures that were leaked yesterday, and now they're not allowing Al Jazeera to report from inside Israel. Like it almost seems like there's a bit of a cover-up for how much damage and stuff is being caused in Israel, and that they just don't want you to see. What's a little rude?
On Friday, a site adjacent to a technology park in Beersheba. In the afternoon, there was another larger volley of about 25 missiles targeting Haifa, two sensitive sites there, Tel Aviv as well, in addition to Beersheba again. And we keep saying sites because we don't really know the nature of these sites, but we do know that they've been censored, so they must have some sort of significance for Israel militarily or strategically, and those restrictions have increased. But certainly, the public is rattled having to go in and out of shelters and knowing that these missiles, when they strike, they're striking with precision and with a lot of potency.
Nora, this is day 9 of the conflict. We don't know how long all of this will last, but there is certainly a scenario where we live with these strikes and counterstrikes for a long time.
Find what on Facebook?
Christian, who does that favor?
You talking about the Carolyn Levitt one?
Well, this is almost the nightmare scenario, one can say, if you're following the debates and the discussions in the Israeli media. Israel is a small country. There isn't a lot of strategic depth, as many commentators point out. A war of attrition is costly. It will disrupt the economy, which has already been taking a lot of hits. Israel has been at war on many fronts for 20 months. A war with Iran is different, and if it lasts long, there's no way of knowing how long the Israeli public would tolerate.
Okay, listen to this. The night of assassinations in Iran did not stop with the senior general Izzati. Izzati was the, I believe, the commander of the UAV. Oh my gosh! What the... Anyways, let me just read this again. They just edited it. Here it is. The night of assassinations in Iran did not stop with the senior general Izzati, which we talked about earlier. And now the IDF also announced the assassination of the commander of Unit 190 in the Quds Force of the Revolutionary Guard. Bennen Shahriari was killed while traveling in his car more than 1,000 kilometers from the state of Israel in western Iran, which indicates exceptional intelligence capabilities in the assassination. Shahriari's roles: he was responsible for all transfers of weapons, missiles, rockets, and UAVs from Iran to proxies in the Middle East, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. commanded the transfer of hundreds of millions of dollars annually to various terrorist organizations through his special connections in Turkey and Lebanon, using a network of shell companies, money changers, and money couriers. But they will get you.
Wider and much more
Another
problematic.
assassination tonight.
Day reporting from Amman, Jordan.
As long
Thanks
as it
very much
doesn't
for
come
your
to Canada.
reporting,
That's
Noor.
right, Donna.
Let's go
How's
to
it going?
Tawhid Asadi. Tawhid, you're in the Iranian capital, Tehran.
No footage, just
Now,
news
it's been
release.
a long night in Iran. Multiple targets, as we established, struck across the country. Israel claiming that they killed also officers, multiple officers in
Just
various
a news
parts
release.
of the country's security apparatus. What have you been able to learn, and what are the Iranian authorities saying?
Well, what you see basically is a continuation of Israeli strikes on the ground here in Tehran and across the country. Yeah, last night we heard sounds of
The U.S. has announced it's evacuated 79 embassy staff and family from Israel on a military flight to Sofia, Bulgaria. Before they will be traveling to Washington. Meanwhile, hundreds of Americans have crossed from Iran to Azerbaijan, and nearly 200 await permission to travel through Turkmenistan.
targeted in Qom, a province and a city near Iranian capital Tehran. Also, we've got the diplomatic engagement of the country last night, and yesterday we saw and heard reports about Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi being in Geneva to get engaged with negotiations with Europeans. Of course, he said that I'm not there to negotiate. I'm there to listen to what they're saying, and I'm there at request of the European side. It means, in a sense, that Iran is trying to keep the doors of diplomacy open, but the statement that we have been hearing from the Iranian side is that we're going to continue to strike.
Is the Falkland Islands? No, that wasn't it. It was another island. Remember there when Trump was throwing out all the tariffs? There was that island that was only inhabited by penguins. He threw like a 25% tariff on the island. It's like there's no one that lives there. It's just an island full of penguins. I don't think that was it. It was another island. I can't remember what that one was called,
This
though.
is not just the nuclear facilities being targeted, but what we see and what she said is that civilian infrastructures, residential buildings are being targeted throughout these recent strikes, and we can see it when you go see different places here in the capital.
And Tawhid, just for your information, I'm getting the very latest update from Iran's health ministry. They're saying that 430 people have been killed since the start of Israel's strikes. We're now into the 9th day of that. So 430 killed, 3,500 wounded among civilians. This coming from Iran's health ministry. Now, I want to ask you about daily life. What's it been like these last 8 days to live in Iran under these Israeli strikes? What are Iranians saying privately in their private conversations, private circles? What are they doing? Are they going to work? What's daily life been like?
Well, actually, we've got a very different.
I want to show you something about Turkmenistan, though. Hold on, let me actually bring up Turkmenistan here. Turkmenistan is run by like I guess you could call him like a dictator. But he's got like this weird law. This is Ashgabat, which is the capital of Turkmenistan. I believe it won't allow me to have Google Map. No. So you know a country's a bad country if you can't use Google like Street View on Google Maps. Anyways, let me just try and see if I can find like a picture of the buildings. So yeah, you can sort of see it here. And actually this is a great picture because all the cars, you will notice, are the same color. They're all white or like a silver. I believe it has to be one of the two. You're not allowed to have cars like red or black or anything like that. All vehicles must be white in the capital, and all the buildings are like a very light color. So they're like all white like this, like the entire city. It's actually the guy who runs it. It's a former Soviet state, right? Oh, fuck. I'm like way over here again. It's a former Soviet state, and the guy who ended up being the leader of it, sorry, Turkmenistan, is like a cuckoo guy. So you can like, it's still run very much like a dictatorship or communist country. Okay, that's obviously not outside. I want to actually find another picture that is maybe a little bit better. Here, can I just put a mark there and then maybe I don't move there anymore? We drop jeez. Another one. Hey, why am I going back to Fordo? Like I've deleted this. I'll do it one more time. If I can't find a better picture, then I'm not going to bother. You can look it up yourself. Please be outside. Okay, this is dark. So, but anyways, all these buildings that you see here, like if you were to go here like during the daytime, they're all white. Like they're all white and clean. So it's just kind of one of those things. It's like another hermit kingdom type of thing. And they've only recently opened up tourism there. Like it used to be really hard to go there as a tourist, but the last couple of years they've actually started to allow people to come into the country. Anyways.
It's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able.
Trump says European-led efforts at diplomacy aren't helping, and that only the U.S. can bring an end to the crisis through a deal, claiming Iran is at the brink of having a nuclear weapon within weeks or months.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
I laugh every time I hear him say that.
Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard defended herself on X, blaming the media for fake news and posting a portion of her March congressional testimony that only seemed to confirm her intelligence disagreement with Trump.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
Trump cast doubt on Iran's claim that it is enriching uranium only for energy purposes.
When you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that.
While Trump's fissure with advisors cautioning him against striking Iran is deepening, he also says he wants to be a peacemaker and that U.S. ground forces in Iran would be the last thing anyone wants. Whether the U.S. will join Israel in its aerial bombardments will be a decision solely up to him. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera.
I love how his intelligence tells him one thing and then he just brushes them off.
Session on the Israel-Iran
He's like, nah.
conflict at the request of Tehran. Israel's representative had to be warned
that can't be
launching
right.
a personal attack at Iran's ambassador, who restated that Tehran's nuclear program is peaceful. Gabriel Elizondo reports from UN headquarters in New York.
The Security Council.
At an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, Secretary General Antonio Guterres appealed for an end to the fighting and a return to negotiations.
We are not witnessing isolated incidents. We are on course to potential chaos. The expansion of this conflict could ignite a fire that no one can control.
The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency told the Council he is most concerned about the ramifications if Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant is attacked.
A direct hit would result in a very high release of radioactivity to the environment.
And for supporting this meeting.
Iran's ambassador Amir Saeed Iravani.
You were speaking about the look at the price of oil in the last month. Gone from basically $60 up to $75. Like it's going way up in price. By the way, Canada has lots of oil for sale. Said that many times.
In the Middle East, Israel is the only possessor of undeclared nuclear weapon in the region. It refused to accede to the NPT and block regional disarmament efforts.
Israel's ambassador later received a warning after he leveled a personal attack against his Iranian counterpart.
Mr. Iravani, you are not a victim. You are not even a diplomat. You are a wolf pretending to be a diplomat.
Hey, we watched this earlier.
Done.
Israel getting pissed off at other people for the way that they attacked them after how they've been treating Gaza is a little bit rich for me. I don't know what that is about. Canadian news. You guys don't want to watch that, I promise.
End of the 2-week deadline, but not a overcommitment beyond something like that. I mean, I thought it was interesting. One of Trump's sort of MAGA supporters said that the MAGA people don't really care about dropping a few bombs. It's not that they're pacifists. What they don't want is
Canada has
American
lots of
entanglement
refineries.
in,
We've got
in
like
the issue.
17 of
And
them
so I
now or
think
something.
that's,
How many refineries?
you know,
Or 11 or
that
something?
he'll be pushed by others to go further. Those who are sort of more supportive of Israel and wanting the United States to
17.
get more involved. But I think if he drops a few bombs, but doesn't overly commit the United States.
What they need to do is build a fucking pipeline going from Alberta to Quebec. So that people in Ontario and Quebec can buy oil oil from Canada, not ship it down, get it refined, and then ship right back up for like 3 times the price. That's what needs to happen. But yeah, we've got there's 17 active refineries now
So
in
it's a different
Canada.
group that would be divided over tariffs, but there are divisions within the coalition. I mean, on the Iran situation, what you have there is you have the ones who are pushing Trump to be more proactive in this are those
What's going
who
on
are
with
from a kind of
Argentina?
more strongly what we might kind of say military industrial bent. So they're much more in kind of
What do
ensuring
you
that the
mean?
United States has this very strong military presence and continues to support the defense industry. You also have those who are more of that pro-Israel lobby. I don't mean that in a pejorative sense. I mean those who are much more supportive of Israel and want the United States to be in lockstep with Israel. And those are also a significant part of that are the kind of the evangelical wing of the Republican Party.
Wait, Argentina opened their borders to what? What are you talking about? Wait, who's invading Argentina? What are you talking about?
Looking at tech, for example, or all kinds of forms of, say, manufacturing trade and so on. Other
Why are we shipping so much crude and thermal coal? I thought it was because we couldn't refine enough. No, we don't have any pipelines to get it over to the East Coast. Here. Story time with Aladar again, okay? For those of you that are not Canadian, just listen up. This is where oil is, Alberta, and then like parts of BC have like huge oil, like it's like the 3rd largest crude oil reserves in the world. We have a pipeline that goes basically from Calgary to Vancouver. Vancouver, or technically Burnaby, has a refinery there, but there's 17 refineries. We actually have refineries over in like Quebec, but we have no way of getting oil over to Quebec. We ship oil from Calgary down through Montana. We've got like 2 pipelines that go down here. And in the U.S., like virtually all of the refineries are built to refine our oil. That's why it's such a good relationship. Okay, they refined our heavy crude oil and turned it into what we all use for gas, gas and stuff. But so what happens is we ship it down to them. They refine it wherever down here they refine it, and then they ship it back up to Canada and sell it back to people in Ontario and Quebec. Like, that is mental. Just build the effing pipeline from Calgary to Quebec. Tell Quebec to shut the fuck up, and then that way Alberta could ship their oil, because now they've just finished the pipeline to Vancouver like a couple of years ago. That's the one that cost a few bucks more than we expected. But basically China, like all the, I think the capacity is 1 million barrels a day, or 1.1 million barrels a day, going through. Is that sound right? Yeah, I think. Anyways, it's like Asia or China specifically is taking like 80% of the capacity that's going through Vancouver. Like, we could very easily, they want to build a pipeline from Edmonton to Prince Rupert, which is up here. And that's what all the arguing is about between between Alberta and BC. This is the beef that they're having right now. Alberta wants to build the pipeline, and our BC premier is being a dickhead. But they need to build that pipeline, and then the other pipeline that they're talking about is one from here up to here, which is Churchill, there, because there's already a port there, but they need to expand it, and then they can ship oil from there over to Europe. But there was also talk of building another big long one over to here so that residents of Ontario and Quebec could actually just buy their oil from Canada rather than selling it down here for dirt cheap and then rebuying it for really fucking stupidly expensive. Makes no sense. Build the pipeline. And then all of our natural gas, liquefied natural gas resources and stuff that we have that we're not even really exporting much of, but we have like the third largest reserves in the world of. Like Europe wants to get off of, that's why one of the big things that they were talking about during the G7 is they've announced that in like a few years, they want to be completely off of Russian liquefied natural gas. And they're making deals with Canada to buy ours because it's cheaper for them to buy it from us than it is to buy it from the USA. We're going to swoop in and steal the Americans' business. That is what's going on, okay?
Done. Well, this is really a victory for human rights groups that challenged what they described as the Trump
The
administration's
same Argentina that
unlawful
accepted
targeting
Hitler? Wow,
of
that's rumors.
Palestinian activist. The news comes after a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to release him on Friday. Well, Khalil, a legal permanent US resident who is married to a US citizen, has been held in custody in Louisiana.
Oh, they probably do have
since
refineries
March and could
in
face
Alberta,
deportation.
Lisa Meggs, but they
He
have
was
got no
arrested
way
back
of
on March
transporting it
8th
over
by
to
ICE agents,
Quebec.
and he's really become a
That's the
symbol
problem.
of
There's
Trump's
no
attempt to stamp out pro-Palestinian student activism.
there's no pipelines going from
Trump
Alberta
claims that he's
to
tackling
Ontario or Quebec.
anti-Semitism, but has not been able to show any evidence of this in Khalil's case. Well, for most of his time in detention, Khalil, who was born in a Syrian refugee camp to Palestinian parents, has been held in this detention center in Louisiana. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has invoked a law that allows the US to remove foreigners seen as adverse to US foreign policy. And Rubio claims that Khalil's presence on US soil poses a national security threat. Well, the Trump administration argues that the First Amendment, which protects free speech, doesn't apply to foreigners.
There's
The
Americans know they
proceedings
get
against
their
Khalil
oil
will
from
now
us, man.
Continue, as will his case, before the federal judge
I
challenging
think we're the
immigration
largest
case
supplier
on
of oil to
constitutional
America.
grounds.
Jessica Lemessurier reporting from New York.
Why do you think when they announced tariffs, they only put a 10% tariff on oil?
Is the perfect day for a sun salutation because not only is it the summer solstice, it's also the International Day of Yoga. India is, of course, the birthplace of yoga, and as is his annual.
Oh, man. Chat, we got to make sure that we celebrate the international. Is it today? I got to make sure that I celebrate the International Day of Yoga.
City dwellers in the Western world.
What the fuck?
Still didn't use our allies. We didn't use our other tools. And when you can imagine that if the region comes to fire, then how the price of the energy is skyrocketing, and you can imagine that how the American life would be affected by. And even today, 8 in 10 in the United States are thinking about diplomatic solutions and not really agreeing with the direct entrance of the United States to the war. This can be one of the factors to affect. And I think
Iran
that
has
if the
started
West,
deploying yoga
China,
masters to beat
Russia,
Israel.
Other countries, the Arab states even, become much more responsible and accountable for the situation, they can really find a diplomatic solution.
Zohar Kharazmi from the University of Tehran, thank you very much for joining us on Al Jazeera. Israel's attacks on Iran and Tehran's retaliation could threaten a fifth of the world's energy supplies.
Oh, we're still on Christy Nome
Concerns are
here.
growing over
Sorry.
the security of global supply chains as the conflict's second week continues. Osama bin Javed reports.
This 33
Sorry, I went on a bit of a
photo
rant
is
there.
one of the
Hey,
world's
Razron.
most crucial energy supply routes. A fifth of the world's oil, fertilizer and gas supplies pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has previously threatened to cut off the maritime bottleneck if it faces what it describes as existential threats.
Wait, what? A fifth of
Bottleneck
what? Oh, fertilizer.
Infrastructure.
I think they mean potash.
The Shahran oil depot that holds Tehran's main reserves
By the
of
way,
fuel, estimated
I
to last about
believe
3
Canada
days.
has the largest reserves of potash
Major
in the world,
refineries,
or very
including
close.
Shahre
So
and the
we
Jafrabad oil
got
refinery
we
near
got stuff for
Isfahan
sale.
are also being struck.
Did I put a hashtag ad
The
in
most
my
significant target
stream
of the
title?
conflict so far the South Pars field, the world's largest offshore gas reservoir, shared with Qatar. Iran has also struck areas in Israel's port city of Haifa with ballistic missiles and drones, forcing the suspension of exports of gas through Egypt and restricting flows of liquefied natural gas or LNG to Europe and parts of Asia. Iran launched a missile barrage that damaged pipelines and transmission lines at the Haifa oil refinery as well. It was partially shut down. Israel also suspended operations at its Tamar and Leviathan gas fields in the Mediterranean Sea for safety reasons. The EU, China, India and Japan rely heavily on oil from the Middle East and are concerned
We got
about
lots
the
for
current
sale in
crisis,
Canada.
as are Iran's regional neighbours.
We have to condemn
For
very clearly, and the
Secretary
international
of
community has to make
Commerce.
it very clear that any targeting of nuclear facilities, any targeting of fuel or energy facilities in this region would have ramifications that are unknown.
The third largest oil producer in the OPEC group of oil producers, Iran's exports make up about 4.5% of global supplies, but oil producers are capable of dealing with supply cuts of that size.
Build a refined
Any
manufacturing
blockage of
products so
shipping
we're
routes, though,
less
could
reliant on
restrict
other
supplies
nations.
and not
Yeah,
just
that's what
oil.
Carney
The
is
cost of
trying to fix
ensuring
now.
tankers
Whether he'll be
transiting
able
through
to
the
do
Strait
it
of Hormuz has
in the next
already
like 4
increased,
years, we'll see.
and any
But
disruption there could further force
today
up
was a
oil
big
prices,
step, though.
even above $100 a barrel, according to some estimates. Israel's war with Iran, slowing growth in China, and
But
Europe's
we'll
move
see if
away
he's
from
able to
Russia's
back
oil
up
and
his
gas
word, right?
are all weighing on global trade. Add to that concerns about the reliability of US President Donald Trump's administration as a trading and diplomatic partner, and some experts are concerned the world economy could be hurtling towards a perfect storm. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, we look at how a prolonged conflict with Israel would affect Iran's struggling economy. And Europe's new push into the manufacturing of drones for warfare. It's been lagging behind the rest of the world for years.
I feel like I got ripped off when, you know, when I bought my DJI drone. Actually, I didn't buy one, but. Weather? No.
Getting hotter and hotter.
No. No, we're not watching weather. What is this trial set to begin?
Across the political spectrum.
Okay, your voice is grating at best. What is this?
The day he died.
Don't know what that is. Same channel.
Vaporized. Now when they see the lights or they hear that command,
Gonna turn it on to Fox for a little bit here. Sorry.
flee the scene. And that's over with here now. And like I said, that's going to be a slow process to cure because you're building a generation of them. Last year in Michigan, we had 3 police officers shot and killed while they were working. And
We do another
none of them
missile
were in a
check.
gunfight. I don't know if anybody realizes that. You know, you say, well, you know, nobody here is going to say out loud, well, it's part of the job. It's not. Nobody goes to work to get killed. But what happened is one of them was on a traffic stop. One was helping a homeless guy in a busy city. And one of them was tailing a stolen car. None of these guys got a shot off. These were guys that were ambushed and murdered in this state. And that's because there was no consequences.
Oh, there is a hostile drone
to convince them that it's bad to do
notification.
But we're up for it. We're good at it. We're going to be fine. Fentanyl, we spoke about that. Sheriff, it's a huge number over there. Myself, I've thought about Livonia, which is one of America's safest cities.
So apparently there's a drone notification for here, low 10.
And when they broke that down for me, what
Oh,
they
that's in the
basically
deep
said was
south.
that would be enough to kill every
Yeah, there's another place called Groffit.
I mean, think about that. That was in the backseat of somebody's car.
Where?
We had a
where is-
Detroit police officer that was overcome by
There, right here. So these two places here. Apparently there's Iranian drones
They had to revive him on the street.
that have got there. So we'll have to wait and see if this is a precursor to or pre-event the missiles coming in. It's usually what they've been doing.
People think that because Michigan
Still, it's only about 10:30 in the morning, so it's usually up until about noon where the missile strikes come in.
walk across Lake Erie, nobody can walk across Lake Huron. But the fact is they've been crossing that river, that lake illegally since the Prohibition era. Canada lets everybody in, and it's just we're the only part of the border that's north of Canada, right here. And I remember
It's all
supporting
Canada's
President
fault.
Trump. We endorsed
Gotta,
him and encouraged them
we got to
have
deal with those
Secretary
Canadians.
of Homeland Security. I cannot believe I've seen so much out of you in 4 months, and all I ever saw in the last 4 years was somebody sitting in front of Congress saying the border is secure, the border is secure. And while that we were showing it, we couldn't see the earth because of all the bodies that were walking across the street. I encourage you to engage our 83 county sheriffs, our police officers, public and police and townships and cities, because we all want to help. We don't have anybody here trying to stop the ICE guys. We're ready to help.
Well, thank you for that. And thank you for your leadership.
We're letting them in and letting them be drug addicts.
It meant the world to me to have your endorsement. When
Oh,
I came
no.
into this position, by
No.
President Trump, because you're going through the confirmation process, and you want
We just
people to
talked
consider
about this.
you as someone who would be able to come in and to do the job and to do
Most
the job well, and
unqualified
have the support of
person,
an organization
entire
that
like
you represent, and you yourself meant the world to me, and gives you the strength to go through a process like that, to sit in front of Congress and say, here's my life, here's who I am, I just want to serve, and I want to make this country safe again, and do what President Trump was asked to do by the American people. What do law enforcement officers feel that they need the most right now that they are lacking? As far as, I've seen in the Department of Homeland Security, so I have ICE, and then I also have Border Patrol, USCIS, which does all visas and work.
Apparently, there's been an explosion in Isfahan, Iran. Let me get a markup here as to where that is. But apparently, there's a nuclear facility that's there as well. So there's definitely smoke and stuff like that. Iran's an evil country, so I don't have street view there, but there has been an explosion
Something terrible happened to this
on a
country,
nuclear facility that's
who
there.
runs this country if we have the unprecedented situation happen. TSA is under my jurisdiction, so we have implemented some security concerns that people had talked about Real ID, which was many states are giving out driver's licenses to anybody that shows up. I don't know if your state is one of them, didn't have to prove citizenship in this country in order to get a driver's license. And in Michigan, did you just need a driver's license to go vote? I'm guessing that's one of the things that Real ID was a law that was passed over 20 years ago that we finally implemented, because it just says that you have to prove your legal status if you're going to get on an airplane, if you're going to be on public transportation, and so making sure that we're also fixing a lot in TSA.
Wait, if you're on public transportation, you have to have like legal ID?
Secret Service and FLETC,
Like if you get onto a bus?
Department of Homeland Security,
That
so
doesn't make
training our
sense. That
law
can't be
enforcement
right.
Officers, and then partnering with other
Talking out of our
departments
ass,
that train
right?
tribal are important. But for me, every day, I've seen ICE recruitment go up, Border Patrol recruitment has gone up, Secret Service recruitment has gone up over 200%. Record enrollment in Coast Guard, which I'm responsible for as well. What I'm seeing is that when you let people do their jobs for what they were called to do, and you support them and give them the training and the equipment that they need to do their jobs, that they feel fulfilled, that they're doing what they need. But every day, President Trump calls and talks to me and says, "What do you need, Christy? What do you need?" This is clearly his priority. And I don't ever want to go to him and say, I don't know, or that I don't know exactly what it is. What you hear from your law enforcement officers, what is the thing that they need the most that we could give them at this point? And some of these law enforcement officers are serving in sanctuary cities and jurisdictions where politicians don't have their backs. And I think that's discouraging, but you let me know.
I think
And we always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Okay. Are we okay? No more weather here.
Iran, they have targeted multiple types of targets on the ground, from nuclear sites to military sites. They also carried out a lot of assassinations. On the other side, which has been expected, Iran
Israel
is a
says
massive
29
country,
people have been
70
killed. That's
times,
it.
Literally 70 times the size of Israel, and they can take a lot of beating but they do have their own types of weapons that can actually hurt Israel. And Israel does not have the capacity to go along with this war. So they need a decisive victory, or they have to achieve their strategic goals as soon as possible. So we are at a critical stage of this conflict, if you like, because both sides did not declare it as a full war yet. And I think it is a critical and dangerous moment because both sides are increasing the velocity of their weapons, also the destructive amount of weaponry used by both sides. We can see over the last...
Well, pause. I have a question on that, actually, because on days 1 and 2, when Iran would send a barrage of missiles, it was dozens. And now, today, yesterday, even the day before, when they send a volley of missiles, it's just a handful. Do you read anything into that?
Well, yes, but the quality, if you like, and the type of weapons that
Oh,
have been
did we
sent
have an
over the last
Alzay?
48
Albu Gnu,
hours
are
or
you here?
72 hours, but particularly over the last 48 hours, they were
Sorry,
more
dude, are you
effective
still
because
here?
The first 2 to 3
Wonder if I can
days,
refund this.
yes, they sent, I don't know, hundreds, probably 100 or dozens of these missiles, but they were not really effective. And also the types of targets inside Israel were different. But now we can see that they are sending different types of missiles. They have ballistic missiles that are 18 meters long, and they have been effective on the ground. We can see the pictures coming from Israel reflecting that, while if we compare them to the
Israel
dozens,
says their interception rate is 90+%.
It was, not anymore. I mean, we knew this from the 7th of October, that the air defenses of Israel can be overwhelmed. And this is what the Iranians are doing. Plus, their air defenses in Israel, they are effective against normal ballistic or cruise missiles, not against hypersonic missiles. And Iran has a good amount, not big amount of these missiles, but they have been sending these regularly since the third day of the conflict. So we are at a stage where both parties have their own pros and cons, if you like, their strengths and weaknesses. But the length of this war, if it gets prolonged, it's not in the interest of Israel. Israel cannot go very long in this war because most of the Israelis are in the bunkers. Their economy is affected. While Iran, yes, it suffers maybe more in this, but it's a massive country. And they have been in this, if you like, emergency mood for far too long. For 40 years, probably. They have had the Iraq-Iran war, and then they have had issues in the region. They had their militias. They were involved in Lebanon, in Syria, and in other places in Iraq as well. And as well as they have been under embargo for far too long. And their economy is totally different to the Israelis. So what we are looking at are two countries unlike each other, totally, but they do have their strengths and they are at each other's throats, if that can be said. While Israel has its own allies, Iran does not have really many strong allies, and it has yet to activate its proxy allies in the region, and I don't see them supporting Iran very much because they have been weakened already since the 7th of October.
Iran has raised that threat of allies, whether it's Hezbollah, whether it's Kataib Hezbollah and other Iran-aligned militias in Iraq, or whether it's the Houthis. Iran has said, and they have also acknowledged, well, we might attack U.S. interests in the region if the U.S. jumps into this war. So it's conditional.
Mm-hmm. But it's I don't see that as effective, and this is what I wanted to say, that I don't see them as strong allies doing a lot of harm. They can do that, they can cause some noise here and there, but I don't see them daring to actually attack the U.S., and also they don't have the means and capacity. Plus, before they relied heavily on Iranian leadership on the ground, despite that these proxies have their own leaderships. They relied on Qasem Soleimani. He has been assassinated. They relied on Qa'ani. I hear that he has been assassinated as well. And Iranian influence, or if you like, the landline between Tehran and Lebanon has been disrupted as well. So I don't see that happen, but I see Iranians, they might target U.S. interests in the region, but it's not yet. We still have some time.
Mohamed Salumi, I have plenty of questions for you around the diplomacy of this,
Institute for Graduate
what's
Studies.
today, what may happen going forward. Right now, we needed to have a conversation on the defense and security aspect of it, but we'll talk again in the coming hours. We've got more questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is reported to have arrived in Istanbul for a meeting with his counterparts at the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It gets underway in Istanbul shortly. Let's go to Al Jazeera's Sinem Kostoğlu. She's live from Istanbul. Sinem, what are you expecting from this meeting?
Well, sir, let me phrase you what this OIC foreign ministers meeting is. As we know, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation is the second largest international body following the UN with dozens of members. And today
They've got members in this Islamic organization that are siding with Israel.
Gathering in Istanbul. That was a planned meeting. And
gotta be
many
awkward.
were curious whether Iran's foreign minister Araghchi would be able to come to Istanbul for this meeting. But yesterday he was in Europe talking with European delegations, and he arrived in Istanbul this morning. Of course, for the Islamic world, for the Muslim countries, there are very specific topics every year during every OIC event. The human rights, also the conflicts in the Muslim world like Yemen, Iran, in Palestine, Gaza. But this year, especially this year, Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi asserted this morning that they asked for a special session only for Iran. So this will be something different this year. In the late afternoon, we are expecting all members gathered for a special session discussing about Israeli assaults targeting deep inside Iran. On the other hand, the Arab League members, the foreign ministers of these states, will also have a special session in the late afternoon today. As they arrived in Istanbul last night, Friday night, they had an extraordinary urgent meeting last night. We don't know much about the outcome of this one, but usually the Arab League members, they convene before other meetings to have one voice. So today we're expecting through Abbas Araghchi, through Iran's Araghchi, that Iran would call for push the Muslim states for condemning the Israeli strikes and asking for action. But of course, this will be a challenging task.
Nothing on missiles, Chad.
Many Gulf states, they had the Abraham Accords signed with Israel, and when it comes to the national interest, sometimes
it happened just for the sake of the stream, of course.
Do not overlap.
That's a good thing.
Sinem, pause for a second, because I have a question for you on that. Pause for a second. We're getting the live pictures, actually, of inside the room. In fact, this is Abbas Araghchi we're seeing right now, the Iranian foreign minister. So yesterday he was in Geneva meeting the foreign ministers of 3 European countries. Now he's in Istanbul. He's meeting the Arab League countries and the OIC countries. That's the Organization of Islamic Countries. And as Sinem was pointing out, that is the second largest
crazy if Israel
body
assassinates
in the
that
world after
that
the UN. Many countries represented here in Istanbul today. So
this
Sinem,
guy?
The question I was going to ask you is
the foreign minister guy from
is
Iran?
likely to be a show of support for Iran and condemnation of the Israeli strikes. My question is, will there be voices in that room critical of Iran?
Yeah, I saw the reports for the drones, but
given some sectarian differences and, as I said, some different national interests, of course, there are concerns among the Muslim world about Iran's national policies or regional policies, that we say. It is much better to frame it that way, because Iran, until last year, until Israel targeted all Hezbollah members.
Okay, so this is along the border of Jordan,
and
anyways.
Hamas completely. Iran has been keen on using proxies in the region, and that was not welcomed by many countries.
So
but at the end of the day, this is an organization, a solid voice for the Muslim world. Many believe that this attack, this conflict that Israel
could just
has
be random drone attacks, but
suddenly
they've had
targeting
3 or 4
Iran might point out to any other.
We've had 3 or 4 of these launches of drones in the last few hours, and so far they haven't followed up with missiles. So
we are expecting that they will.
But it is, like I said, it's
today,
usually up
and
until
they will
around noon Israeli time. So that's in about an hour and 15 minutes.
Nations and everything. It is also criticized by many circles from the Muslim world, from the
Yeah, the
international,
Nimitz is due to arrive
community
this
that
weekend,
they're
actually.
not doing enough for any of the conflict related to the
So-
Muslim countries. But we're expecting
They had to
the
come from.
Secretary-General,
Whoops.
to give a press conference
Where the hell are we?
tomorrow on the second day, on Sunday afternoon. We will learn
They
more.
had to come
but,
from the
we're
South,
expecting
the
some hard voices
South
today,
China Sea, I believe,
during
is where
those
it came
private
from.
sessions. Back to
But
Sinem
yeah,
Kosovo
they're
reporting from Istanbul. Thank
got
you
a bit
very
of
much. We'll be speaking
distance to
again a little
travel.
later.
It's been like 5 or 6
For
days
years,
since
Iran's
they left.
economy
But
has struggled under the weight of Western sanctions. Rising inflation and a collapsing currency have made everyday life difficult for Iranians. That has some people wondering if the country can afford a prolonged conflict. Riley Carlson reports.
they have oil to sell. They can.
Lines are getting
good.
longer at Tehran's grocery stores and gas stations. Non-essential shops are closing. Struggling for years under Iran's stifled economy means not everyone is able to heed the threats to leave the capital.
How could we leave? Some people might have a lot of savings or be in a good financial position. Maybe they can leave, but
My
not
general
for us.
ones would be
Personally,
centrist.
I
There's
don't
some
think
things
we're
on the
going
right I
anywhere.
believe in, some things on the left.
Near total internet blackouts have been reported. The stock exchange is closed until Sunday, an effort to ride out the volatility
Maybe that
of
sounds
a week
like a
of
cheap
conflict. The
answer,
government
but that's
says
just
its
the truth.
refineries, critical to its petroleum output, are still operational. Tehran has threatened to close its side of the Strait of Hormuz if things escalate further, but experts say that would also hurt Iran.
That option is not ideal. It's the lifeline of Iran and its neighbor. They don't want to go to that direction. But if Iran
What are they
is to
talking about?
be,
Going to the strait here?
destabilized to a bigger extent, and we don't know what.
Is that what they said? The Strait of Hormuz?
Then I think that's a doomsday scenario.
Iran's
I
struggling
think you would-
economy has been plagued by annual.
I think if they tried to cut off the Strait of Hormuz, you would immediately see the
living.
U.S. say, "Okay,
Now
you know what? Fuck it,
Iranians
we're
have to
dropping,
survive not just
dropping the bombs
sanctions,
now."
But a conflict that shows no signs of letting up. Riley Carlson, Al Jazeera.
Drones are reshaping warfare from Ukraine to the Middle East. Now, European countries and companies are racing to ramp up production at
Skull
home.
Vikes, hey, thank you
Natasha
very
Butler
much again,
reports
dude. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the sub, man. I really appreciate it. Have a good one.
Rapidly. A model of French company
Let me be back.
MBDA's
Good. I will
explosive
see you
long-range missile
tomorrow.
Designed to saturate enemy air defense systems like an Iranian Shahid drone.
It was created to
Iran
be
has a
produced
battleship
in
that
large
waiting there
quantities
for
and
the last
quickly,
18,
thanks to
118
its
days.
simple design.
I
And
mean,
our
they can do
company
that if they
partnered
want,
with
but
a
if
French
they try and tell
automobile
America, "Hey,
maker,
we're
so
going
we
to
can
fuck with your
produce
energy
1,000
or
of
your
them
oil,
per
your
month."
gas prices," that's
Drones
just
and
one
drone-like
more reason
technology
why
is
Trump would say, "Okay,
reshaping
never mind,
warfare
we're
faster than
dropping the
ever,
bomb."
From Ukraine to the Middle East. But Europe's long lagged behind countries. including
Skull Vikes, I
US
actually
and
have a
China,
full-time
in
job,
innovation
so
and
this week
production.
and
But
possibly
that's
next week
changing.
I have off.
This is a prototype
So,
of a new generation drone.
I'll be
being
streaming
co-developed
more
by
often than
companies from
I
Italy
had
and
been,
Turkey.
but you know,
Turkey's Baykar Technologies,
I
a
try to
leading
be on
drone
when the news is
manufacturer,
on.
and Italian aeronautics giant Leonardo hope to begin deliveries in 2026. Leonardo's chairman says European companies like his are scaling up fast.
We are talking with other European partners, both French and Germans in space. So yeah, we are already getting there. Then whatever comes.
What is Path of Exile? No, I play MMOs and that's basically about it.
Political will is decisive.
Political will now seems to be there. After years of slow investment, countries in the EU are increasing defense spending to fill a gap left by the US as Washington distanced itself from the
Oh,
bloc.
apparently Israel is
Innovations like
attacking
these are
in
helping to
Iran.
bolster European sovereignty.
Being reported that
Natasha
they've
Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
that there are
Still
attacks
ahead on
underway
Al
in
Jazeera,
Iran.
More Palestinians seeking food at controversial distribution centers are killed
The
by
person that
Israeli
is
fire. More on
talking
that
about
after
it though is very biased towards Iran. There probably are attacks, but he's suggesting that they've only hit 3 hospitals and 6 ambulances. So
I was just thrown tear gas by the police on purpose. Al Jazeera has the time in its programming to go live from the Amazon, to go live to where another story that may not be mainstream is happening. The fires are still ongoing. I'm not sure if you can see. People here said they're being threatened by miners and loggers. The way that you tell the story is what can make a difference.
As international alliances shift.
Okay, what do we have? Anything interesting? Nothing there.
Of influence in that part of the world. So
Oh,
there are
there's
Democrats
the
who say
stealth
basically it's
bomber.
not something that we, in an ideal world, we'd love not to have to do this. But if the United States isn't stepping up, then it'll be the enemies of the United States who do.
All right, Richard Johnson, thank you so much for your analysis. So we'll be closely following what Trump decides to do, of course, in the coming days. That's Richard Johnson, a lecturer in U.S. politics at Queen Mary University of London.
You remember when Al Jazeera was
Palestinian
mostly
activist
Arabic?
Mahmoud
Yeah, they
Khalil
seem to
has
be
been released
pretty.
After over 3 months in federal immigration
I remember when
detention.
it
The
seemed
former
like they
Columbia
were
University grad
very
student became a symbol of President Trump's crackdown on
anti-West.
pro-Palestinian
Maybe I don't even know if I want to say
Khalil
that,
left
but
the
they were.
facility in Louisiana on
But
Friday
they seem
and
to
is
be pretty
expected to head
balanced
to
in their
New York
news
to
coverage
reunite
now.
with his wife, a U.S. citizen, and his infant son, who was born while he was in detention. Our correspondent Jessica Lemesurier has more.
Yeah, we.
He's been held for over 3 months. He missed the birth of his first child.
Watch that. This looks like an ad.
Tom Yams. And that's what we do every night.
Still waiting to see if there's any updates on those drones or if there's incoming missiles.
Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News.
So far, nothing.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions
There
of
are
Americans.
sirens now going off in the areas where the drones were launched. So.
To maintain here.
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now,
A lot of lies on a lot of propaganda, man. A lot of propaganda. The trick is to sift through it all and
questions still outstanding.
News for the
determine what's
NBC News Now.
what's
Taking over the
bullshit
helm
and
of
what's
a
not.
75-year-old broadcast. It's a great responsibility.
Apparently, there's been a drone that has hit a building
have to go in there with that
in this area here.
response to bring people at home closer to the story. This group
So
right here just
northeast
crossed the
of
Rio
Tel
Grande. The
Aviv.
best reporters in our business know how to listen, and when you listen, you
But
get the
still
truth.
no reports
For
of
NBC
any other
NBC
missiles.
News, I'm Tom Yams, and that's what we do every night.
News lives in the now.
Look at this.
Man, the amount of like commercials, man. This is why I don't watch cable TV. Like,
Shift toward Israel and Iran trading fires. The Israeli military taking advantage of this distraction and continue with the strikes. For the third day in a row, we're seeing drone attacks are on the rise, targeting tent encampments, people inside tents, sheltering, or a group of people gathering in the streets, either waiting for water.
Last
or food,
time they
or
tried to fight
near
us,
the
who tried to fight you?
Centers. Today alone,
Iranians?
we're looking at 7 people, 3 of them near Rafah distribution center. This distribution center managed and operated by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Again, looking at underscoring the lack of safety, the lack of protection measurements for aid seekers in these areas, let alone they are stationed near military bases set up by the Israeli military. So there's no safety whatsoever for these people. There are 4 more here across the Gaza city and the northern territories. And just in the past few minutes, a report of a vehicle that was struck in Deir al-Balah city at the eastern part of Salah ad-Din Road. And that's the beginning of the same exact patterns. The drone strikes are across the strip from the city of Beit Hanun all the way to Rafah in the southern part of the strip. Not
nothing
only
about
causing further
drones.
civilian casualties, but deepening the sense of a humanitarian catastrophe as these attacks happening, while people are searching for food, searching for basic supplies just to survive these difficult conditions created by months of devastation and destruction.
Hani Mahmoud, thanks again to you and your team reporting steadfastly from Gaza. This was live from Gaza City. Thanks again, Hani. Pro-Palestinian activist and Columbia University graduate Mahmoud Khalil has been released from immigration detention.
More alerts about drones in Lotan, which we looked at before.
Is not a flight risk and has not been accused of a crime. Khalil was arrested back in March after the Trump administration argued his on-campus activism for Gaza undermined U.S. foreign policy.
The hundreds of men who I left behind me shouldn't be there in the first place. The Trump administration are doing.
Apparently, there's medics on site for a drone strike.
Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi speaking live from Istanbul in Turkey. Let's listen in.
It worked in the past and it can work in the future.
Here we go.
To come back to diplomacy,
breaking news.
It is obvious I cannot go to negotiation with the United States when our people are under bombardments, under the support of the United States. We have come, unfortunately, to the conclusion that the United States has been in this aggression from the beginning. You know, they deny. They keep saying that they are not involving, but we have many indications that they have been involved from day one. And now, you know, the tweets, interviews by the U.S. president is quite clear that he's talking about the U.S. leadership on this question. Unfortunately, we have heard that the U.S. may join this aggression. That would be very unfortunate, and I think that would be very, very dangerous for everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Nothing really much new there. Just repeated basically what he said this morning.
He's speaking from Istanbul in Turkey. Now, remember the reporting we were doing earlier in the program that he is there to meet the OIC and the Arab League. So OIC being the Organization of Islamic Countries, which is one of the largest bodies in the world. And he's there, of course, in the context of negotiations or diplomatic efforts to end the Iran-Israel conflict. That's it from me, Cyril Vanier, for this News Hour.
Opening up the conversation.
To be clear, attacks against free speech are not unique to either Democrats or Republicans.
All this stuff.
That as we're moving forward and the conflict continues between the two countries, what are your thoughts on how significant it was to have taken out, like they said, 40% of those sites?
Yeah, I hope that's correct. I hope that it's more than that since then. I think it's nevertheless important to be cautious. And so I appreciate the kind of the public statement.
I think they meant 40% of the
saying, but nevertheless, all
missile launching
systems are finite. All missile defenses are finite. And eventually, you will run out. That's not a criticism of anybody. That is just in the nature of things. That goes for the United States as well as for any other missile defender in the world. And this really comes down to what is the purpose of missile defense?
We talk shit about Israel. It's public. Can we be arrested? No.
The purpose of missile defense.
Well, not in my country, you can't be arrested for that blow there.
And that's now,
I don't know what authoritarian country you live in, but not in my country. You won't get arrested for that.
The opportunity to do so, and now that has to be brought to bear.
Do you know anything about Israel's capabilities, specifically on the Fordo fuel enrichment plant, which is believed to be buried about half a mile underneath a mountain? We do know that the Prime Minister Netanyahu says that Israel does have the capability to go after the secret site.
Look, there are ways to, quote unquote, go after it. You can go in the front door, right? Perhaps with special forces, you can go in through whatever tunnels or entrances there are to get after that. And in some respects, that might be preferable.
I think that's 300 meters.
Preferable in terms of an intelligence operation to take pictures, to pull some stuff out, and then actually destroy it from the inside. Whether it's a half mile underground, whether it's 300 feet under rock, what have you, it's hard to get at. And I suspect that this
half a mile is 800
one of the
meters.
reasons why the Israelis have not yet targeted Khamenei himself. They're trying to keep
that can't be right.
That possibility of negotiation in the back pocket there. So
I feel like that's wrong. I think they said 300 feet before.
The Israelis or the Israelis working with others decide not to do it from the ground, then it becomes as the image there that you just had indicates, then you have the bunker buster option. And that is really an American option with the bombers that were depicted there, and in particular the GPU 57 that really only the United States has. And even there, it's not easy. It's not easy to crack a mountain and then to continue to hammer down these wedges deeper and deeper to create little mini earthquakes that can eventually get down that deep.
I'm glad you mentioned that because we've also been hearing from President Trump on this as well in relation to these.
Oh, is
bunker
that how it
busters.
works?
You said it's incredibly difficult to do. How long has the United States had this capability? And again, if it is a possibility that Israel has somewhat of it, what would that potentially look like if one of those bunker busters was to enter? What would be left of that mountain and that site?
It's hard to say. It may take a half dozen. I've seen that number put out. It may take a dozen or 20 of them. Israel doesn't have these bigger bunker busters that we were just talking about. They have some smaller ones for maybe going after tunnels in Gaza or something like that. That's a different kettle of fish. So what would it look like? Well, look, you might be able to bury it simply by creating enough seismic energy and shake and bake.
There's another 10 alerts for drones in here. It looks like actually I don't. Where are we here? Okay, so that's back in the southern. So apparently,
by the Israeli
maybe it's just five
government and
five
also
drones.
by the White House. I think this needs to go. We need this. The Iranian nuclear program needs to be ended once
So
and
there
for
are
all.
more that have
we don't want to be doing this again
come
in 5
over.
years.
And so I want to continue to take a live look there in Tel Aviv as we're really closely watching the region for any other attacks
Dude,
that might be launched out of
people are sleeping on the Ukraine. There was a report earlier.
Tel Aviv and Israel.
During the night, the Russian Federation launched 272 drones and 8 missiles at Ukraine.
Can you first explain what the
Like, people are getting all, massively excited about, like, 4 missiles and, like, the Ukraine war is still going off like crazy.
Some overzealous marketing by the Iranians on this front. When folks talk about hypersonic missiles,
Remember they
usually
bombed the
what's being
bunkers and there's
discussed is,
actually complete
yes,
warheads
over
down there?
Mach 5, but really the ability to have
One sec,
sustained
let me
and controlled
show something here.
flight at very high speeds. And so typically that corresponds to especially a hypersonic glide vehicle that goes very long distances and coming in screaming hot. Probably what the Iranians are describing is something that is coming in fast, a kind of re-entry vehicle with a little bit of maneuverability.
Want to see what it would look like?
But it's probably not the same category of the bona fide hypersonic missiles that Russia, China, and the United States are doing. So look, Russia kind of exaggerates the claims of some of the quote-unquote hypersonic missiles that they have said to launch in Ukraine, such as the Kinzhal air-launched ballistic missile. And you know what? The PAC-3 Patriot missiles in Ukraine have been taking them out. So I think it's important to kind of tamp down some of the marketing by the Iranians here. Their missiles aren't 10 feet tall. And again, the batting average of the Israelis and the batting average of the American missile defenses has been not perfect, but it's been not bad.
And so I was actually going to ask you about the Patriot missile defense system next. When it comes to some of these American-made products that are involved in these international conflicts.
Okay, let me show you what a nuclear test underground looks like. This is basically what you would see. It's not like the ground would explode upwards. I've seen a video of what it looks like in Korea, North Korea, when they did it here. But this is what it looks like when a nuclear bomb goes off underground, all right? Maybe not what you'd imagine. Here's one with here's another one as well. This is I'm hoping those aren't real cows. Oh, maybe it is a real cow. Anyways, it doesn't blow up like upwards and out and stuff nearly as much as you might actually think it seems. Oh, we've got footage of the drone attack in that struck in Israel. So this is apparently it here. That's what a drone will do to your house, apparently. Anyways, this is I guess what happened. Everyone's got their phone out to record. That's good. You won't get any views unless you're recording. Apparently, this might be the first drone that has gotten through so far.
Our partners. Everybody watching this is recognizing
There's another,
you don't want to get into
there's another
a
clip
fight
here.
without the ability to fend off at least a good bit of this missiles coming in, because they are now weapons of choice.
All right, we appreciate.
This is I guess walking up to the same building probably. Oh wow, that's a crater that's there. An absolute crater that's by the building.
Israel also, we heard this sentence from the Iranian foreign minister a few minutes ago. He said, military is doing well. And that is indicative of what we are hearing from military officials. They're saying that this is not the point at which we're going to stop. We're going to respond. We're going to retaliate with a more crushing, stronger.
Yeah, that is the first confirmed
drone
strike, I think.
Strikes continue, and if you look at these waves of Iranian missile strikes, we heard about.
And assuming that since it's already struck, there's no missiles coming in afterwards.
The IRGC statement, and they're saying that every time they're using more and more advanced weaponry, more and more advanced missiles, to show that yes, we are going to go on and increase our, let's say, attacks as long as Israeli strikes continue. And that leads to an unprecedentedly dangerous scenario down the road. Now there is this hope that with this diplomatic engagements, there might be a possibility for de-escalation, but still there is this big if that Iran puts there. If Israelis decide to step back, there would be a possibility for diplomatic engagement. Otherwise, we have to keep waiting to see what comes next.
Tawhid Asadi, reporting from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Thank you very much, Tawhid. Let's go straight to Noor O'Day, joining us from Amman, Jordan. You're reporting on Israel from Amman, Noor, because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and inside the occupied West Bank. So let's talk about diplomacy this hour. There's this triangle, U.S., Israel, Iran. Iran has said, we're willing to negotiate, but not under fire. The U.S., Donald Trump at least, seems to be somewhat undetermined and undecided as to what he intends to do. He wants to give diplomacy a chance, but he's also clearly threatening some kind of military action.
I think it's going to be hilarious if
the triangle that you're reporting on Israel is the only one that actively does not want diplomacy.
It would be hilarious if that happened.
It doesn't want diplomacy. It tries to undermine that track from an Israeli perspective, at least what we're hearing, Cyril, from many in the circles of this right-wing coalition, but even beyond that, is that Israel wants to maintain its hegemony. Israel is a military superpower. It's a nuclear power as well, the only one in the region. And it wants to be able to set the ground rules, new rules, a completely different security architecture, if you will, in the region. It reaches a ceasefire agreement and then breaks it at will, and it does not expect any kind of consequences. In fact, it acts with indignation when there is any kind of reproach, even if it's rhetorical. And we saw that
multiple
in
reports
Lebanon,
of
we
this
saw
drone
that
strike
in
now,
Gaza,
so it...
and now we see the Israeli army attacking Iran with the backing of the United States, dictating terms. Because remember, what we heard from the French foreign minister and even from the British foreign minister overnight in Geneva were the Israeli conditions, not just no uranium enrichment in Iran, but also no ballistic missiles. Now, this wasn't even part of the discussions before this crisis began. And so from a regional perspective, this is extremely worrying, and it's almost like a jungle, and there can only be one king.
Noor, just briefly, can you give us the latest kinetic news? I mean by that, the damage that Israel is taking from Iran and inflicting upon Iran.
Well, let me tell you the most recent news, because in the past few minutes, a two-story building in Bisan, or Beit Shin as it is called in Hebrew, sustained heavy damage. Now, this is right south of Tiberias Lake, so further up from the Jordan Valley. And all day today, we've seen warnings of drones coming from Iran. There is still an ongoing siren in the south near Ramon Airport in southern Israel. And this
The only solution is to remove nukes from Israel and Iran. I would like them, like all countries, to remove nukes.
Damage that they have caused to sensitive sites across the country. Israel is also was very keen in the morning to announce assassinating.
I don't think you're ever going to get Israel to agree to remove nukes, though, to be fair. I think they're pretty set on
Jordan. Thank you very much, Noor.
Keeping them.
U.S. President Donald Trump says
they look
he
at
will
that
not
as their
ask
last
Israel
line of
to
defense.
suspend its attacks on Iran. That's something that Tehran is insisting on for talks to be resumed with the U.S. Trump also revealed a major disagreement with his country's top intelligence chief over whether Iran is building a nuclear bomb. Al Jazeera's Heidi Jo Castro has more from Washington.
U.S. President Donald Trump's self-imposed window to decide whether
declared a state of emergency in western Bocas del Toro
province,
where protests against controversial pension reforms intensified this week. The protests erupted 2 months ago. At least one person has died and around 30 have been injured in clashes. Columbia University protester Mahmoud Khalil has been freed from a U.S. immigration detention facility in Louisiana. A federal judge ordered his release, saying the government had, quote, clearly not met the standards for his detention. Khalil was arrested 3 months ago, with the Trump administration
Dude looked dead as... You talking about me, or...?
Over his role in pro-Palestinian protests. Salvage workers have raised the wreck of a super yacht that sank off the coast of Sicily during a storm last year. The accident killed UK tech mogul Mike Lynch, his daughter, and 5 others.
Saying they should have a Samson option should be enough to be wary of their need for nukes.
Of the reason it sank within minutes.
The Samson option is definitely a scary one.
Yoga and meditation are considered both an art and a science for healthy living. From India to the United States, people...
No, don't care about that. Oh, another follow. Thank you very much. Kersey. Hey, thank you very much. Go have a one more follow. I appreciate that, Kersey. Thank you very much. I'm just trying to see if there's... Okay, hold on. I don't think we've seen this.
China has come out in firm condemnation of Israel. Olivia Salazar-Winspear reports.
Let's see what China has to say now.
A cause for concern for Beijing. Xi Jinping says he's deeply worried about Israel's military action against Iran. His comments came during a meeting with the Uzbek president in Kazakhstan, a position underlined by his foreign ministry, who's made it clear that the world's second largest power is standing with Iran.
China strongly calls on all parties involved in the conflict, especially Israel,
To put the interests of the region's people first, they should immediately stop fighting and
amazing. Everyone's taking sides based on which country they get oil from.
China has evacuated hundreds of its citizens from Iran amid fears for their safety. Beijing's allegiance to Tehran is nothing new, but in recent years that relationship has grown ever closer. In 2021, the two countries signed a 25-year cooperation agreement estimated to be worth more than $400 billion. A boon for Iran as the country struggles under sanctions from Western powers. That deal gives China a certain degree of regional influence and, more importantly, access to Iran's natural resources, buying up 90% of its oil exports. In 2023, President Ibrahim Raisi was the first Iranian leader to visit China in more than 20 years. Just a month later, Beijing welcomed foreign ministers from Iran and Saudi Arabia, brokering a deal which reset relations between the two countries.
To talk more about what's behind the thinking of China and India, we can bring in Nicolas Blarel, Associate Professor of International Relations at the Institute of Political Science at the University of Leiden, and Shanti D'Souza, founder of the Mantraya Institute for Strategic Studies and Senior Research Fellow at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Thank you both for joining us on the program today. Nicolas, let me start with you. What do you make of this tough tone we've seen coming out of Beijing?
No, I think it can be explained by what was mentioned in the report. Basically, it's a lot of oil interests.
Anything about scorched earth option? No, they have not
Iranian oil exports are going
been
towards
talking
China.
about that
China's
yet.
finding
No.
multiple ways to evade the sanction regimes imposed by the U.S. And also, Iran is a big important point basically in its Belt and Road Initiative and access to the Arabian Sea. So basically, there's the Chabahar port, it's a strategic port that access to the Arabian Sea, and for which China can import a lot of things from the Gulf. And you need access through Iran. There's also another port in Pakistan, but Chabahar is a key port for China.
Shanti,
Nothing on
historically, New Delhi has closer ties to Iran, but India has not joined the Shanghai Cooperation Organization statement denouncing Israel. What explains New Delhi's reluctance to come out and criticize Israel?
Well, as you rightly pointed out, New Delhi has a very strong and long historical civilization relationship with Iran.
Apparently, it's Israeli helicopters that tend to go after these drones.
Factors. But beyond that, it is the relationship with Israel on the defense, which has kept India in a very muted position as things are unfolding between Iran and Israel.
Going off,
if you remember, and if I have to quote the figures, in terms of the defense and security ties, the amount of import in terms of military hardware from Israel by India is more than 2.9 billion worth. And that's a very strong relationship. Secondly, Israel stood by India during the conflict with Pakistan over Kashmir. And thereby, I think the relationship has been in such a way that it's very difficult for India to take a position against Israel. So what India does at the moment is to have more a muted response, wherein it's adopted a delicate balancing act, posturing its strategic autonomy, keeping things in a balance wherein it's not really hurting one interest or one country against the other. And this, I think, is a very interesting scenario. And this scenario will unfold as the conflict prolongs and where India will have to take position. And if you remember, again, with the SCO statement where India didn't take a position, it was also in the UN General Assembly on the vote on the ceasefire in Gaza. Again, India abstained, which clearly shows how India is behaving in a particular manner. But then, as I said before, it is maintaining its strategic autonomy and maintaining its balancing
More
act.
alerts,
Nicholas,
but
could
no
China
missile
appear
launches.
as some sort of mediator like it did between arch rivals Saudi Arabia and Iran, or has it ruled itself out given that it's taken Iran's side?
Yeah, no, what you have to take into account, right? You mentioned a very good example of China appearing like an external player.
Most of the notifications I get are
between China and
are
Saudi Arabia
between Ukraine
years ago.
and Russia.
But you have to know that Israel will probably
like there's a
never
lot
accept
more that comes
China
through
as a
with
neutral
them than
broker because of its
Israel, to be
position
honest.
currently
But it's the
after
second largest economy in the world.
Yes, but I mean, the issue is that China has taken a very strong position, notably after the Gaza operations. It has taken 2 months to condemn the attacks of October 7, and it's taken a very strong anti-Israel position in multilateral fora, against the operations in Gaza. So you have to take that also in account. And also, there's been a lot of U.S. pressure on Israel to basically downgrade its relationship with China. So the economic trade relationship were also not doing very well before this crisis.
Interesting point. Now, Shanti, a protracted conflict in the region is in no one's interest, not in China's interest, not in India's interest, because
Okay, so Israel earlier Iran said that they will not negotiate while Israel is still attacking them, and Israel has now responded saying Israel will not stop attacks until Iran's nuclear threat is dismantled. So
major headache for China. And the
sounds
fact
like
that
they're not going
more
to
than
allow
80% of the oil
Iran
is coming
to
to the Strait of
talk.
Hormuz, and that's a choke point. And if the conflict prolongs, I think China will feel the pressure. Likewise, India will feel the pressure. So I think it's in no one's economic interest to prolong the conflict. And if you look at it politically again, it's a very difficult scenario for both the countries. And China doesn't have that kind of leverage it had during Iran and Saudi deal. So I think if you look at the context in which
we all know Israel isn't attacking Iran over their aspirations for nukes.
Unfolding now. So
Bill
I think
Clinton
China
was
has a
quoted
limited
today.
footprint.
Bill Clinton was quoted today saying that the only reason Israel is attacking Iran is because Netanyahu is looking to stay on or continue to hold power. And I mean, that seems outrageous, but could possibly be true.
It's important to understand where Iran
A
is
leader,
located in terms of the crossroads.
A leader creating a situation to get people to rally behind him and win an election.
Given the fact that
Wouldn't be the first
instability in
time.
Central Asia, and particularly in Afghanistan, it's really not in China's interest to have U.S. militarily involved in this part of the world, particularly if use of force exceeds a certain kind of red line in Iran.
Nicholas, for now, the stated goals of this for Israel is to get rid of Iran's nuclear capabilities and missile capabilities. But there has been talk of taking out the supreme leader. So what happens if there is regime change and this could blow up essentially? Oil prices could be really impacted in the region. We don't know what could come next. This is not in China's interest at all. Could they get involved in this conflict?
I mean, I don't think they'll get involved. I mean, as Shanti said, it's both in India and China's interest to not escalate. And I think India has been, as Shanti mentioned, a little bit more supportive, tilted a little bit more towards Israel in its careful statements. But that's because there's also concerns about nuclear proliferation and Iran becoming a nuclear weapon state. Regime change is another matter, and a prolonged crisis would disrupt access to oil and gas resources, and also the problem about inflation, price inflation. So I think there would be some more, explicitly stated concerns if this escalates towards, and if the U.S. intervenes. China will not go beyond rhetorical support for Iran. They will not get involved. They will probably try to condemn in a set of multilateral fora, trying to form a coalition that could emerge if there's increasing concerns about the long-term insecurity in the region. Yeah.
Shanti, I have to talk about Pakistan because Pakistan has denied claims that it said it would use a nuclear weapon if Iran was struck with a nuclear weapon. Can you explain what is behind Pakistan's thinking, considering that
no
Pakistan
casualties
and Iran
with the drone
strike on each other's territory last year?
Yes, it's an interesting scenario unfolding here, and the whole idea of supporting Iran in case of an attack by Israel or by a nuclear weapon. I think distancing from that indicates that Pakistan is trying to show itself as a responsible and rational actor. And secondly, if the visit of General Munir to Washington and the discussions they're having there itself shows in that Pakistan is aligning itself with the U.S. on counterterrorism and also on trade and other such benefits which accrue from that relationship.
It is now almost 11:30.
It will not be taking a clear position on Iran, despite all those claims made of bomb being used and how it will be used. But I don't think it will go beyond a particular line because I think Pakistan is in a very precarious situation now. And given the fact that
so far this morning has been relatively quiet compared to the last couple of days.
It will not go to that extent. So we have to see how this axis of upheaval
somebody was mentioning earlier or yesterday in chat, I can't remember which, that one of the reasons why Iran is launching missiles now during the day, apparently the Iron Dome has a harder time picking up the incoming strikes. I don't know how true that is, but
Greenwich from this kind of
would be one reason.
military
Another reason
association.
is the
Afghanistan was one such case
explosions,
study
the smoke
where
rising up into the air
some of
is far
interests were
more
at stake,
noticeable.
but again, it didn't get involved militarily. So I think it
I
will
don't
limit
know.
itself to posturing, signaling, and
Iran
likewise, its
seems to
allies,
be
Pakistan, will do the
dealing
same.
out a lot
And there's a
more
lot of
of
fluidity now in the
propaganda.
region where there's a lot of
Anyways,
shifting alliances occurring, and a regional
especially when they're
realignment
coming up
and
with music
more of
videos.
multilateral groupings will emerge. So I think it's a fluid situation, and we need to wait and watch.
Nicholas, final question. If China doesn't get involved militarily, could it start arming Iran?
Yeah, no, that's actually quite a. There's been some speculation about this because, as you saw, most of the indigenous and Russian equipment that Iran has not been quite efficient against the latest Israeli operations. So there's been some talks about when following this crisis that Iran will have to rearm itself and look for more maybe technologically advanced equipment. And given the latest the crisis that Shanti mentioned, the crisis between India and Pakistan following the
Have you guys
Pahalgam,
seen these
terrorist attacks and,
precision drone strikes that the Ukrainians are like the videos of it? Like they're showing like the drones coming in and finding people. Look at this drone just. Guy tried to shoot it. Anyways, pretty crazy. If they had your SIG-INT device, they would have known those drones were around. Well, they should have had it then, shouldn't they? What were they thinking? What are you saying, Tommy? There's Iran. Do you think this was done by Iran? This is what you're talking about? The arrest outside of the Iranian embassy? Hold on. 7 men have been arrested on suspicion of grievous bodily harm after 2 people were assaulted outside the Iranian embassy. Met police have said that they believe the altercation happened between protesters supporting the opposition and opposing the Iranian monarchy, and there were no links. This one here? Iran attacking. Do you mean if it's Iranians attacking their own embassy? Like are they mad? Injuries. Taken to hospital. 7 men whose ages have not been given remain in police custody. The force said, and an 8th was arrested for breaching the order banning gathering. The force had earlier said it believed the altercation had involved only pro-monarchy protesters. Like British monarchy? Oh, BBC is not credible now. Okay, what is credible now? BBC is considered credible around the world, but I guess with Tommy it's not. So this is Reuters, which is definitely considered credible. If you don't consider Reuters credible, it's you that's not credible. So what is the difference here? Let's read the difference here. Reuters are reporting British police arrested eight men on Friday, same as the BBC, including 7 on suspicion of grievously bodily harm, exactly same as the other reported. Following reports of an altercation involving pro and anti-Iranian protesters at a location, the Iranian embassy. 7 other arrests took place against the Iranian leadership. Okay. I don't know what's difference between the two articles. Police did not link the arrests. They took place in 8 in London, which is where the embassy is located. So this is the police saying that they aren't linked to the men were treated for injuries. Injuries are not believed life-threatening. Case of I mean, it doesn't say. Hold on. It doesn't say that it. It says protesters were attacked outside. Iranian embassy is Iranian soil, right? Please explain to me step by step how you came to the conclusion that Iran would attack themselves. I'm trying to figure out like pro-Palestinian protesters here. Police have arrested 6 men and 2 pro-Israeli protesters after 2 pro-Israeli protesters were attacked in the major incident outside of an Iranian embassy. So these 6 men attacked these 2 protesters? Set upon outside the embassy, which is opposite Hyde Park in West London. Officers and paramedics swooped in. Main suspects treat an injured witness told Mail how pro-Israeli protesters were chanting support. Israeli Prime Minister Ben calling for the Iranian regime to be toppled before violence erupted, and two of the activists were attacked. So 2 people attacked these pro-Israeli protesters. Convictions were for injury at the scene and have been taking. So people were protesting outside the Iranian embassy. Police said 6 men have been arrested on suspicion of previously body harm and are being quizzed in custody. So 2 people were protesting outside the Israeli embassy. How is that Iranians attacking? Guys could definitely be Middle Eastern, but it favor the. So it is Iranian agitators. Against Iran, and the toppling of the Ayatollah was a brutal attack by Iranian agitators. We've been here for a week with a permit from the Metropolitan Police, who has completely peaceful protest without any violence until a man kissing the Iranian flag came up to us and attacked one of our group. Came right up and started punching one of our group. Quiet and bloody scene. Although we do not know this, it would not be a surprise if the man was paid by the Iranian government to carry the attack. It was understood that the victim of the assault had his ankle sliced off. What? His ankle was sliced off? Split of the protesters and told the gathering they would not be allowed back outside the embassy until 1 p.m. A diplomat from the Dominican Republic saw the fight from his window. I was on the phone taking a call when I saw a man rush over. He was a very big guy. Very big guy, and maybe this guy here. Very big guy, and he hit one of the men in the leg with something. Then, as the man he was attacking fell to the ground, he began to hit him repeatedly until people came over and dragged him off. Speaking with the Iranian embassy, more generally, the diplomat observed that the staff observed strict security measures and are rarely seen. They are straight into the cars and then out very quick, and we never really see them. And have been arrested on grievous harm. They remain in. Is that what grievous bodily harm is? Like they actually chopped his leg off? Is that what this is saying? News source from the MSN cover-up, Jimmy Savile. Are you a Foo Fighter? I don't mind Foo Fighters. I don't mind Foo Fighters. Cordon off the area. Sent a number of resources. Paramedics asked response. Actual. Treated 2 patients. Doesn't show which guy. 6 men have been arrested. So it sounds like there were some pro-Israeli protesters outside the Iranian embassy, and a bunch of other dudes came and attacked them.
Trump says he will decide whether Washington will join Israel in its efforts against Iran within the next 2 weeks.
And Israel continues to pound the Gaza Strip with the aerial bombardments, striking Gaza City and Khan Yunis on Saturday. The latest round of missiles come as funerals were held for those killed in attacks on Friday. At least 44 Palestinians were reportedly killed by Israeli fire, many who were seeking food or aid, according to local officials. The UN Children's Agency warns the scarcity of drinking water has already reached a crisis point. Catherine Viette has more.
A tent in tatters that once sheltered displaced people in Gaza City. This is all that's left after it was struck by an Israeli missile. Officials say at least 2 people were killed in the attack and several more injured. Those that survived pay their respects as they prepare the bodies for funerals. In Khan Yunis, smoke billows from the skyline, the aftermath of an airstrike on buildings.
I read up on the
by
grooming
Israel.
scandal, Tommy.
The wounded were transported to the Nasser hospital for treatment. For those that
We had a
didn't
group of
make
people
it
that
through,
were
tearful
grooming
scenes
kids.
in the hospital's courtyard.
I did do
as
some
family
reading up on
members
it.
mourned their loss. It's been another day of funerals in Gaza as friends and family buried their loved ones killed in the ongoing Israeli attacks. Some of the victims died trying to access aid from distribution hubs run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Since the GHF began operating in the Strip in late May, hundreds of Palestinians
another drone
desperate for
exploded
food have
in
been
southern
killed
Israel.
and thousands more
It
injured
looks
by
like it
gunfire.
blew up over in the air,
Since
though.
Hamas
So
launched
that
its
doesn't look like it
assault
hit
on
anything.
Israel just over a year and a half ago, Israeli forces have killed more than 55,700 people and injured over 130,000, according to the Gaza Health Ministry.
It's Mike. It's
In
a
the
completely
latest
different
regarding
topic.
Israel and Lebanon now, Israel's military
different
said
issue.
Saturday that it hit a Hezbollah infrastructure site near the southern Lebanese city of Nakura. The military said the site was used by Hezbollah to advance terror attacks against Israeli civilians. Lebanon's army, meanwhile, threatened to freeze ceasefire cooperation between Israel and Hezbollah earlier this month, citing Israel's persistent violations of the agreement.
Oh, Lebanon's getting
And
pissed
turning
off
our
now.
eyes to Russia now, where President Vladimir Putin says
Whoops, hold on.
he does not rule out his forces attempting to seize the northeastern Ukrainian city of Sumy, a development that casts a fresh doubt over the prospect of peace talks between Moscow and Kyiv. The Russian president made the comments while answering questions at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. He also claimed that Russians and Ukrainians are one people. As Ukraine's foreign minister denounced Putin's comments, saying they showed disdain for peace efforts. Let's take a listen to Vladimir Putin.
I have said many times that I consider that
The
Russian people and
Reuters
Ukrainian
is
people
not
to be one
agenda
people.
free. They do have it.
In
Okay.
fact, in this sense,
I mean,
all
if
of
you're just
Ukraine
going to
is ours.
disagree with and call them biased because they don't agree with your opinion.
You know, we have this old
Reuters is
proverb,
widely
not-
regarded as the most agenda-free, like, major news source in the world. So if you disagree with their opinion, that doesn't mean that they're biased. It means maybe you just have a difference of
Now
of
onto the
opinion.
U.S., where President Donald Trump said on Friday that Harvard has acted
I have no
extremely
interest in any games right now, Tommy. I mean, I'd play EVE Online or
the deal could be announced
Dune,
over the
but
next week or so.
right now I'm
said
more
Trump
interested
on
in this
Truth
stuff.
Social, potentially resolving the outstanding legal battles between the administration and the university. And on to Columbia University now, where pro-Palestinian former grad student Mahmoud Khalil was released from detention after over 3 months. The order from a federal judge to release him
Nixon, what's
is
up,
a
man? How's it
major
going?
victory for rights groups that challenged what they called the Trump administration's unlawful targeting of
So this guy was here or in the U.S. legally as a grad student and got arrested because he was protesting
He's
as
been
a
held for over 3
Palestinian
months. He missed
protester.
the birth of his first child, but now Mahmoud
was in,
Khalil,
detention
a
for
Columbia
over 3
University
months.
graduate
Crazy.
student who became one of the leaders of pro-Palestinian protests at the university last year, is being released on bail. He can finally come home to New York City.
Imagine protesting against the genocide of
Well, this is really a
like
victory
people
for
and the
human
murder
rights
of tens
groups
of
that
thousands of
challenge
women and
what they
children
described as the Trump
being put in jail
administration's
for it.
unlawful targeting of a pro.
How do you like it, Nixon?
The news comes after a federal judge ordered the Trump administration to release him on Friday. Well, Khalil, a legal permanent US resident who is married to a US citizen, has been held in custody in Louisiana since March and could face deportation. He was arrested back on March
That Brave
8th
blocks
by ICE agents and he's really
Twitch ads.
become a symbol of
No, I
Trump's
still get
attempt
Twitch ads.
to stamp
Actually,
out
I haven't
pro-Palestinians.
tried it on like the highest setting. I've only tried it on like the medium setting. So maybe it does in the highest, but
Of this in Khalil's case. Well, for most of his time in detention,
it does. Yeah, it does block
Khalil, who was
YouTube
born
ads.
in a Syrian refugee camp to Palestinian parents, has been held in this detention center in Louisiana. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has invoked a law that
Where do I
allows
get the
the
most
US
views?
to remove foreigners seen as adverse to
Well, still
US
Twitch,
foreign policy. And Rubio
but I mean,
claims
I am
that Khalil's presence on
trying to be
US
more
soil
active on
poses
YouTube. Yeah,
a national
OnlyFans.
security threat. Well, the Trump administration argues
OnlyFans
that
because
the First
because
Amendment,
there's a lot of
which
people that
protects free
like
speech, doesn't apply
they like to
to
see old
foreigners.
fat white dudes.
The immigration
They've got some weird
proceedings
fetish.
against Khalil will now continue, as will
I am trying to build up my YouTube presence a little bit. I am releasing like shorts and stuff, trying to do that daily, and I'm live streaming on YouTube and stuff like that as well. So, but Twitch, I still get a lot. Yesterday and today, I've had quite a large viewership on TikTok. Hello to everyone on TikTok. Like yesterday, I had like 130 people on TikTok at one point. Crazy. It's just out of the blue. I don't know how or why, but I'm definitely looking to increase my viewership on YouTube, though.
Region of northern Colombia are fleeing an outbreak of fighting between rebel groups vying for control of this strategically important drug trafficking area.
Stay safe.
That's
Yeah, he's
next on The Observers.
pretty much seems to be focusing on just YouTube. Been putting in the work. I'm trying to pump out the videos. I'm probably going to start adding maybe like some review, like a review video, each stream as well. Like I did sort of review a couple of videos earlier, but I didn't really try and put a focus on actually reviewing them, like some of these things that are going on around the world, and then posting them. But I'm probably going to start doing that as well if I can. So, but yeah, YouTube is extremely important for you to be successful. I've got a full-time job though, so.
But also to attack.
No, I'm just kind of doing it for fun.
By attaching projectiles like this mortar.
What is that? That's in Colombia? Okay.
Exports to increase, which they did. And today, Iran's exporting about 1.6 million barrels a day of oil, give or take, most of which goes to China under contracts which are very advantageous to the Chinese. They get oil at a discount. So Iran's oil is significant, but if, for the sake of argument, Iran's oil exports were to dwindle to nothing because of the developing situation, such is the state of the current global oil market, that assuming the Strait of Hormuz
I
remains
actually,
open, there is
like a lot of people don't like the YouTube stream. I've actually kind of grown to like it. I love the fact that I can just immediately go back. Like the timeline is right there, and I can automatically, like, just go back and rewatch something really quickly if I wanted to re-listen to something. And like on Twitch, you have to go into the you have to go back into the VOD and do it manually, and it's just kind of annoying.
Is inflation, which after
Most things I still like Twitch better for, but there are some things that I'm really starting to like with YouTube.
was finally being tamed.
Went a little bit not agenda free there for a bit, did he? It's hard to remain agenda free though, man. Like it's hard to not blurt your opinion out and say, man, these guys are idiots or something, right? Like it's, you get so involved in this stuff. Like I try to be neutral. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know what this guy's talking about. I'm just gonna mute him. I was saying earlier, like like in the last several days, I was like, I was defending the fact that I was sort of defending Iran because Israel hadn't shown the world any proof. So I was like, listen, I want to see some proof. You're going to go and just attack a country. Show us some evidence that they've got these or close to getting these nukes. And then it became clear that when Iran wouldn't show any evidence, or they didn't offer to say, hey, listen, come look at our facilities, they weren't offering to do that. And then they came out and said, we are not going to lose our defensive capabilities, although I think that's because U.S. and Israel want them to get rid of their ballistic missiles, which they shouldn't have to. Like, they should be allowed to defend themselves. But it became kind of clear that Israel was not offering them to come and examine their facilities. So it leads you to believe that maybe they've got something to hide. So now it's kind of like, okay, well, Israel's probably got something on them. Whole Israel thing. I just watch you on Twitch because I find it easier to see when you are live. I mean, you can turn your notifications on, but I like both. I've gotten used to the idea of watching people on YouTube. I probably don't watch many live streams anymore. I do watch Agenda Free TV from time to time. Because he's my friend, I do watch Stay Safe from time to time, even though politically we probably disagree on half of the topics. I'm more centrist than he is. He's obviously very Trump, right-wing MAGA supporting, so that's fine. I love you anyways. Stay safe. It's okay. I've known Stay Safe for years. We were roommates at BlizzCon. He's a good guy. I get along with Stay Safe. He's always been very nice to me. Agenda basically means bias. Every human being has bias. Every human being has bias, but I mean, his YouTube channel or his whole streaming is based on just giving the facts. And I like to do that too. Like I'm constantly scouring for what's going on and kind of like looking to affirm that what I'm telling you guys is true. Or if I show you something, I'll be like, listen, I'm going to show you this, but it's not been confirmed yet. So I am trying to be unbiased, and I will dig through people that are reporting stuff, and it's very clear certain people are extraordinarily biased, right? So I might show you something and say, okay, this guy is a very biased towards Israel, or this guy's very biased towards Iran. And I like to kind of give my opinion and think, okay, I'm giving kind of a just an opinion that is not really biased in any way. I don't have any skin in the game between Israel and Iran. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Muslim. I'm not religious at all. So I like to try and give I'm getting tired. An informed opinion that is not just, way out in left field, like full of conspiracy theory and stuff like that, right? I really don't like the conspiracy theory stuff. Like, I will shut that shit down and immediately when people just start spouting shit off and they've got nothing to back it up. America #1, crooked teeth. What? We have 0 for doing political stuff in the UK can get you arrested. We have 0 free speech here. Really? Stay safe, cool. I feel the same way you do politically, though. I don't align with stay safe, but I can coexist. Yeah, I feel like I can have a conversation as long as it's a mature conversation. And that's what I try and tell people here. That's why when people start throwing insults at each other, I just try and nip it in the butt. Like, have a reasonable adult conversation. If you can't sit here and have an adult conversation, you've got to resort to calling people a retard or something like that, I'll just ban you. I don't even know how to time people out, I'll be honest. So like I don't time people out. If it gets to a point where I have to, like, say, listen, you're being a fuckhead, I just assume not them not come back here. Again, if it's gonna get to that point. Like, on everything, even if he is still kind of stuck being a sheeple. What? I'm still stuck on being a sheeple? How?
Trade flows, and that would be reflected in significantly
No
higher
missiles.
prices until such a time
It's
as
almost
the smoke
noon
were to clear,
now.
so to speak, and we could adjust to whatever
Almost
new
noon.
paradigm existed. But again, I repeat that over 40 years of looking at this, the prospects of the Strait being blocked
Iran
are
and
very,
Israel
very
have both
limited.
confirmed at least
It could
10 drones
perhaps
have been
happen if there
attacked. Like,
was a
they're just,
rogue commander,
they just
or
seem to
there
be
was a
sending them
misunderstood
over and
communication
over again.
from inside Tehran to forces that are in the region. Accidents can always happen, but I find it very hard to believe it would be a deliberate act of policy to.
I think Alador is learning. After all, he's not pro-Israel. I mean, I'm not pro either side in this. I mean, I definitely have my opinions. Like, if you're gonna ask me, should Iran have a nuke? Absolutely not. Like, I think any reasonable person would say, yeah, you know what, this regime is a little fucking crazy. There is no reason for them to have a nuke. Like, that is not unreasonable, So I definitely have my opinions. And I try to look at what is going on and the facts that are coming out. That's why over the course I've kind of changed my opinion, because I've been like, okay, well, Israel hasn't shown us any proof, but then also based on the actions that, so I was kind of leaning on one side. And then based on the fact that Iran was also not offering to do certain things, I was like, okay, there must be something here to it, because this isn't reasonable anymore. That's just what a nice right-wing person would say. What, me? America is crazy because we use 2 nukes. Why do I hate what? Why do I hate who? Oh, Mike. Why does he hate Israel so much? I mean, I am not happy. Want to know why I'm not happy with Israel? There's a picture of it in your top left. Like, that is absurd. You know? So, like, I can't be pro anyone that does that. But I'm trying to also separate the 2 events as well. But also, when I hear, Israel complaining that Iran targeted hospitals, well, I mean, there's no hospitals left in Gaza. They're all gone. They've all been, and then you hear about these atrocities where soldiers are just using residents as target practice when they're trying to get aid. It's disgusting. I can't support that. But in the same respect, I think Iran is a completely disgusting regime as well. So
performing its economy. This will add to its energy import bill. It went over the last 12 months from being a net energy or gas exporter.
What nukes are you talking about? Clearly regarded.
And so the gas from Israel
Talking about
was
the ones the
absolutely
Americans
a lifeline
used?
for its
Those were
energy
definitely
security,
real.
and it's going to cost Egypt around $1 billion a month to get gas from other sources from the spot market, and to then start talking to countries like Qatar about long-term supply contracts. Same goes for Jordan. Low foreign investment, weaker economy, dependent really.
Tommy, what about Catholics? How do you feel about Catholics after what the IRA did to your around your country?
Gaza, causing political pressures that will be now compounded by economic pressures. So difficult time for both countries.
Why do you feel that the nukes that were dropped on Japan were not
you.
real nukes?
Of course,
this is going to be some fucking conspiracy theory shit, isn't it? I can just feel it coming. This is some conspiracy theory shit, isn't it?
And the impact that it will have on us all. Do you see any reason right now for optimism?
Not really, no, because I think Israel has decided to go all in. It started something which is big and could have enormous consequences.
Palestine isn't a nation. What does that mean? What does Palestinians not being a nation have to do with Palestinians, Tommy? Like, I don't understand your response. Just because Palestine isn't a nation doesn't mean Palestinians aren't a people. What kind of what are you even talking about?
Were to reassert themselves very strongly. So, you know, it's a very, very dangerous time.
Gentlemen, there we will have to leave it. Many thanks indeed for being with us today. Neil Atkinson, Ahmed Kaya, and Ahmed Halal. And that's our show for this week. Now,
That's
if
like
you'd like
Kurds
to
aren't a people.
comment on anything that you've just heard in our discussion, I'm at A Finnegan on X. Use the hashtag AJCTC when you do comment, please. Or you could drop us a line. Counting the cost at aljazeera.net is our email address. There's plenty more for you online at aljazeera.com/CTC, of course. That takes you straight to our page, and there you'll find individual reports, links, and entire editions for you to catch up on. But that's it for this edition of Counting the Cost. I'm Adrian Finnegan from the whole team here in Doha. Thanks for being with us. The news on Al Jazeera is next.
Discover a world of difference.
Hold on. Let me catch up here. Look at the cities people live there right now. Are you being serious? Are you being serious, or you don't understand the difference between a nuclear explosion and a nuclear meltdown? I'm not actually. I feel like you're trolling, or if you're not, you should look it up. What are you even talking about, mate? Yeah, Israel took out. Okay, now all the conspiracy theories are coming out. Kurds are people. They're called Kurds. Are you sympathetic at all to the libertarian perspective? I'm a coincidence enjoyer. Yeah, but Tommy, what the fuck who cares if it was a country or not? Palestinians are still a people. What does that have to do with the way they're being treated? Like, get to your point. What the fuck does it not being an actual country have to do with the way they're being treated? I don't get the point that you're making. Oh, I think he's talking about Palestine. Used to be a certificate for allowed to use the internet. If you don't meet the required IQ, you should not have access to. I don't give a fuck what biblically. I don't care. I'm not religious. I could care less. Jews have lived there for thousands of years. I believe when was the term Palestine first used? Like in the 600s or something like that, or 800s, something like that. Well, I won't watch it on stream, Mike, but I'll put up and I'll watch it later. Oh, I've seen that on. I've already seen that. Everyone else should watch that though. Um. You have your guarantee? Yeah, I'm just not watching a 17-minute video right now. That's all. I mean, I think I think it's similar to the video I've already seen. It's disgusting what is going on in Gaza, but people should definitely watch it and realize the war crimes that are going on right now. We just need another crusade in Jerusalem. Haven't? Well, Jews have lived there for a large amount of time. What are you talking about, Mike? I believe what asking I'm not even an atheist. I'm like agnostic. What was the kingdom called? Kingdom of Judea or something like that? Is where the Jews were centered around, but they've always been in the area. Wait. Like they've definitely been there. They've been there longer than the term Palestinian has been around. Weren't Palestinians from the what were they called? The Philistines or something like that? Isn't that who they're like? Who like they're from? Or the Philistines? Right? Isn't that where the Levant, the descendants Levantine? But I mean, generally from the same basic area. And I'll be honest, I don't give a flying F what happened 1400 years ago or who was there or who wasn't. I don't give a shit. Like, I really don't care. I could care less if people are like, oh, well, the Jews have been there for 4,000 years and the Palestinians have been there for, 1,600 years. I don't care. Right? Like, why do nations around Gaza not take them? What you're talking? Who you're talking about? Palestinians? I mean, they've been in that area for like 1,400 years, dude, or 1,500 years. We're really getting deep in it right now. I mean, there's Jewish people, which this blows me away. They actually they're like this really like right wing sect of Jews who they completely disagree with even the formation of the state of Israel. And I believe it has something to do with their Bible or whatever it's called, stating that it wouldn't be until the Messiah came back that the state of Israel would be reformed or something. I think I remember watching a video on it like years and years ago. Muslims, Jew, and Christians have lived in Palestine together for a long time, but were dangerously close to the entire area being 100% Jewish. I mean, are Christians really bothered if they're living in Israel? Like, are they persecuted? Somebody was here actually. I think it was in my TikTok yesterday. He lives in Israel. And he said he says that there's Muslims that live in Israel, no problem. Like they're not bothered. They're peaceful people or whatever. But it's the extremists that live in other countries that are the problem. Yes, and they want to wipe Jews off the face of the earth. They want stopping, which is why Iranian regime needs defeating. Sorry, Hamas wants to wipe them off the face of the earth. See, here's my thoughts on Hamas. And I'll try to I'm not trying to suggest that what they're doing is good, because I don't believe it is. I think it's, but imagine you lived in a country and the world suddenly came to you and said, "Hey, we're going to take away half of your country, actually more than half of your country, and we're going to give it to this minority group." And you're angry, but your population doesn't have any way of fighting back. Right, and then this minority group starts encroaching on the territory that you were given, and you've got really no means of fighting back. And the only thing that is happening is there's suddenly a group that spawns from this situation and starts fighting back, but they start fighting back dirty because it's the only tactic that they've got available to them. They can't form an army. It's the only tactic that they've got, and that's how Hamas was formed. So Hamas are part of the Iranian government. Well, they're definitely funded by the Iranian government for sure. No other religion can live freely in Palestine. Yeah, the Palestinians and Jews were living relatively peacefully with each other until, like the early 1900s, I believe, weren't they? Like, were there any major issues around 1900 with between Palestinians and Jews or anything like that? Well, T-Wow, I did preface that by saying that I don't agree with what they're doing, but you can look at places all over the world where people have to resort to fighting dirty in order to try and fight back. Look at the IRA. Look at how Vietnam fought against the Americans. Like, look how the Americans fought against the British. Like, it was with guerrilla warfare and quick attacks and stuff like that. Like, the British hated the way they thought it was, like a terrible and, terrible method to fighting, but it turned out to be extremely, effective. They called Americans savages. Well, they're right. I mean, Americans are savages, aren't they? But I mean, you leave a population like that that's got no other recourse or way of fighting back. I mean, these are people that are literally dragged out of their homes, and if they're not shot, they're basically kicked out of their home and told to fuck off. And then another family is told, okay, you can have this house. Right? Like, it's you really should. But ideology is another. I mean, I don't agree with wanting to wipe out an entire other culture. So when they're calling for the elimination of Israel, no. And again, I'm not saying that what they're doing is right or how they're fighting back is necessarily right. But I understand why they've resorted to those tactics. Right? Like, I understand why they've resorted to that. I like, I'll give you an example. People were taught, remember how the whole 51st state shit was going on and Canadians were pissed off? I can guarantee you and I'm sure any of you from your country, imagine, we'll use Tommy P. Wow as an example. If somebody came and went and tried to take over the over to the UK or England, I guarantee you there would be a militia that would form and start fighting back, and they'd be fighting back fucking dirty. Like, I guarantee you it would happen. Imagine if, like, I don't know, imagine if Denmark invaded England. Okay. I know it's absurd, but let's just say Denmark invaded England and took over the country, and you were basically living in a police state, and people were kicking you out of your house and stuff like that. You would literally have Tommy P. Wow out there throwing pipe bombs at people. Like, it would happen. It would happen here. If America invaded Canada, yeah, I have no doubt that they would win. But you would, I guarantee you would have people that would be like, you know what? I will take my last breath fighting for my country, and they would do whatever they could to make life miserable. You take a look at America when they invaded Afghanistan. Like, you think the Taliban fought, nice? Of course not. You know how we would win in Canada? Just burn everything to the ground? You mean like we did with your White House in 1812? I still need to get down to Washington, D.C. It's like one of the only cities I haven't been to yet in America. I need to see the White House version 2.0. And if you keep getting cocky in my chat, it might be the White House version 3.0. Well, there goes my any AdSense revenue that I'm going to get on the YouTube live video. When a country, occupying another country and trying to keep it is really difficult, because you're going to have people that are going to fight dirty, right? And the difference with America and Canada is I was going to say we look the same, but I mean, we're way better looking. Let's be honest. We're way better looking. Americans would just shoot all the people that look like they're in shape. Yeah. Some weird way there's a strange concept for Tommy to understand what the in Alador's view, terrorists or freedom fighters. If your country was occupied, clearly the people that were fighting back and terrorizing the country that invaded you, you would look at them as freedom fighters. I promise you that right now. And I guarantee you, if your country was invaded and you saw these terrorists fighting back and blowing things up and stuff like that, you'd give a little fist pump every time you heard of one of these incidents happening as well. Syria is also old Ottoman land, so it makes sense. With that being said, current admin of Turkey is a failure. Most Americans do not agree with the anti-American or anti-Canadian sentiment, though. There isn't an identity divide to the same extent as regions we're comparing them to. Yeah, you can understand, though, T-Wow, Canadians are fucking mad. Like, I don't know if you've seen videos. You probably, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not making the news in America, but there are, like, you can just Google tourist revenue, like USA, and there are like governors that are coming up to Canada to like basically beg us to come back to the USA because people are just not coming down anymore. I had 2 trips to the US planned this year, and I canceled both of them. I was like, I'm not fucking going there. Half your family's from Canadian? Well, I mean, you've got some very smart, good-looking, bright, funny people in your family then. Moose people, yeah. I'm from Denmark. We're pissed too. What was the name of the island that we were fighting? Denmark was fighting Canada for. What's it called? Hans Island. Have you guys heard of this? Hans Island? This it's like a running joke. This Canada and Denmark are Canada and Denmark are involved in a war. Do you guys know? I know people of Denmark know this. I believe Canada won. We ended up winning, right? This is called Hans Island. It's a fucking rock, okay? And it's been basically a running joke that this is Canada and Denmark have been fighting over this rock for I don't know how long it's been going on for. But here's actually a picture. So this is what would happen on this island is Denmark would go there. They would take down the Canadian flag respectfully, and they would then leave like I guess like gifts and stuff like that for Canadians, and then Canada would come back. Yeah, there's nothing there. It's a joke. Actually, here's even a better picture maybe. I show. No, where did here? So basically, they were fighting over this rock, but it was like the friendliest war in the world. One side would put up their flag and then leave a bunch of gifts for the other side, and then Canada would come back, and we would take their flag down and put our flag up, and then we'd leave like maple syrup or something like that for them. I'm not kidding you. That is kind of like the gifts that we would leave, and then a few weeks later, the Denmark Coast Guard or troops would come back. I don't know where. What is it? It's called Hans Island. I don't even know exactly where it is. Hans. Is it here? Yeah, this is it here. So where are we here? So it's off at the coast of like northern frickin' Greenland. And I think they settled it. Did they settle it? So who won the war? I've reached a settlement in a decades old border dispute over Hans Island. The new name for the island is something that I can't pronounce. Despite its kidney-like shape, and under the agreement, the border will be drawn across the land, dividing it between the Canadian territory of Nunavut and the semi-autonomous Danish territory of Greenland. There you go. We didn't even like declare like a winner. We just said, you know what? Let's just split it. Isn't that nice? How nice it is of Canada and Denmark? Like, so friendly. But yeah, Hans Island it's called. So now it's the border between Canada and Greenland. Read your comment. Denmark beat Canada in hockey. All you need to... Okay. You're talking about the World Hockey Championships, which aren't even shown on TV here, dude. Nobody cares about the World Hockey Championships when the Stanley Cup playoffs are on. Like, our best players aren't even there. Nobody's even heard of any of the players on the Denmarkian Stein team. Here, you know what? I'm actually... Hold on. Denmark World roster. I want to see if I've actually... How many players on the Denmarkian Stein roster I know. Hey, there's no way that's the same Nicholas Jensen. Oh, hold on. I think this guy was drafted by my team. Or is this just some other guy named Nicholas Jensen? No, this guy's never even played in the NHL. Different guy. He's got a very unoriginal name. So, Nicholas Jensen, Philip. All these guys are. I don't honestly think that Nixon. I believe that's not the same dude, actually. Is there? Hold on. Oh, he's 216 pounds. It's definitely not. Okay. Like, these guys are all bums. Wait, shut up. They have two Nicholas Jensens? Oh, they've got Niklas Jensen and Nicholas Jensen. Jensen spelt the same way as well. I wonder if they're related. Literally, they've a roster full of bums. They're very basic names. Yeah, you triggered me a little bit. But to be honest, it's not even. I'm actually surprised. There's actually. I'm trying to actually think if I actually know of any of these players. Usually, like I can, like if I go to the KHL. Okay. If I go to the KHL, the Russian league, I can probably go to any random team and actually pick off people that I know. Teams. Let's pick a team. Let's pick Service Stall because I've never actually. What does this mean? There's two teams? What does that mean? Here, I've never actually heard of this team before, but I would be surprised if there's people on the roster that I don't know. It doesn't say who their head coach is. Players. I don't even know the Canadians on this. Probably like the lowest, the worst team in the league, probably. No, I'm about to embarrass myself. Wait, Grigory Vashenko. I think he's playing the NHL. Vashenko. Oh, it doesn't show what he did. I want to see if this guy. This is my only hope. My only hope that I know a Canadian or know a hockey player. Let me just double check again. It's like a no-name team, anyways. Though doesn't count. But I would be embarrassed if I actually. Okay, let me Google this. Is this I think this guy played in the NHL. No, he didn't. Oh, how embarrassing. Bro, you were just rooting against the Canadian team against Stanley Cup. Are you, dude? I don't think you understand. Who is it? T-Wow. They're all Canadian players, anyways. And one thing about Canada is we hate each other's teams. My team's arch nemesis, one of them is Edmonton. I would never cheer for Edmonton. I could maybe cheer for Winnipeg or Ottawa if they got into the final. But there's no chance in hell I'm ever cheering for Edmonton, Calgary, or Toronto. Like, there is no hope that that is ever happening. Let me just do another check here. Let me check Twitter again. You guys have seen, we talked about the Crown Prince of Iran. There he is. That's not a very nice. So apparently some of the drones launched today were launched from Yemen as well. So I'm assuming that maybe the ones that hit in the south were launched from Yemen. Why is this guy's not fighting against Israel? He's the crown prince of Iran, and he wants Israel to oust the ruling party in Iran in hopes that, well, he hasn't said so that he could take over as Shah again, because his dad used to be the Shah of Iran. But he says they've got a 100-day plan to bring in a democratic government. Sure you do, but in no way the Iranians are supporting the Shah's son. I mean, are the Iranians this? What is this? He's almost like porn on my. Not quite, but close enough. Oh, he's 100% back for, but I for sure he is. Whether or not he's being sincere or not about actually wanting to, no, nothing's going on. Wanting to actually bring in like a democratic government, who knows? But I mean, he's been exiled from Iran for a long time, right? Father was installed in CIA coup. Iranians don't forget. Yeah, but how honestly, I don't. We probably have some people that could comment on this. How happy are Iranians with the current regime, though? Like in general, like would they welcome a democratically, like a democratic government in their country, or are they generally happy with how their government treats them? I don't know. I don't live there. I know a lot of people that are from there, and they were, you know, they describe it as basically, running for their lives, right? I mean, they liked the democratic government that they had before the CIA put the Shah in there. They didn't seem to have a problem with the democratic government that was there before the Shah. There are more Minnesotan NHL players per square kilometer than Canada. That's probably because there's more people in Minnesota per square kilometer than in Canada as well. That makes sense. Do you understand math? Do you know how sparse Canada is populated? There's like one person every 3,000 kilometers in Canada. Like simple math, my friend. How many NHL players are there per capita then between Canada and Minnesota? The Mighty Ducks are the best team. Well, it looks like everything's quiet, guys. Looks like everything's all quiet, so was the protest earlier in Iran in support of Iran? So I don't know. Was there somebody that was from the Middle East in here? Like I don't know if Tesla, if you were from there, or if you're just another history buff like me. But I mean, Iranians pretty happy with the Democrat government they had before the Shah came in. Vladimir Putin threatens Ukraine with nuclear weapons for the first time in. What? Showing how he feels about Trump. What? What is this? He may have been. Vladimir. But I've said many times that I consider the Russian and Ukrainian people to be one nation. In this sense, all of Ukraine is ours. Huh. We're all on team legalize Iranian bikinis. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan of Persian women, man. There are some outrageously beautiful Persian women. I'm a fan of beautiful women, though. I don't care where they're from. Have I reached 90% enrichment? Definitely not. Definitely not. Why not? Why am I not? Why have I not reached 90% enrichment? Because they fart too much. Fart too much. All right, guys. I think we're gonna call it there. We're gonna call it there, chat. It's almost 6.5 hour stream, so yeah, I'll try to be back on tomorrow. I'm just gonna do some quick video editing work, and then hopefully be able to head to bed. We'll try to be back on tomorrow. We'll see if anything's happening again tomorrow, and we'll go from there. I think it's supposed to be raining here tomorrow, so I'll definitely be just sitting inside anyway. So I wanted to thank you guys all for coming to watch the stream. Really do appreciate it. If you're into this sort of content, please follow or subscribe to my YouTube. It's free. It helps. I'm not asking for anything else. And yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, good evening, and good morning, wherever you happen to be. Take care, guys. Oh, let me in case you you know, in case you're lazy, let me link you my YouTube. There you go. Have a good one, guys.